The manhwa starts amid a relentless rainstorm, where a swordsman and his band of soldiers stood their ground, surrounded by the lifeless bodies of their comrades and enemies. The swordsman grew increasingly frustrated as the ruthless assailants, clad in dark attire and masks, relentlessly chipped away at their defenses. The cold-blooded killers launched another coordinated attack, their powerful momentum and exceptional blade skills swiftly dismantling the soldiers' formation. After dealing with the vanguard, the killers wasted no time shifting their attention to the swordsman, who was the leader of their group. Unfazed by the sight of his fallen comrades, the swordsman maintained unwavering focus on the enemy's blade. The young student displayed impressive creativity in his approach, strategically choosing the most effective way to defeat multiple enemies at once. His swift strikes left a trail of blood on the ground, showcasing his fierce determination. Despite their best efforts, the battle appeared to stretch on indefinitely. The swordsman embraced the challenge of making his last stand, undeterred by the overwhelming odds he faced. He expressed his anger towards the attackers, calling them heartless individuals. The swordsman had planned to engage in transactions with the area's influential military and economic leaders, but the circumstances had unexpectedly become perilous. They had made an agreement, only for him to be deceived, both literally and metaphorically. Regardless, the swordsman was determined to defend his master in the carriage, no matter what, even if it meant giving up his own life. The young leader inspired his remaining comrades, encouraging them to persevere with all their might, promising them that assistance was imminent. The culprit, on the other hand, had foreseen this turn of events and had arranged a malevolent surprise. The supposed reinforcement unit, intended to assist them in battle, had already been ruthlessly annihilated. The severed heads were collected as a somber reminder of the challenging situation faced by the main forces. The swordsman was left questioning the state of the world after witnessing the brutal annihilation of the cavalry by an incredibly powerful man. As an approaching banner came into view, the true gravity of their predicament became increasingly evident and incredibly frightening. The Myram Alliance leader, the legendary first heaven-piercing sword, Dam Chunha, had joined the battle. Upon observing the desolate battlefield, he couldn't help but recognize the impressive might of the Ice Pavilion, astonished by their resilience in withstanding the Miram Alliance. The swordsman, with a bold and rebellious spirit, grinned and fired back at the corrupt leader, confidently stating that his cockiness was only possible because the master of the Ice Pavilion was nowhere to be found. Filled with fury, the master assassins could not bear any form of disrespect towards their leader. Speaking out against their lord was considered a serious offense, resulting in severe consequences. Just as things were about to get worse, a figure emerged from the carriage. It was a woman, her face filled with a mix of fear and concern. She passionately urged everyone to take a momentary break, and the swordsman respectfully referred to her as Miss Wan. She confidently assured him that she would be perfectly okay. Unexpectedly, the Crooked Lord also ordered his death squad to cease their actions, and they obediently followed his command. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, a young girl and a formidable elderly man faced off against each other. Miss Wan attempted to initiate a conversation with the Lord, but he went on a rant, accusing her of being misled by monkeys and bringing shame to Dam Chunho's reputation. However, he recognized that errors are a part of life and can be pardoned. Underscoring his position as her father, he offered her a chance to go back to where she truly belonged. Miss Wan asked if the remaining men of the Ice Pavilion would be spared if she agreed. Her father's stern gaze left no room for negotiation. Confronted with this situation, Miss Wan found herself compelled to offer yet another apology to her demanding father. The leader of the Miram Alliance paused to absorb his daughter's reply before swiftly drawing his sword, its blade catching the moonlight. The swordsman, filled with a surge of creativity and resourcefulness, attempted to intervene in the face of the impending tragedy. But alas, his efforts were in vain. Without any hesitation, the determined individual sternly reprimanded their daughter for going against their wishes. As the swordsman sought vengeance, the lifeless form of Miss Wan fell to the wet earth, leaving her father to mourn the loss of his beloved child. He said he lost her because of mindless orcs. With the matter resolved, he made a firm commitment to reclaim the essence of the Central Plains. It was the responsibility of his ruthless soldiers to handle the situation and tidy up the aftermath. The assault acted quickly, eager to spill the blood of the Ice Pavilion. Nevertheless, the swordsman stood confidently, effortlessly dispatching the initial onslaught with his own master technique. With unwavering determination, he rallied his remaining comrades, inspiring them to bravely battle until the very end. After Miss Wan's passing, Their sole focus shifted towards seeking revenge. The sight of the once lively woman's distressing condition motivated them to confront the culprits with all their might. As Miss Wayan's consciousness faded, her only desire was to return. She had made a commitment to someone, but now it felt like an insurmountable challenge. Maybe in a different existence, she would have the opportunity to fulfill that pledge. In the ice pavilion, the leader of the pavilion, Northern Sea Palace Master Seal Mudak, sat on his throne, deep in thought as he tried to make sense of the reports he had received. The ice pavilion, along with Lord Bai Muyue, who was on a diplomatic mission to negotiate with the Martial Alliance, fell victim to a surprise attack by the Murim Alliance and suffered a devastating defeat. As the messenger repeated the report, Seal Mudak's composure finally broke. A powerful storm erupted from the throne, casting a brilliant light across the room. The messenger and his loyal aides stood in silence, witnessing their master's fury taking shape. Seal Mudak stood up from his throne, driven by a burning desire for revenge. With unwavering determination, he set his sights on the Murim Alliance, determined to eliminate every single member and ensure their complete eradication, no matter the cost. Backed by the formidable combat force of the Northern Sea Palace, the Central Plains were on the brink of witnessing an extraordinary demonstration of power. Years later, on a chill winter evening, the epic battle fought by the Northern Sea Palace reached its thrilling climax. With their relentless drive, it was only a matter of time before they pushed the formidable Alliance leader to their limits. Amidst the chilling landscape of crimson snow and fallen comrades, Lord Dam Chunha pondered the devastating defeat that had befallen them. Overwhelmed by numerous severe injuries and completely drained of his strength, he pleaded for a quick end. Master Seal Mudak looked down at the supposed powerhouse with a strong sense of resentment. Before reaching his breaking point, he passionately questioned the motives of a father who could commit such a heinous act against his own daughter. He sought to understand the unfathomable reasons behind a man taking the life of his own flesh and blood. To the astonishment of everyone, Dam Chunha couldn't help but let out a mischievous laugh instead of providing an answer. From his point of view, the leader's daughter's involvement in romantic games with someone like Seal Mudak was quite disappointing. It would have been a bigger mistake to let her keep living and further damaging his reputation. Mudak didn't waste any more words on the person. With a flick of his hand, he conjured the chilling power of ice. In his final moments, Dam Chunha couldn't resist taunting Mudak one last time, boldly stating that although the palace master had conquered Jiangnan, he would never achieve his deepest desires. He suffered a devastating injury, with ice piercing through his chest. Despite his impressive achievements, Dam Chunha's overconfidence proved to be his undoing. As he faced his last moments, a montage of memories played out before him. He remembered the joy of carrying his young daughter on his shoulders, the times when his ambition consumed him and he neglected his role as a father, and the instances when he exerted too much control over Wayan's life. He recalled the evening she reached her breaking point and escaped from her ordinary life. The final recollection that plagued him was the instance when he tragically took his daughter's life. Even in his last breath, the creature felt a burning anger and bitter resentment. That night was a turning point of great significance. With the passing of Dam Chunha, the leader of the Murim Alliance, the epic battle that had raged on for 6 years finally reached its conclusion. The legendary figure of the Northern Sea Palace Master Seal Mudak, emerged as the triumphant victor. That evening marked his rise to power as the undisputed leader of the Central Plains. Nevertheless, Seal Mudak showed no signs of happiness or excitement. He peacefully observed the moon, embracing the gentle snowfall. After the war came to an end, a new era of tranquility emerged at a solitary, withering flower rested upon the Lord's desk in his private chambers. When all was said and done, Seal Mudak was left with nothing but a wilting flower. He distinctly recalled Wayan enthusiastically summoning him to witness something remarkable. With a burst of energy, she burst into his room, proudly presenting a beautifully blossomed flower, the lotus of love. Legend has it that this flower would only reveal its vibrant petals when it sensed a deep connection between two people. Wayan couldn't help but feel emotional. Although she had always been confident in Seal Mudak's affection for her, she started to feel anxious about the lotus not blooming. However, it had flourished magnificently, providing evidence that their affection was mutual and that Mudak genuinely cared for her. He held her close, showing that she was the center of his attention. Ever since, he had felt immense gratitude towards the flower for bringing Wayan so much joy. With an unwavering devotion, Mudok planned to transform an entire garden into a breathtaking display of lotus of love flowers, a heartfelt tribute to the person who captured his heart. Despite his best efforts, she remained ingrained in his memory. Indeed, he had fought against the entire Miram alliance on her behalf. The dying lotus of love unexpectedly started to shimmer and blossom, much to Mudok's amazement. Baffled by this seemingly impossible occurrence, he called upon his loyal shadow, Myong, who promptly materialized. Mudok was desperate for someone who could unravel the mysterious events that unfolded right before his eyes. He was willing to go to great lengths, even scouring the vast central plains in search of knowledgeable experts. Myong quickly carried out the master's commands. After a few days, all the necessary preparations were finished, and a group of individuals was escorted to the Grand Palace. The Manbaksha, known for their extensive knowledge, had assembled at the Northern Sea Ice Palace, yet they were unaware of the purpose behind the new superpower's invitation. Their moment of uncertainty quickly dissipated when a powerful voice from above beckoned them to approach. A door swung open, casting a brilliant beam of light upon them. Despite their hesitations, they had no alternative but to move forward. As they stepped outside, the Manbaksha were amazed by the incredible sight that unfolded before their eyes. A vibrant garden bursting with an array of beautiful lotus of love flowers. Even the most seasoned experts among them had never seen a garden so full of these mythical flowers. Encountering one in a lifetime is a rare occurrence for most individuals. The stems were adorned with an exquisite symbol of love, as if delicately crafted by divine hands, leaving no room for doubt that they were truly the lotus of love. The Manbaksha were in awe of the impressive cultivation of an uncommon flower in such large quantities. One of the Manbaksha asked the others if they liked the flowers, and in their excitement, they almost forgot to inquire about the man's identity. Seol Mudok presented himself as the garden's proprietor, but among the ordinary people, he held the title of the supreme leader of the Central Plains, the most influential figure in the kingdom. He described how their love had brought forth these blossoms, but when she passed away, the first flower withered away as well. Surprisingly, that lone flower had somehow been brought back to life and blossomed once again. Although the Manbaksha were highly knowledgeable scholars in the Central Plains, this phenomenon may have been outside their area of expertise. Luckily, the oldest Manbaksha was able to come up with a potential explanation. Mudok's excitement peaked as he eagerly requested the old man to reveal his theory. The older individual theorized that this occurrence could be ascribed to an individual undergoing rebirth in a different physical form, commonly known as reincarnation. There was a possibility that the palace master's departed love had found a new life somewhere in the world. Mudok's curiosity and obsession were piqued. The old man insisted that if his theory didn't hold, there could be no other explanation for the second bloom. At last, the palace master had regained a semblance of hope. He had succeeded in entering the Central Plains and unifying the entire region, fulfilling the long-cherished wish of the Northern Sea. But all that had remained was emptiness. Now was the time to remedy that. As the Northern Sea prospered, Mudok's longing for Wayan only grew. The day he lost her, he couldn't find a purpose to continue living aside from the burning hatred against the Miram alliance. Mudok demanded details and plans at once. It was said that the lotus of love glowed when two lovers were in the same place, a concept they would use as their basis. Mudok knew this to be true. As the night Wayan showed him the lotus, it had glowed for the first time. However, carrying a live flower might prove difficult, so the old man suggested crafting the lotus of love into a piece of jewelry for easy transport. Mudok entrusted everything to the old man and the Manbaksha, setting a departure date in 10 days. If all went well, he promised to reward each Manbaksha with 100 nong of gold, a sum that sounded like generational wealth. The palace master departed from the garden, leaving the scholars to work on the plan. This single meeting had lifted Mudok's spirits from the depths of despair. He had truly believed he would never see the love of his life again, but now Mudok had hope once more. He had a purpose. This time, he swore never to let go of this hope, no matter where Wayan might be. Even if it was in the deepest depths of hell, he would follow. He could only hope that Wayan could wait for him. It had been a while since the search began. The team, led by the palace master, continued to set sail in search of the possibly reincarnated Wayan. Inside the ship, Mudok had been stressing over the routes they needed to scour. They had nearly covered the entire Central Plains, and the only place left to look was Hainan. 3 years and 5 months had passed since he started the search for the love of his life, yet he hadn't found her anywhere in the Central Plains. During this time, he never neglected his cultivation. Mudok had advanced from the transformation realm to the profound realm, experiencing complete metamorphosis twice, and yet the search continued to bear no fruit. His only hope was the region of Hainan. With the lotus of love jewelry around his neck, Mudok couldn't afford to give up now. He remembered the last time they shared a meal. He had been vehemently against her going to the meeting in person, but Wei had insisted that her father had decided to attend the negotiations. She believed that if she was there, maybe the Murim leader would understand Mudok's vision. Mudok had considered the possibility of a trap, but Wei wanted to put her trust in her father just this once. Upon careful consideration, Mudok had sighed and given in, unable to resist Wei's whims. He had agreed on the condition that if anything seemed off, she must not hesitate to get out of there and come back to him immediately. Before departing, Wei had left him something very important, a golden ring fashioned into a necklace. It was a keepsake from her late mother, said to have the power to return to the person who gave it. She believed that the necklace would always lead them back to each other's arms. The last thing Mudok heard her say in her sweet voice was not to worry about her, as she would never leave his side. In hindsight, Mudok regretted letting her go like that. He knew he should have stopped her at all costs back then, but dwelling on what-ifs was futile now, especially when the ship crew was clamoring about an approaching storm down on the deck. The poor shipmates held on for their dear lives as strong winds and heavy rain tested their boat. Mudok came upstairs to see what the chaos was all about. A sudden storm was not on their itinerary at all. Upon seeing the full view of the storm, even the strongest man in the realm was taken aback. Looking to the side, a tidal wave as high as 3 times their ship was moving closer at an alarming speed. Mudok stood his ground and activated his protective key, coupled with the 1,000-pound hammer technique. He braced himself for impact as the waves swallowed the ship whole. Most of the crew were knocked out of the ship, left to fend for themselves in the choppy seawater in the middle of a catastrophic storm. No one was safe. Everyone on the deck was vulnerable to getting swept away. At this rate, this could be everyone's final voyage. Mudok couldn't let that happen on his watch. He activated his telekinetic grasp, conjuring multiple beams of intangible light that swiftly headed for the water. The telekinetic lights dove into the surface to look for any survivors who had been knocked out of the ship. This should be a good start. Mudok was confident that he could rescue everyone in time, but that might not be the case as another tidal wave loomed upon them. This time, it looked a lot bigger than the last one. The remaining crew were frozen in fear of what was about to come. They couldn't survive something like that wave at all. Mudok reached for his blade. He knew that the ship couldn't take much more of this cursed storm, so there might be only one viable option left. He wanted to use his blade and ice manipulation in conjunction with each other to confront the force of nature directly. The temperature around the area suddenly plummeted, sending a chill through the remaining crew. It was only natural, as the Palace Master had a plan to freeze the waves using his freezing ice wind technique. As he prepared his blade for the strike, the Lotus of Love necklace began to emit an unprecedented glow. The brightness of the light was so intense that it cut through the approaching wave with a piercing glow. The attack was abruptly halted when Mudok found himself temporarily blinded by the intense glare of the lights. Being pulled out of the ship, he found himself losing control of his body as he was drawn toward the captivating light in the distance. Following the storm, the ship emerged unscathed, standing strong. The crew was astounded by what they saw. The light was unlike anything they had ever seen before. As the gloomy skies dissipated, a breathtaking tropical paradise unfolded before their eyes, with a stretch of land within reach. As for the Palace Master himself, it seemed that he had also managed to survive the peculiar storm, but when he finally opened his eyes, he appeared to be in a state of utter exhaustion and disarray. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noticed an assortment of luggage and boxes filled with supplies scattered about. He found himself confined within a cramped carriage. How did they even end up in this situation? He recalled battling a tempest out on the open ocean, and in an instant, he found himself in this unfamiliar place. Mudok barely had time to acclimate and orient himself before a piercing scream echoed from outside in the vicinity of the carriage. A group of individuals transporting provisions found themselves pursued by enormous houseflies across a picturesque meadow. A woman and a young girl crouched behind a cluster of leaves, observing as a few houseflies were swiftly eliminated. A scholarly individual and a young person were attempting to ward off the flies using only a meat cleaver. A surprising turn of events saved them from a potential sneak attack by one of the flies. A mysterious force suddenly appeared, obliterating the oversized bug and cleanly severing its body in two. A mysterious force emerged from the luxurious carriage in their traveling group. After everything had calmed down, Seol Mudok's finger remained pointing up in the air. He thought that he must have ended up in a forest somewhere in the Central Plains. However, there was a peculiar energy emanating from this place. From his perspective, these individuals appeared to be from another country. It seemed like he had drifted quite a distance from the mainland of the Central Plains. Then there were these repulsive bug monsters freely soaring through the air, making it impossible to look away. Flies were disgustingly repulsive. Mudok had the ability to eliminate the Miram Alliance leader and claim ultimate power in the realm. However, even he couldn't escape the feeling of revulsion. His grand arrival may have been a bit excessive, causing the first-class carriage to shatter, but there were more urgent matters to attend to. Foreigners and oversized flies swarmed around him, creating a chaotic scene. What on earth was going on with his Central Plains? Mudok's lightning-fast reflexes foiled the fly's attempt to catch him off guard with its sudden burst of speed. In a display of ingenuity, he swiftly unleashed a powerful spell, freezing the bothersome fly within a solid shard of ice. Without even glancing back, the method used was rather harsh, causing the frozen crystal to collapse and shatter the fly's body into tiny fragments of ice shards. Mudok despised the audacity of a wild creature daring to harm humans simply due to its slightly larger size. To him, this was an unimaginable transgression. These sky flies needed to learn their boundaries. Seol Mudok unleashed his creativity and went all out, taking on these insects with a burst of energy. His incredible speed and unmatched skill with a blade set him apart from the rest. His method effortlessly preserved numerous creatures simultaneously through the process of freeze-drying. After gracefully wielding his blade, a mesmerizing ice sculpture of flies materialized before their eyes. Finally, he showcased the grand finale of his magnificent white ice palm, a breathtaking display of ice and snow that resembled a dazzling fireworks show. This should be more than sufficient effort for those insignificant pests. The foreigners were amazed by the incredible abilities of this unique individual. It was truly unimaginable that someone could accomplish such a feat after resolving the issues with the bugs. Seol Mudok shifted his attention to the visitors from another country. A senior gentleman approached him, appearing to introduce himself in a courteous manner, but due to the language barrier, it was challenging to comprehend his words. The elderly gentleman graciously expressed his gratitude to Seol Mudok for successfully eliminating the creatures that had assaulted the caravan. Seol Mudok couldn't comprehend the unfamiliar language that the elderly gentleman was using, yet he couldn't help but feel a deep sense of appreciation. He expressed his regret as he struggled to understand the foreigner's words. He attempted to inquire if there was anyone proficient in the language of the Central Plains, but it became evident that no one possessed that skill. To solve this, the elderly gentleman asked for something from the tall, intellectual guy. Mudok persisted in his attempts to communicate with him, but unfortunately, his efforts were met with no success. The elderly gentleman yearned to express his thoughts, yet he found himself unable to even make a single gesture. Handing Mudok the ring in his palm seemed like the most direct approach. As the palace master pondered the purpose of the ring, the old man suddenly emitted a vibrant, radiant glow. With a spark of imagination, he delicately cradled the ring in his hand, infusing it with a spell that would unlock its hidden meanings. To complete the spell, the elderly gentleman struck a pose reminiscent of a magical girl. It was quite an unsettling experience. To say the least, even Mudok would definitely agree with me on this one. Now, he considered the old man to be quite eccentric. The wise elder cleared his throat, and suddenly he spoke a language that Mudok could fully comprehend. I was captivated. The old man had become fluent in the language of the Central Plains thanks to the ring he possessed. Now that they were able to communicate, the elderly gentleman introduced himself again, this time as Edmund Roll, the esteemed leader of the Roll Merchant Association. He wanted to express his appreciation to Mudok for rescuing their modest merchant association. He was curious about the name of their savior and wanted to ask this incredible mystical warrior. Curious and imaginative, Mudok was intrigued by the concept of a magic swordsman and willingly shared his name. Edmund was completely taken aback by the surprising news. Can you believe this person doesn't even know what a magic swordsman is? Mudok is a true master of combining swordsmanship and magic, embodying the essence of a magic swordsman. It's pretty clear my friend Mudok was completely clueless about the concept of magic. Now, Edmund was feeling extremely overwhelmed. This mysterious individual with silver hair had just demonstrated a mesmerizing display of ice manipulation in front of a captivated audience. However, to everyone's surprise, he professed to have no knowledge of the mystical arts. It's quite intriguing, the palace master thought. He despised being left with unanswered questions. Seol Mudak was growing increasingly frustrated as Edmund struggled to articulate these fundamental ideas. If it weren't for Mudak approaching him with ice magic in hand, demanding answers, he might have stood there pondering indefinitely. Edmund was certain that the person they were dealing with was completely insane. The elderly gentleman entered the room since this Mudak individual was unaware. They would simply explain in straightforward language before becoming extremely upset and going on an intense rampage. Ultimately, Edmund had no choice but to provide an explanation for this unfamiliar notion of magic. They chatted until the sun set. Only then did Mudak feel a sense of fulfillment from the new knowledge he acquired. The palace master could never have fathomed the existence of magic in this region of the Central Plains. The world was incredibly expansive. Edmund couldn't help but notice the constant chatter about the Central Plains, even though he had no clue about its location or significance. When he inquired, Mudak felt a slight sense of offense. Why would this elderly gentleman inquire about the location of the Central Plains when we are already standing right on top of it? Mudak inquired. The elderly gentleman seemed to have misplaced his current whereabouts. He was simply inquiring because it seemed quite remarkable to be unaware of the Central Plains while residing in the very heart of it. Edmund dismissed this as nonsense, but he still held great respect for the formidable swordsman with extraordinary powers. He excitedly described their current location as a forest on the way to the capital of Drake Kingdom, Baran. The determined lord was firmly committed to his beliefs. He confidently stated that he had never heard anyone refer to the Central Plains as Drake or whatever. He even claimed that Edmund was losing his mental faculties. Nevertheless, Edmund remained composed and maintained that he was merely 50 years old, with plenty of time before any decline in mental abilities. Instead, he was concerned about Mudak, as he persistently claimed they were in the Central Plains after being rescued. If we are unable to reach a definite conclusion, we could simply inquire with the individual who has been observing us from behind the nearby tree. Edmund was taken aback by Leo's unexpected eavesdropping on their conversation. Mudak asked the young man if they were in the Central Plains or Drake. When Leo did not respond immediately, Mudak gave the kid a stern look. Edmund made it clear that Leo might struggle to comprehend his words, but he assured Mudak that he would provide him with a translation ring. With a simple gesture and a powerful incantation, the world of communication would be unlocked before him. Despite the imprudence of entrusting a valuable artifact to an eccentric individual, Edmund refused to tolerate being dismissed as a feeble-minded elderly person, knowing full well that he was in the right. Mudak followed Edmund's instructions, and the ring quickly began to shine with a radiant light. Astonishingly, an array of intricate symbols in various languages swiftly formed into the accessory, leaving the palace master utterly amazed. After the lights dimmed, the true impact of the ring became apparent. He had developed an exceptional ability to comprehend and interpret unfamiliar languages. This was an incredibly innovative display of magic. Now that he could converse with the foreigners, he inquired about the child's name, and Leo introduced himself shyly. The next question was whether the land they were standing on was the Central Plains, or the kingdom that Edmund was talking about. Leo responded to the question by posing another question. What exactly were the Central Plains? Leo confirmed that they were in a forest on the path to Barhan, the capital of Drake Kingdom. Mudak adamantly rejected that response and accused the child of experiencing cognitive decline. The old man was convinced that Edmund and the child were plotting against him, but he firmly believed that no matter who Mudak asked from the Merchant Association, they would all give the same response. Based on Edmund's passionate reply, it appeared that he was being genuine. It turned out that this wasn't the Central Plains, as Mudak had initially believed. As he pondered the situation, he couldn't help but find the circumstances that brought him here rather peculiar. Recalling a fierce battle with a tempest while aboard the ship, an event unfolded. As he blinked his eyes open, he found himself confined within a small carriage. Wasn't the straightforward explanation for all this nonsense simple? Was it possible that he was transported to a different location? Master Seol Mudak was deeply perplexed and taken aback by the sudden realization that he had somehow traversed through space. Accepting the reality of his current location on Drake Kingdom soil instead of the Central Plains proved to be quite a challenge. Adding to the already dire situation, a sharp twinge of discomfort surged through his chest. It was a short-lived experience, but it brought a unique kind of discomfort he had never felt before. Mudak tried his best to hide this strange feeling he felt in his dantian just now while Edmund, the businessman, came over to ask if he was starting to believe now. He reckoned that this energy which was different from anything he had ever experienced, might have caused the sharp internal pain. Well, whatever it was that was lingering in the atmosphere and agitating his core, one thing was for sure. Something was not right in this place. Mudok stood up and took off without saying another word to the caravan. They tried to ask him what was up, but he did not reply and just walked off with a grim expression. He needed to check something for himself. He scoured the woods while trying to attune to the energy in nature, and this confirmed that everything felt different from what he was used to. Mudok could sense pure energy swirling around in the air, confirming that this place was definitely different from the Central Plains. Maybe the woods were a little too restrictive, so the palace master decided to use a boulder as his launch pad into the air. Using his superhuman bounce, he took to the skies. He stayed up there for a bit while filtering everything he was sensing and comparing the atmosphere to the one he was accustomed to. Mudok then tried to compress pure energy in his hands. The seemingly simple process that he could do in his sleep in the Central Plains was a laborious job in this place. Still, he did not become the strongest man on the continent by giving up, even when put in an unfamiliar position. Mudok's supreme talent enabled him to manifest a complete technique. He had to scream, shout, and pour his all to do so. Though the strenuous task of compressing pure energy into his hands to be absorbed into his body was challenging, just one session basically doubled the amount of chi accumulated in his dantian. That was some good news at the very least. However, the problem and mystery of how he ended up in this foreign place still stood. Mudok's heart and mind were still focused on his goal, to find Wayan as soon as possible. While he was aimlessly flying through the air, he noticed the jewelry dangling around his neck. Could it be that this teleportation mumbo-jumbo was caused by the light emitted by the necklace back in the thunderstorm? Wayan had said that this special accessory had the power to return to the person who gave it. After all, maybe this was his chance. If he was sent here to these foreign lands, it must be for a reason. It must be to look for the love of his life. In the event that this idea panned out, then Wayan must be in this place. Back in the business caravan camp, Old Man Edmund was running out of patience for that strange magic swordsman who had just up and left. They couldn't really do much. That guy was utterly unpredictable, but also insanely strong, the most deviously dangerous combination there was. Old Mudok cleared his throat and reappeared in front of everybody. He was pleased to see that every one of the crew was there, as he was going to need a lot of information. He politely apologized for leaving so suddenly, stating that he had some business that needed attending to. Also, he had a few questions. Edmund awkwardly smiled and entertained the magic swordsman's questions, but inside, he was feeling creeped out by Mudok's smile. First, the palace master wanted just one more confirmation. If what that boy Leo had said was the truth, if they really were currently inside something called the Drake Kingdom. Edmund answered affirmatively. At the moment, the caravan was aiming to go a bit further on the trail to reach the capital city of this kingdom, the city of Barhan. Now, the magic swordsman wanted to know more about Barhan. A kid laughed and butted into the conversation, commenting that Mudok seemed to be absolutely clueless about their current location, almost as if he was one of those people who spent all their time training in the mountains. The kid had heard stories about eccentric people, oddball geniuses, like this magic swordsman, but this was his first time seeing one in the flesh. Mudok just rode the wave and let them think that he was an expert training in the mountains and had only come out today to experience the world. This was certainly a convenient excuse as to why he did not know anything about what was happening or where he was. Barhan Drake, he had never heard of these places before. Perhaps he could extract some more information from the cheeky kid. Seeing that some of them had different colored eyes, Mudok assumed that this must be a land of the Western barbarians he had only heard about. Fortunately, the kid seemed enthusiastic at the thought of teaching an expert magic swordsman about the world. It seemed like he even had something special prepared to maximize this lecture. Mudok followed the kid and asked what his name was. This cheeky little one was named Luffy. Little bro might just be the king of the pirates. Edmund watched as Luffy led Mudok to the campfire to share some info and stories, with a grimace on his face. He didn't like the magic swordsman's friendly act. He wasn't a fan of unpredictable people. That night, Luffy brought out a detailed continental map, and Mudok started learning about this place and the language the people used. As unbelievable as it was, as the lecture continued, he realized that this place was not a foreign land at all, but an entirely different world instead. The lay of the land was oddly shaped, to say the least, and the writing differed from any of the systems and dialects from the Central Plains. Furthermore, in this world, not only were there other species like the graceful elves and hard-working dwarves, but there were also similar races with their own sets of customs and culture, like the beastmen. Mudok learned that of all the diverse species in this realm, there was one that was considered to be the undisputed strongest creature, known as a dragon. Luffy described them as lizards with wings, or something along those lines. Then there was something called warp magic and magic circles. These ones might be related to the reason why he was transported to a different realm in the first place. According to the kid, warp magic could only be used by fifth circle mages and above. They would draw a round magic circle on the ground and chant their spells. Then one could instantaneously travel to wherever one wished. The better the mage's ability was, the further one could warp. The inexplicable sorceries in this place might be the toughest pill for the palace master to swallow. If there were untapped powers in this world that he had never encountered before, then what other amazing things could this new world hold? In a contemplative state of mind, Mudok looked up to the skies and noticed something he had not seen before. Up in the starry night sky were not one, not two, but 3 whole moons lighting up the evening among the clouds. Now, Mudok was a full-on believer who had somehow warped into a different world. This realm was just way too different from any place in the Central Plains. Maybe he was right in thinking that Wei-in had something to do with these events. Perhaps she really did summon him into this world. While our boy was lost in thought, the people of the caravan were in chaos. The scholarly man was yelling at someone named Savina to stop what she was trying to do. Mudok turned his gaze towards the commotion, maintaining a high sense of vigilance. He couldn't see what was happening, but from the emotionally charged noise alone, he could tell that something serious was happening at the campfire. The blonde young lady looked like she was enraged by something. She was yelling at everyone while thick and unnatural discolored veins popped up along her neck. Blondie was holding a little girl hostage with a knife in her right hand. She warned everyone to maintain their distance and not get any closer, swearing that she would kill everyone in sight. The scholarly man tried to plead with Savina to calm down and promised that when they reached the capital, they would be able to heal her sickness, as there were many capable magicians in the capital. Emma would even call in a few favors too. Savina just needed to let go of the scared little girl Annie. Savina didn't buy a word that the scholarly Charles was saying. She wasn't a fool. Even if they reached the capital on time, healers were rare. If they managed to find one, the astronomical cost of their services would be impossible to afford. There was an assassin bug's egg lodged deep in her heart, and it could hatch into a larvae at any moment, killing her. No one could deal with this problem. Charles wanted to refute what she was saying, but Savina was right. It was highly likely that she would helplessly die soon when the egg hatched into a larvae. It wouldn't just tear her apart. The same would also happen to Annie, who was exposed to the eggs at the same time. She was in the fight earlier. Savina thought that the only humane way to go was to die before the disgusting hatching began, while they were still in one piece and lucid. But the mysterious magic swordsman might have a few words to say to the young lady. Now that Mudok had a rough idea of the overarching situation, he reached his hand out while it emanated the essence of frost. No one saw him move. They just heard his voice, and suddenly Savina's dagger aimed at the child's neck was now in his hand. Mudok offered to treat her. In exchange, Savina was scared, confused, and paralyzed. Mudok just instructed her to come and sit down for a minute, as the treatment must be done soon. Edmund interjected, asking if Sir Magic Swordsman was also well-versed in the art of healing magic. Mudok admitted that he was wholly unfamiliar with the concept of magic, as he only knew a few healing techniques passed down from where he was originally from. When Mudok told Edmund and Charles to calm down for now, they felt a huge weight lifted from their shoulders. The old man came up to him and started begging for the children to be saved. He didn't have much to give as payment, but he would gladly repay the magic swordsman with all his heart. That just creeped Mudok out. He was already going to heal the kids without all the weird offerings old man Edmund proposed. He announced that he would begin the treatment, so everyone should step back a little bit. Edmund led his people to follow the magic swordsman's instructions to back off while Mudok walked closer to his patients. He assured Savina and Annie that there was no need to be so tense, as the treatment wouldn't take long to finish. All the girls had to do was close their eyes, relax, and believe in the expert's technique. Mudok started manipulating their internal energy, which seemed to cause minimal discomfort. The bug's eggs should be near their hearts, so the focus of this operation was quite sensitive. Using just his palm and his ability to sense inner energy, Mudok tried to locate the bug eggs diligently. Upon sensing some suspicious foreign material inside the girls' hearts, he stopped and his eyes widened. He had finally found it, the root cause of what made Savina act all crazy. Their hearts were under a lot of stress while the bug eggs rapidly maturing. In a tense atmosphere, everyone watches as Mudok prepares to treat Savina and Annie, who are suffering from the effects of bug eggs lodged in their hearts. Fortunately, the eggs have not yet hatched. Mudok contemplates whether he can control his energy to burn the eggs without harming the girls' hearts. As he concentrates, his hand begins to shine, and he channels his powers into their bodies. When his energy reaches inside their hearts, both girls start to glow and pant heavily from the strain of the treatment. After a moment, Mudok stands up and confidently declares that the procedure is complete. The girls are astonished, questioning if he is serious. Mudok explains that he has destroyed all the bug eggs, allowing them to rest easy now. Edmund and the others express their amazement at Mudok's abilities. Edmund approaches Mudok to confirm that both Annie and Savina are indeed fine. Leo, curious about the outcome, asks if it is all over now. Mudok reassures them, stating that there will be no side effects from the procedure. Savina expresses her gratitude, calling him a savior, and everyone bows in appreciation. As admiration for Mudok grows, especially from Luffy, he steps onto a nearby cliff and sits down under a tree. Feeling the weight of the day, he touches his necklace, feeling a deeper longing for Wayne. He gazes up at the 3 moons in the sky, wishing for a reunion. The next morning, carriages make their way toward the kingdom, with Edmund leading the exhausted group. He complains about the scorching weather. Luffy offers him some water, to which Mudok gratefully responds. Observing the water's warm temperature, Mudok decides to cool it down by releasing a bit of cold energy. After some effort, he manages to make the water colder and drinks it eagerly. Luffy comments on the intense heat of the day and checks in on Mudok, asking if he's doing all right. Mudok replies that he's managing, saying it's better than before. Luffy then notices a strange sound coming from his water bottle. Mudok, with a playful gesture, touches Luffy's face with the bottle, surprising him by revealing that it's cold. Astonished, Luffy asks why the bottle is so cold. Mudok advises him to drink it, and Luffy begins to gulp down the chilled water. As the cold liquid runs down his throat, Luffy wonders if it's like drinking ice, feeling a refreshing splash of cold throughout his body. Mudok, smiling, asks if the water is refreshing. Luffy, delighted by the experience, asks if Mudok could also freeze his own water bottle, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Mudok, having appreciated Luffy's help earlier, agrees to his request. He uses his powers to chill Luffy's bottle and, after a short while, announces that it's done. Luffy becomes overjoyed, while Mudok, still smiling, gazes at his reaction. However, Mudok's expression changes abruptly as he notices everyone else around them holding out their water bottles. Realizing that they too want their water bottles frozen, they begin pleading with him to do the same. Mudok, though slightly amused by the situation, decides to grant their wish. After using his powers again, everyone is seen joyfully sipping cold water from their bottles, all with sparkles in their eyes. Mudok smirks, thinking to himself that while it wasn't difficult to grant their requests, this might open the door to further demands. At this point, Edmund taps Charles on the shoulder, asking what's going on. Charles turns around to find Edmund behind him, who is also confused and asks someone to explain the situation. Luffy informs Edmund that the magic swordsman Mudok made him some ice water, and the others saw it too. Surprised, Edmund asks what ice water Luffy is referring to. Sweating profusely from the heat, Edmund hurries over to Mudok, who notices his condition and asks what's wrong. Without hesitation, Edmund sits in front of him, takes out his own water bottle, and requests some ice water as well. Mudok, a bit puzzled, agrees and tells Edmund to pass him the bottle. As Mudok cools the water, he reflects that staying with the caravan to learn more about this place could be beneficial, especially now that he has solved the language barrier. Offering ice water seems like a simple enough task. After a moment, Edmund starts gulping the chilled water, thanking Mudok. But soon, Edmund begins to feel something strange and questions Mudok on how he created the ice. Mudok, confused by the inquiry, asks if something is wrong. Edmund, with a serious face and sparkles in his eyes, responds with enthusiasm, stating that the ice is absolutely perfect. He explains that he has tried all the ice available on the continent, but none compare to the quality of this ice, which he finds truly extraordinary. Mudok is perplexed, asking how the ice could taste different, as he simply froze the water. Edmund clarifies that when mages create ice using the cold attribute of mana, impurities from the mana often get mixed into the ice, affecting its taste. Each mage has a unique mana signature, so creating pure ice is rare and difficult. However, the ice Mudok created was exceptionally pure, which is why it tasted so good. Realizing this, Mudok now understands why everyone reacted so enthusiastically to something as simple as ice. He almost feels pity for them, but, in a good mood, decides to make more ice for the group. As he prepares to activate his powers again, Edmund interrupts him, raising his hand toward the sky. Curious, Mudok asks what's going on. Edmund then tells him that he has a proposal for him. A few days later, Charles directs the others to hold something tightly and bring it to the back of the store. Mudok, using his power, freezes water in buckets, turning it into ice, much to the applause of everyone around. They commend him for his ability, calling him Sir Magic Swordsman. As he hears someone shouting to move faster, Mudok becomes curious and asks Edmund what's going on. Edmund reveals that he plans to revive his merchant association by selling the ice Mudok creates. Mudok reflects on this, realizing that Edmund's praise for the ice and his insistence on him being a mage were all part of a hidden agenda. He recalls Edmund mentioning that the arrogant Fourth Circle mages produce poor quality ice, which opens a niche market for high-quality ice like Mudok's. Mudok, understanding that Edmund just wants to revive his struggling business without any ill intentions, considers negotiating terms for this new partnership, as he doesn't want to work for free. Mudok proposes a 70-30 profit split, with 70% going to him for making the ice and 30% to Edmund for selling it. Edmund is surprised and asks for clarification. Mudok explains that since he's the one creating the ice, he should get the larger share. Edmund thinks about it, and, recognizing that the ice will sell well, doesn't find the offer bad. However, he tries to negotiate further, pointing out that selling the ice will require wagons, workers to transport it, and mages to prevent it from melting, which adds to the upfront costs. Mudok, smiling, agrees to adjust the profit split to 60-40. Edmund, taken aback by Mudok's quick agreement, accepts the offer and suggests drafting a contract. Mudok reflects that he agreed to the negotiation because it seems like a good opportunity to learn more about the world, but the business quickly booms beyond expectations. Suddenly, Charles bursts into the room, panting and urgently calling for Sir Edmund. He tells him that he needs to come outside immediately. Domak and Edmund become curious after seeing Charles, wondering what is going on outside the store. They notice a large crowd gathered, shouting and demanding some ice, claiming they know the ice candy is from the store. One of the men introduces himself as Arnold from Narrel City, stating he came to do business with the Roll Merchant Association. Edmund tries to calm the crowd, instructing everyone to form a line, but they don't seem to listen. Suddenly, a voice echoes, calling for silence, and everyone quiets down. A girl wonders if the voice is in her head. Edmund looks back and remarks, Sir Magic Swordsman. Mudok arrives and requests that everyone remain quiet in the store. His eyes glow, and he warns that if it gets noisy again, everyone will be put out without exception. The crowd, startled, flinches and responds, yes. Edmund explains to the crowd that their merchant association only sells in bulk. If they came to purchase a small amount, he apologizes, but they will have to leave. They might sell smaller quantities in the future, but it's not possible right now. The crowd becomes worried, with one girl questioning if they came all this way for nothing. A man pleads for just a small amount, but Mudok stares at them, terrifying the crowd into leaving, muttering about their wasted trip. Mudok smiles and remarks, off they go. Edmund then addresses the remaining people, asking them to line up. A man introduces himself as being from the Meiji Merchant Association. Another introduces himself as Benjamin Butler of the Count Slave family, and another from the Arista family. Edmund is pleased, reflecting on their good fortune. The Meiji Merchant Association is one of the top 10 on the continent, and they now have the kingdom's prestigious Count Slave family and other noble families involved. Edmund knew they could make a lot of money, but he hadn't expected to be this lucky. He realizes that all this success is thanks to Sir Magic Swordsman. Without him, the Merchant Association wouldn't have had this opportunity to revive itself. Edmund notices Mudok yawning and suggests that he take a break now that the busiest part of the day is over. Mudok asks if everything is under control, and Edmund confirms that he can handle the rest. Waving his hand, Mudok acknowledges this and wishes Edmund good luck as he leaves. Edmund watches him leave and reflects. Although he feels sorry for Sir Magic Swordsman, he has his reasons for reviving this merchant association, to avenge his parents and siblings who died unjustly, to fully revive the Merchant Association and use the role of the Merchant Association to take revenge on Duke Icarus, who ruined them using the Akasa Merchant Association. He will never give up. So please cooperate with him until then, Sir Magic Swordsman. When he succeeds, he will definitely repay him. Once alone, Mudok prepares for bed, feeling grateful for the hard work he has put in and the financial success he's experienced, which has been steady. He considers gathering information about Wayan and is interrupted by a knock at the door. When he opens it, he finds Savina, a girl he recently met, who has come to bring him snacks. Excited about the arrival of his favorite treat, ice cream, Mudok invites Savina in. He remembers how she accidentally invented this delightful snack made from a mix of ice and fruit, and he expresses his gratitude for her bringing it again. As Savina encourages him to enjoy it, Mudok takes a bite and revels in its cold, sweet, and luscious flavor, reminiscent of something one might find in the North Sea. He reflects on the success of the Merchant Association and understands why it is thriving, attributing much of that success to the popularity of the ice cream. However, after quickly finishing one serving, Mudok realizes it isn't enough. He contemplates the hassle of going to get more himself, knowing that everyone else is busy. As he prepares to leave the room, he hears commotion outside. Peering out, he sees Savina trying to manage a group of people who are causing a disturbance. She urges them to line up properly, but one man challenges her, questioning her authority, while others mockingly snicker at her. Mudok watches the scene unfold, puzzled about the identity of these individuals causing the ruckus. In the evening, a group of men approaches Savina, with one of them rudely addressing her, demanding she bring out the ice cream. Another man claims they heard rumors about the treat and decided to drop by, threatening her that she better be ready if it doesn't taste good. Savina, frightened, tries to inform them that the Roll Merchant Association doesn't sell ice cream to individuals who skip the queue. She pleads for their understanding. The lead man becomes furious at her response, angrily questioning why she expects nobles to line up like commoners. He expresses his disdain for being in the same vicinity as the mere peasants and accuses her of having a death wish. Meanwhile, Mudok arrives on the scene, silently listening to the escalating confrontation. Savina, despite her fear, stands her ground and asserts that she won't serve the ice cream to nobles just because of their status. The angry man interprets her response as defiance and threatens her, suggesting she might regret her stance. Savina remains confident, thinking that even if things go awry, Mudok will come to her aid. As the tension heightens, the man draws his sword, threatening Savina. She stands firm, but the man warns her that she's provoking danger. Just as the situation seems dire, another man intervenes, calling the lead man by name and advising him against acting rashly, questioning if he really wants to lower his dignity. The lead man, named Samuel, seems surprised and apologizes, while Savina is startled by the sudden shift in the confrontation. The intervening man approaches Savina and expresses his eagerness to try the ice cream, but his piercing golden gaze sends a chill through her, causing her to tremble. As he presses her to hurry and bring out the ice cream, she feels increasingly scared and requests that he wait, hoping for a resolution to the conflict. As the tension escalates, Edmund steps into the scene, asserting that the Roll Merchant Association does not sell ice cream to those who cut in line. He questions Savina, reminding her of the rules, to which she apologizes. Mudok observes the situation and believes it seems like there is something between them for him to have such a strong reaction. Edmund then firmly instructs the nobles to leave, expressing that he cannot tolerate any further disregard for the merchant rules. Samuel, one of the nobles, becomes enraged at this perceived insult, declaring it outrageous for Edmund to challenge a noble's authority. Edmund clarifies that the refusal to sell ice cream isn't solely due to their cutting in line. He implies there's a deeper issue at play. When a noble in the crowd asks for clarification, Edmund suggests they inquire about Duke Icarus directly. This mention confuses the crowd, who are uncertain about the Duke's involvement. Suddenly, a noble steps forward, demanding to know how Edmund knows his father, Duke Icarus. Edmund is momentarily speechless, and the noble recognizes him, exclaiming that he must be one of the survivors from the Roll Merchant Association. As the noble smirks, the other nobles visibly flinch, recalling the dangerous demeanor that mirrors Justin. Justin then draws his sword, declaring that for the crime of insulting a noble, Edmund will pay with his life. He raises the sword, preparing to attack. In this moment of impending doom, Edmund, frustrated by his inability to avenge his family, closes his eyes, mentally preparing himself for death, feeling helpless in the face of such hostility. Suddenly, Mudok intervenes just as Justin is about to strike Edmund, shocking everyone present. He blocks Justin's attack effortlessly with his hand, prompting Justin to step back in disbelief. Enraged, Justin accuses Mudok of having a death wish for daring to interrupt him. Meanwhile, Mudok sighs, reflecting on the absurdity of the situation. He had simply come to get more ice cream when he encountered the nobles, who had become hostile over a line-cutting incident. Mudok addresses Justin, pointing out that the young nobles lack manners and takes this as an opportunity to teach him a lesson. Confused, Justin questions Mudok's comment, to which Mudok responds that he will correct Justin's behavior today. In response, Justin, furious and insulted, activates his magical sword and charges at Mudok, vowing to kill him. As he swings his sword with destructive force, Mudok remains calm and effortlessly dodges all of Justin's attacks. He remarks on Justin's talent, suggesting it is impressive for someone so young. However, Mudok emphasizes that no matter how many times Justin strikes, he will not land a hit. Mudok explains that righteousness should be accompanied by reason and harmony, asserting that Justin's actions reflect poorly on nobles as a whole. Despite Justin's aggression, Mudok decides to be magnanimous, choosing to adjust Justin's manners rather than retaliate with violence. Justin's anger escalates as he calls Mudok a bastard, questioning how he dares to speak to a noble in such a manner. Mudok appears behind him and explains that discipline is what Justin truly needs to learn respect. This statement takes Justin aback, and Mudok reflects on his actions and remind himself of the teachings from the Central Plains. His attachment to Wayan has made him forget the realities of the world, and he realizes that all truths ultimately come down to him. Determined to assert his dominance, Justin decides to use his skill called Survival of the Fittest, Formless Chi. He launches an attack, but Mudok easily counters it. In his attempt to dodge Mudok's blow, Justin fails and finds a hole in his wrist, causing him to scream in pain as he collapses to the ground, frightened and vulnerable. As Mudok looks at Justin, Edmund appears behind him, astonished and asking what had just transpired. The other nobles watch in terror as Mudok approaches, warning him to stop, claiming they will cut him down if he comes any closer. Undeterred, Mudok continues toward them and asks Justin why he insists on getting up when he could have remained down. The sight of Justin standing up surprises everyone, and Mudok finds it amusing that Justin is putting on such a show of bravery. Mudok activates his powers, stating that if this is how Justin wants to play, he will demonstrate how long Justin can endure. The fight turns brutal, and Justin suffers severe beatings, leaving the other nobles in terror as they witness his deteriorating state. One of the nobles rushes to Justin's side, asking if he is okay and urging him to snap out of it. As he looks around at the rest of the Justin body, he becomes shocked and confused, believes this is impossible. Charles watches the confrontation with a look of confusion, sensing the escalating tension between Mudok and Justin. Mudok contemplates that although he is only using the strength of a first-rate martial artist, Justin seems weaker than he anticipated. He debates whether to stop, realizing he doesn't have a complete understanding of this place and should avoid killing indiscriminately. He begins to walk toward Justin, who, filled with anger, demands to know who Mudok thinks he is, insisting he knows his identity as Justin Von Icarus, and how dare Mudok treat him with such disrespect. As Justin screams in fury, Mudok, recognizing Justin's tenacity, but questioning whether he should simply kill Justin. He reflects that doing so would make him no better than those he despises. Meanwhile, other nobles rally around Justin, angrily shouting at Mudok, warning him that he cannot get away with disrespecting nobility. They demand answers, their voices laced with outrage. Instead of responding, Mudok notices a stick lying on the ground. He decides to use his telekinesis skill to grab it. This action leaves the nobles bewildered as they exchange confused glances. One noble, realizing what has just happened, asks about Mudok's abilities, while another mentions that he is a magic swordsman. Mudok then used his sword energy skill, exuding confidence as he steps closer to Justin. In response, Justin warns him not to approach, but Mudok's determination does not waver. He activates his sword chi while sporting a hysterical smile, sending shivers of fear through the onlookers. Mudok raises the stick triumphantly, taunting the nobles and declaring that they should come at him. He likens the stick to a club, saying it's the best remedy for their behavior. With a maniacal laugh, he begins to swing the stick, attacking the nobles, who scream in terror as they attempt to escape his wrath. The scene transitions to night, where the nobles are left in a state of disarray and injury, a testament to Mudok's overwhelming strength. Amidst the chaos, Justin, bruised and battered, admits that he was wrong and pleads for Mudok to stop. Another noble echoes his sentiments, acknowledging their mistakes. Samuel, visibly shaken, requests Mudok's forgiveness, assuring him that they won't repeat their offenses. However, Mudok places stick to the ground, teasingly claiming he cannot hear what they are saying as the nobles shiver in fear. Frustrated, Justin's anger simmers beneath the surface, and he vows to take revenge, imagining taking Mudok's head and trampling on it. In a louder voice, he again asserts that he was wrong and promises never to make the same mistake again. Mudok smirks, knowing that a good beating is often the best lesson, regardless of where one is. He warns them to be careful moving forward, solidifying his authority. Edmund and Charles, witnessing the entire ordeal, are filled with gratitude and relief, their eyes brimming with tears as they thank Mudok for his intervention. The next morning at the castle, a meeting is convened, with Count Slave leading the discussion. He informs the assembly that they recently received a report from an informant positioned within the Serbia kingdom. King Tomalova III prompts him to elaborate, and Count Slave details the situation in the northern region of Blackstone, which all kingdoms have successfully reclaimed. He adds that the Heathen kingdom is making efforts to develop land beyond the Sahara Desert. Duke Sergio von Icarus expresses skepticism about the feasibility of this plan, pointing out the dangers posed by monsters that inhabit the Sahara. Count Slave acknowledges the risks, but suspects that a figure named Anios may have mitigated those dangers. This revelation surprises the king, prompting Count Crash to sweat nervously as he questions the reliability of this information. Count Slave confirms its validity. Baron Arista interjects, asking for clarification about who Anios is. The king recalls hearing that Anios, one of the 10 swordsmen of the continent, has rejected numerous monetary offers and instead roams the continent without allegiance to any faction. Count Crash speculates whether Anios might have fallen in love, which leaves Count Slave momentarily speechless before admitting that this seems to be the case. This revelation piques interest, leading Count Crash to ask for more details. The king, intrigued, inquires who the object of Anios' affections is. Count Slave reveals that it is a familiar figure to them, the younger sister of the current king of Hazen, Princess Daphrin. The king reacts with amusement, chuckling at the notion that King Laird II, known for his protective nature towards a sister, would have given her away. He comments on how the sly king of Hazen is finally revealing his true colors. The king concludes that if this is true, then the Hazen kingdom now boasts 2 swordmasters, enhancing its power and influence in the region. Count Slave agrees with the king's assessment that the Hazen kingdom is likely to attempt territorial expansion, a goal they have consistently struggled to achieve since the reign of King Laird II. The king highlights the dynamics in the region. To the east, the Hazen kingdom is expanding. To the south, the commercial Serbia kingdom is developing its lands. And across the Western Sea, the Jeva Empire is also making territorial gains. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, he asks the council for their opinions on how they should respond. Duke Icarus suggests that it may be beneficial for their kingdom to pursue territorial expansion as well. The king, however, counters this by pointing out that they lack suitable land for such an endeavor and questions whether Icarus is proposing they cross the Laser Mountains to the north. The Duke confirms this, arguing that they have no other viable options. This suggestion surprises the other nobles present, as the king expresses doubt about the feasibility of expanding northward. He explains that even if they manage to succeed in this endeavor, the northern area is largely covered in ice, which would render their efforts ineffective. The king concludes that moving northward would likely lead to their displacement in the ongoing power struggle, causing the nobles to hesitate. The king announces that a delegation will soon be sent to the north to address the issue of territorial expansion. He then decides to conclude the meeting, suggesting they reconvene at a later date. As the council disperses, Duke Icarus grows suspicious of the king, sensing that he and Count Slave may be concealing important information. He watches them leave the hall, contemplating their potential hidden motives. At night in the king's study, the king and Count Slave, one of his trusted retainers, are engaged in a private conversation. The king begins by asking if Count Slave has made any mistakes lately, which the count denies. The king, seemingly aware of the politics surrounding his court, suggests that the Duke Icarus, which has a reputation for treachery, may be behind recent issues, as he has a history of banishing his opponents to the north over the past decade. Despite Count Slave taking the blame for these problems, the king reassures him by emphasizing that he is the only retainer the king can truly trust. Then Count Slave humbly accepting the king's praise. The conversation then shifts to a lighter topic as the king mentions rumors of ice being sold in the capital and asks Count Slave about it. Count Slave explains that the king must be referring to ice candy sold by the Roll Trading Company, which is distinct from ordinary ice due to its sweetness, a new or unusual delicacy gaining popularity in the kingdom. In this scene, the king continues his conversation with Count Slave, asking how late the Roll Trading Company remains open. Count Slave informs the king that the company operates until quite late, and he begins to think that the king is interested in trying the ice candy. Understanding the king's desire, Count Slave suggests they could visit the company during a secret outing. The king is impressed by Count Slave's ability to anticipate his wishes, remarking that Count Slave knows him well. Count Slave humbly acknowledges that it is his duty as the king's aide to understand his desires. The king, intrigued, asks when this secret outing is planned, signaling his interest in the adventure. The scene then transitions to the Roll Trading Company, where Savina, Annie, Luffy, and Leo gather with a magic swordsman, Mudok, to make a request. They ask Mudok to teach them magic, interrupting him as he eats ice cream. Surprised, Mudok questions their sudden request. Savina, acting as the spokesperson, apologizes for their unexpected visit and acknowledges the difficulty of learning magic, but insists that they must learn it. Annie supports Savina's plea, explaining that if the trading company were to face danger again, like it did in the past, it could lead to disaster. Annie promises to train hard, demonstrating their desperation to acquire magical skills to protect the company. Mudok, however, clarifies that while their determination is admirable, he is not a magician and does not know magic. Luffy recalls that Mudok had previously mentioned something similar to martial arts, prompting Mudok to explain that what he uses is called the Ice White Divine Palm, a form of martial arts rather than magic. When Leo suggests that they could learn martial arts instead, Mudok is taken aback. Savina and Annie quickly support the idea, and the four of them plead with Mudok to teach them martial arts. Mudok, surprised by their determination and sincerity, begins to reflect on his own past. He recalls a moment from his childhood when he, too, begged someone with silvery white hair to teach him martial arts, much like the children are now doing with him. In the present, Mudok is conflicted. He knows that his primary focus should be finding Warian, and he is aware that teaching the secret martial arts of the Northern Sea is against the rules. However, he is moved by the children's resolve and their desire to protect others. He recognizes that these children have been helping him, even though they know very little about him or his past. In this new world, he begins to reconsider the strict rules he once followed. As Mudok reflects on the children's request to learn martial arts, Savina approaches him again, pleading for his help. Moved by their sincerity but unsure of what to do, Mudok tells them to return the next day for an answer. The children, thrilled at the possibility, misinterpret his words as a commitment to teach them. Luffy excitedly asks if Mudok is really going to train them, while Leo expresses deep gratitude, even vowing to remember Mudok's kindness in death. Mudok tries to clarify, but the kids are already too excited and leave the room, eagerly talking about their future martial arts abilities. As they close the door and bid him goodnight, Mudok is left to contemplate how the situation spiraled so quickly. He humorously wonders if he had been as eager and persistent at their age, reflecting on how difficult it must have been for his own master. Suddenly, his thoughts are interrupted by the sound of metal clashing in the distance, indicating trouble nearby. He realizes there is no time for rest. Meanwhile, in a nearby forest, Count Slave is embroiled in a deadly ambush. After killing one of his attackers, who was in hoodie, he struggles to catch his breath. As he contemplates whether he can survive until reinforcements arrive, he bitterly thinks about how the ambush occurred just when they were on their way to eat ice candy. His thoughts are interrupted by the sensation of hot wind behind him. Turning around, he sees a mage preparing several fireballs, which are launched towards him. Then a massive explosion happened as the fire hits him. King, filled with worry, rushes to Count Slave's side after witnessing the aftermath of a violent ambush. Concerned, the king asks if Count Slave is all right, noticing that his arm is bleeding. Count Slave reassures the king that he's fine, but apologizes for any perceived rudeness, as the situation demands swift action. The king, understanding the urgency, tells him not to worry about formalities. In the midst of the chaos, Count Slave assesses the situation, realizing that he had overlooked the presence of a mage among the attackers due to their similar attire. Quickly regaining control, he rallies his soldiers, shouting for them to stay composed and reorganize their formation to protect the king. The soldiers respond, forming a defensive line around the king. Meanwhile, the leader of the attackers, Morian, orders his men to press the assault with the intent to kill everyone, sparing no lives. The attackers respond with bloodthirsty determination, eager to claim the heads of the nobles. As they charge toward Count Slave and his soldiers, two attackers argue over who will claim the prize of killing the nobleman. But before they can strike, Count Slave demonstrates his deadly prowess in combat. With a swift, precise movement, he kills one of the attackers instantly, showcasing his exceptional skill and decisiveness in battle. Enraged by their fallen comrade, Two more attackers charge at him, but he blocks their strikes effortlessly. Determined to uncover the truth, Count Slave asks one of the attackers who sent them. The attacker, dismissive and confident in their impending victory, taunts him, saying it doesn't matter since Count Slave is about to die anyway. As Count Slave surveys the battlefield, he realizes the gravity of the situation. The earlier magic attack had already decimated many of his soldiers, and the attackers clearly have no intention of leaving any survivors. In that moment, he reflects that if they lose this battle, the consequences for the kingdom will be dire. His foremost concern is protecting the king, and he steels himself for what's to come. Suddenly, his attention shifts to the mage in the distance, who is preparing another fireball attack. Reacting quickly, Count Slave shouts to his soldiers, ordering them to gather around and protect the king from the impending magic strike. The attacker mage, confident in his timing, taunts them, claiming it's too late for them. Just as the mage is about to launch the devastating fireballs, he is unexpectedly struck down by an ice attack. The force of the hit kills the mage instantly, leaving Count Slave, the king, and the attackers in shock. Morian, the leader of the attackers, furious at the sudden turn of events, demands to know who is responsible for the unexpected ice strike. The attacker's question is soon answered as Mudok reveals himself, standing atop a tree branch nearby. With a playful laugh, Mudok casually remarks, "He has been caught?" In a swift and dramatic turn of events, Mudok vanishes from the tree branch and reappears behind Morian, the leader of the attackers, knocking out one of Morian's subordinates with ease. Mudok then casually addresses Morian, saying, "It's been a while since he wished to see the moon, but it was so loud here that he had to come." Morian, taken aback, quickly turns to face Mudok. As he processes the situation, he realizes that Mudok's ability to appear behind him without detection indicates he is no ordinary opponent. Morian's thoughts reveal his urgency. Despite their numerical superiority, they were caught off guard by Mudok's skill. He understands the stakes. They must assassinate the king and retreat swiftly to avoid any further complications. Mudok, meanwhile, observes the weapons of his enemies and smiles. Morian, undeterred, swings his blade at Mudok while instructing his subordinates to focus on killing the king, asserting that he will handle Mudok himself. With remarkable ease, Mudok blocks Morian's attack with his own sword, demonstrating his superior skill. He then remarks on the variety of swords he has encountered. Mudok alludes to the Sullen, a weapon associated with the Northern Sea Ice Palace. He invites Morian to engage him with more power. Hearing that, Morian, filled with rage, snarls, "This bastard," and lunges at Mudok with the intent to kill, vowing that Mudok won't escape alive. Mudok, unfazed and seemingly enjoying the confrontation, smiles and encourages Morian to unleash all his fury, saying how exhilarating. "Yes, let everything out." Despite Morian's aggression, Mudok easily blocks his attacks, demonstrating his superior skill and composure. However, Morian quickly adapts by retracting his left-hand weapon and attempting a series of stabbing attacks. Yet, Mudok dodges each one with ease, further frustrating Morian. Morian becomes increasingly agitated and tries a wide, furious swing with both weapons, but Mudok effortlessly sidesteps this as well. Seeing an opening, Mudok retaliates with a swift punch to his stomach, catching Morian off guard and sending him to his knees, gasping for breath. With Morian momentarily vulnerable, Mudok assumes a fighting stance and launches into a series of attacks with his sword. The first two strikes are barely deflected by Morian, leaving him exposed for Mudok's next move. Seizing the opportunity, Mudok grabs Morian's face and forcefully smashes it into the ground, laughing in a mix of triumph and mockery. As the fight reaches this fever pitch, rain begins to pour from the sky, adding a dramatic effect to the already intense atmosphere. The scene shifts to the king, who watches the confrontation with concern and confusion. He turns to Count Slave, asking, "Just what is this?" Count Slave, recognizing the need for caution in the midst of the chaos, urges the king to step back for his safety. In a tense confrontation, King expresses his belief in a Mudok potential to save the kingdom. Count Slave, seemingly bewildered, seeks clarification on the king's cryptic statement. Meanwhile, attackers, who had previously ambushed, begin to worry about Captain Morian and the skill of Mudok, speculating whether he might be a master swordsman. As the atmosphere grows more charged, Mudok approaches the attackers, visibly angry and filled with indignation. His rage stems from a trivial yet personal grievance. His ice cream melted due to the rain, which he attributes to the attackers' interference. His outburst confuses the attackers, who struggle to understand how his melted ice cream relates to their confrontation. Mudok, still fuming, threatens the attackers, asserting that he will demonstrate the power of his anger, especially one ignited by something as trivial as ice cream. He declares that he will count to 3, implying that significant consequences will follow for those who remain after his countdown. Unfazed, the attackers respond dismissively, convinced they can easily overwhelm Mudok. They prepare to strike, eager to silence him and assert their dominance. As Mudok begins his countdown, they charge at him, determined to prevent any further complaints from him. As the attacker's strikes poised to land, he reached the climax of his countdown. In a swift and unexpected maneuver, Mudok activated his protective chi, conjuring a shimmering barrier that enveloped him, effectively blocking the incoming attacks with ease. Seizing the moment, Mudok channeled his chi into his sword, channeling it into his weapon. With a fierce determination, he took a fighting stance and unleashed a brutal counterattack, proclaiming, "Don't say that his sword is a merciless one." In an instant, a multitude of sharp ice structures erupted from the blade, piercing through the attackers with overwhelming force. Both Count Slave and the king watched in astonishment as Mudok demonstrated his formidable skills. The raw power of Mudok's attack left them stunned, as they realized the depth of his abilities. After delivering his vengeance, Mudok making a graceful leap away from the scene at an incredible speed, leaving the attackers' bodies lying on the ground. Count Slave, recovering from his shock, remarked on Mudok's sudden departure. Meanwhile, the king's expression shifted to one of urgency as he acknowledged the necessity of securing Mudok's allegiance to him. Count Slave respectfully affirmed his loyalty by saying, "Your wish is my command, Your Majesty." Edmund learns that a group of children is studying magic. Initially surprised, he questions whether they are truly studying magic and whether the enigmatic swordsman, known for his magical prowess, is the one teaching them. The person he is speaking with confirms that it is indeed the swordsman instructing a select group of 4 children. Edmund finds this situation amusing, reflecting on the nature of magic and the challenges associated with learning it. He considers the rarity of those who successfully learn magic and contemplates the children's good fortune in being chosen by the swordsman. This leads him to speculate that perhaps the swordsman is overwhelmed with work, which is why he is only teaching a few students despite many others expressing a desire to learn. Feeling a sense of curiosity and excitement about the potential of these children, Edmund stands up and asks to be led to where the children are studying magic. He is optimistic that their collective progress could lead to greater achievements, suggesting that the day when they all rise to prominence may be closer than he had anticipated. Edmund approaches Mudok and initiates a conversation, thanking him for teaching magic to the children. Mudok, confused by Edmund's words, asks for clarification. Edmund cheerfully reveals that he knows about Sir Magic Swordsman teaching magic to their children and expresses deep gratitude, asking how he could possibly repay the favor. Mudok, suspecting that this was the matter the higher-ups had been discussing, remains silent. At that moment, Charles interrupts the conversation, informing Edmund that there is a guest for Sir Magic Swordsman. To everyone's surprise, the guest turns out to be the Chamberlain. With tears in his eyes, the Chamberlain falls to his knees and pleads for mercy, explaining that the king has ordered him to bring Sir Magic Swordsman back. He warns that if he fails, the king intends to retrieve him personally, indicating the seriousness of the situation. Mudok coldly tells the Chamberlain to leave, but the request makes clear the mounting pressure from the royal court. Mudok questions the Chamberlain's sincerity, asking why he should trust him. The Chamberlain, desperate, grabs Mudok's leg and pleads with him to meet with the king, continuing his emotional appeal. Edmund, witnessing this, is shocked and wonders if His Majesty truly refers to the king. The Chamberlain, undeterred by Mudok's cold demeanor, begs him not to refuse the royal summons, regardless of personal feelings toward the Chamberlain. Mudok, unimpressed, accuses the Chamberlain of harassing him daily, dismissing him and insisting he leave. Mudok, irritated by the Chamberlain's persistent pleas, distanced himself and muttered he is not sure if this is a lead-on weigh-in, but if things like this keep turning up. His thoughts shifted to a necklace in his possession, triggering a memory of a past conversation. In the memory, Mudok firmly refused a request from his subordinate, who was pleading with him. Mudok reminded the subordinate of the 3 years it took him to gain full control over Gangbuk and expressed concern about the impending arrival of people from the Central Plains. He questioned what kind of negotiations they could have with those slippery bastards. His subordinate advises that while sometimes strength is displayed, at other times diplomacy is key. He suggests showing restraint to highlight that the Northern Sea Ice Palace is not just about brute force, but if necessary, they can resort to power once again, and then he will take the lead. Mudok reflected on a past memory with his subordinate, deciding to let him handle the situation for now, but warned that if cooperation wasn't achieved, they would resort to force. His subordinate was unsure, but Mudok was resolute. He recalled meeting Wayan, whom he considered the woman of his destiny, reminiscing fondly about the best day of his life. Smiling at the memory, Mudok resolved to focus on Wayan rather than minor annoyances, but acknowledged that action might still be needed. Arriving at a place where his students are cultivating, Mudok observed his students practicing, with Luffy greeting him. He pondered carefully about the many issues at hand. Meanwhile, at the palace, the Chamberlain returned disappointed, informing the king that Mudok had refused the invitation again. The king, frustrated by Mudok's refusal, admitted he initially wanted to thank him for saving his life. The Chamberlain vowed to return the next day to persuade him. The king, frustrated and disheartened, asked the Chamberlain how many times have he done this? Before any further explanation, a guard announces the arrival of Princess Ishilda. The king dismisses the Chamberlain and allows Ishilda to enter, noticing his sadness. Ishilda, sensing that something is wrong, inquires about the Chamberlain's troubled expression. Rather than immediately answering, the king instructs her to sit and recounts the situation involving Mudok. Mudok, a skilled magic swordsman, has repeatedly refused the king's invitations to serve in his court, leaving the king confused and disappointed. Ishilda rises in concern, checking if her father is unharmed, to which the king reassures her that he is fine. She then asks why Mudok would reject the king's offer, but the king admits that he doesn't understand the reason for Mudok's refusal, even though he values the young man's talents and wants him by his side. Ishilda acknowledges her father's admiration for the mage, saying he must be a remarkable person. The king responds that Mudok is more than just great. He was the one responsible for creating ice and ice cream, which had become a huge sensation in the kingdom. Ishilda recalls having tried the ice cream herself and expresses her amazement. The king then reveals that the same mage who created the ice had also saved his life, and he admits to feeling greedy after receiving such valuable knowledge. Ishilda understands this, saying that anyone would feel the same way. In her thoughts, she reflects on her unforgettable first experience with ice cream and ponders the coincidence that the person who made it is the very mage her father seeks. She becomes curious about this mage's identity. As she looks out the window and sees two children enjoying ice cream, Ishilda contemplates taking the opportunity to meet Mudok herself. The scene shifts to Mudok, who is teaching a group of students in a cultivation session. As he watches them, Mudok is impressed with their rapid progress, noting that although he's only been instructing them for half a month, they've already reached the point where they can emit chi. He attributes this progress to the denser concentration of chi in this world compared to the Central Plains. Mudok interrupts the session by clapping and instructing his students to stop, acknowledging their ability to control chi. He quickly corrects himself, calling it mana instead, and announces that they will now move on to the next stage of their training. His students obediently reply, "Understood, Master," demonstrating their respect and readiness to continue learning under his guidance. At that moment, the Chamberlain arrives, addressing Mudok as Sir Magic Swordsman. Mudok, exasperated by what seems like a recurring event, wonders to himself if time is repeating itself. With a heavy sigh, he braces for yet another disturbance. However, this time, the Chamberlain is accompanied by another figure, a person in a hooded cloak. Mudok is surprised to see the Chamberlain again, having expected that he would not return since he didn't show up that morning. He questions the Chamberlain about his return. Suddenly, he notices that his necklace is glowing brightly, prompting him to turn around, thinking that perhaps Wayan is nearby. At that moment, the cloaked figure accompanying the Chamberlain reveals herself by removing her hood. To Mudok's astonishment, it is Princess Ishilda, who greets him warmly and introduces herself as the Princess of the Drake Kingdom. Mudok instantly recognizes her, thinking he found her, that's her. The scene then transitions to the Roll Trading Company house, where Ishilda expresses her knowledge of Mudok's heroic deeds, specifically that he saved her father's life. Mudok humbly replies that it kind of just happened, which Ishilda interprets as somewhat rude and ungracious. Despite this, she finds the situation amusing and laughs, revealing her light-hearted demeanor. She continues by mentioning that her father has invited Mudok to the palace to express his gratitude for his actions and questions why he declined the invitation. Before Mudok can respond, he is confronted by Ishilda, who expresses her frustration about his consistent refusals to accept an invitation. Mudak recognizes her not just by her words, but also by her angry demeanor, confirming her identity as Wayan. Ishilda interrupted Mudak's thoughts, prompting him to ask when he should go. Ishilda informed Mudak that she had come to invite him. When Mudak inquired about the timing for his visit to the palace, she suggested that tomorrow at around 11 in the morning would be suitable. As she spoke, she felt that there was more to the situation than met the eye, reflecting internally that this couldn't be everything. Mudak accepted the invitation, confirming he would see her then. Ishilda concluded the conversation by saying she would leave now. Mudak reflects on the implications of visiting the palace. He is excited about the opportunity to see Ishilda again, but is also acutely aware of the social gap between them. As the king's daughter, Ishilda occupies a position of the highest status in the kingdom, leading Mudak to ponder the challenges of bridging that divide. He fantasizes about the possibility of getting closer to her and even considers the idea of marrying her. Reflecting on a past incident, Mudak realizes the importance of careful planning to avoid repeating mistakes. He decides that he will need Edmund's assistance in executing his plans. When he shares his intentions with Edmund, the news leaves Edmund in shock. Trembling, Edmund can hardly believe what he has just heard. Mudak's declaration, his intention to marry Princess Ishilda, elicits an immediate, incredulous reaction from Edmund, who questions Mudak's sanity. In response, Mudak adopts a serious demeanor, asking for Edmund's reasoning behind his negative opinion. Sighing, he expresses a willingness to listen. Edmund explains the gravity of the situation, emphasizing that Princess Ishilda is the only child of the late Queen Swan, making her the sole legitimate heir to the throne. He stresses the social and political implications of Mudak's aspirations, pointing out that Mudak, as a foreigner with no noble status, knightly title, or recognized rank, has no realistic chance of marrying her. According to Edmund, a suitor for the princess would typically need to be a prince from another realm or a noble from a distinguished family, and they would also need to possess good looks. In light of this, Mudak responds with determination. He suggests that if he can elevate his own status or gain significant prestige, it would bolster his chances of successfully marrying Ishilda. Edmund acknowledges that if Mudak can achieve something significant, it might improve his chances of marrying Princess Ishilda. Energized by the prospect, Mudak stands up and enthusiastically declares his intent to give it a try. However, Edmund interrupts, reminding Mudak of the essential rules of etiquette that he must adhere to while in the palace. Realizing Mudak is unaware of these protocols, Edmund begins gathering books from his bookshelf, intending to educate him on proper palace etiquette. He reflects on the potential consequences of Mudak's ignorance, recognizing that any incident caused by a lack of understanding could negatively impact their own business dealings. To prevent this, Edmund commits to thoroughly teaching Mudak. However, Mudak, observing Edmund's fervor, wonders why he seems so excited about the task at hand, but ultimately accepts the need for guidance, responding that he understands and will rely on Edmund's expertise. That night, their preparations begin in earnest as Edmund instructs Mudak on maintaining proper posture, emphasizing the importance of appearance and behavior. Seol Mudak endures a lengthy lecture, focusing on the nuances of palace life. The following day, Mudak dons an expensive outfit, signaling his readiness to embark on his journey. With a sense of determination and optimism, he stated that it was time to leave. Mudak arrives at the king's palace for a long-anticipated meeting. When he enters, he respectfully bows and greets the king, who chuckles and welcomes him inside. Although Mudak expected the meeting to be private, he's surprised to find many people present. Princess Ishilda discreetly apologizes, explaining she didn't intend for the meeting to fall on such a busy day, and Mudak believes her, noticing her genuine flustered demeanor. As Mudak settles in, he's interrupted by a sneer from Justin, a nobleman Mudak had beaten in a recent encounter. Justin openly expresses his distaste for Mudak's presence, calling him a miscreant. Mudak, recognizing Justin, smirks, which only infuriates Justin further. Just as Justin prepares to hurl an insult, his father, Duke Sergio von Icarus, intervenes, reprimanding him and reminding him not to embarrass himself in front of the king. Reluctantly, Justin complies, though it's clear he's still seething. The king observes this interaction and comments to Count Slave that Justin seems to have been through quite a lot recently, a sentiment Count Slave agrees with. The king then turns his attention to Mudak, asking why he finally accepted the royal invitation after so many refusals, expressing his disappointment at Mudak's previous delays. Mudak explains his reasons, citing the overwhelming workload at the Roll Merchant Association. Due to a labor shortage, he has been under intense pressure to produce ice, his primary task. Despite his best efforts, the constant influx of orders depletes the ice he produces almost immediately. His intention had been to complete his work before meeting the king, but each day's demands prevented him from doing so, causing the repeated delays until today. Mudok, having explained his delayed arrival due to work demands, is met with understanding from the king, who acknowledges how busy he must be given the popularity of ice and ice cream sales. Appreciating the king's open-minded response, Mudok silently compares him favorably to his previous father-in-law, Dam Chunhak, seeing the king as almost celestial by comparison. Curious about Mudok's identity, the king asks for his name, to which Mudok replies that he is known only by the title Magic Swordsman. The king, finding the title insufficient for ongoing use, expresses mild frustration over not having a more proper address for Mudok. Observing the exchange, Princess Ishilda suggests that the king could bestow a title upon Mudok as a reward for saving his life. Duke Icarus supports her idea, reminding the court that Mudok's bravery is worthy of recognition. Moved by their support, the king agrees, stating that he cannot ignore such an important act of heroism. Rising from his throne, he requests that Mudok step forward to receive the honor. Internally, Mudok sees this as a necessary step if he's to achieve his goals, including the possibility of marrying Ishilda, and feels his practice of palace etiquette with Edmund is paying off. The king solemnly declares that he, King Tomalova III, grants Mudok the title of Baronet and the name Blizzard, inspired by the memory of his brave actions on the night he was saved. Mudok reflects on the significance of the title, noting that Blizzard translates to snowstorm in the kingdom's language. The king finalizes the honor by affirming that Mudok's title and name will be passed down through future generations, solidifying Mudok's new status in the kingdom as Baronet Blizzard. After receiving the title of Baronet Blizzard, Mudok rises, and the king expresses heartfelt gratitude, acknowledging that he owes his life to Mudok. Mudok, smiling, assures the king he'd make the same choice again if needed. Duke Icarus seizes this moment to propose an additional reward, suggesting that Mudok be granted lands fitting his new title. The king hesitates, pointing out that it's unprecedented to give land to a baronet, as this might provoke opposition. But Duke Icarus insists no one would challenge the king's authority and implies he'd personally address any resistance. The king looks to his other advisors, Baron Arista and Count Crash, who, intimidated by Duke Icarus's stern gaze, reluctantly agree. Reassured, the king asks if there are any lands suitable for Mudok, to which Duke Icarus proposes the northern icy region previously discussed in council meetings. The king grows uneasy at this suggestion, sensing the challenging conditions of the remote northern territories. Duke Icarus continues, remarking on the alignment of Mudok's title Blizzard with the frigid northern lands, painting it as a good omen. Mudok begins to understand the duke's intentions, to send him away to a harsh region as retribution for an earlier conflict with Duke Icarus's son. Yet Mudok sees an opportunity in this. Despite the difficult location, he realizes that if he can govern the northern lands well and build his reputation, it may elevate his status enough to narrow the social gap between himself and Princess Ishilda. After returning to the Roll Trading Company, Mudok shares the events of his meeting at the king's palace with Edmund, including his unexpected appointment to lead the northern lands. Edmund is shocked and expresses concern, citing the dangerous conditions of the northern lands, including constant snowstorms, avalanches, and extremely unstable mana. He wonders if Mudok is truly prepared for such a harsh environment. Mudok, however, remains unfazed, casually sipping his tea and assuring Edmund that the cold doesn't affect him, and he finds the unstable mana intriguing. Edmund, jokingly but with some fear, asks if Mudok is like a yeti, referencing a legendary creature from the northern lands. He explains that yetis are large, strong, and impervious to cold, though they are violent. Mudok finds the legend interesting but isn't too concerned about it. Edmund then mentions the northern people's reputation as fierce warriors who are said to be able to fight 100 men and who strongly resist any form of leadership. Mudok sees this as an opportunity to prove himself and increase his fame. But Edmund, thinking practically, recognizes the difficulty of such a task. As Mudok about leave, he is interrupted by Savina and a group of children who are standing at the door with teary eyes. A little later, when they express their desire to accompany him to the northern lands, Mudok becomes flustered and refuses, explaining that it's far too dangerous for them, especially since they've only just begun their martial arts training. Mudok is confronted by Savina and other kids, who are upset that he's leaving, as they still have much to learn from him. They beg him to stay, but Mudok laughs off their concerns. Just as the kids are pleading with him, Ishilda arrives and greets Mudok with some hesitation. Mudok notices her discomfort and asks if something is wrong. Ishilda suggested that they speak after the children leave. Mudok dismisses the kids, urging them to go so the adults can talk. Savina and Leo are puzzled by his abruptness, but excitedly leave after Mudok agrees to grant their request. As they leave, Savina bows in gratitude, and Mudok urges them to go quickly so the adults can converse. Once alone with Mudok, Ishilda humorously comments on how lively his disciples are, but Mudok points out their rebellious spirit, which Ishilda agrees with. She then apologizes to Mudok, explaining that her request for the king to grant him a title inadvertently led to Mudok being sent to the northern lands. Mudok, noting her resemblance to Wayan in this way, remarks that if he hadn't received the title, he wouldn't have been sent to such a dangerous location. Ishilda accepts responsibility for the situation, apologizing once more. Mudok pretended to cough, thinking, how adorable, before saying, apologies won't change anything. In the end, he still has to leave. Ishilda, wanting to ease his mind, offers to help, asking what she could do. Mudok humorously suggests that a lucky charm might help, implying that it's a kiss filled with genuine concern. Ishilda, initially confused and embarrassed by the idea of a kiss, blushes and pulls away, clearly flustered. Mudok, sensing her discomfort, quickly reassures her that he was just joking and attempts to brush the moment off. He then begins to leave, but Ishilda, still troubled, recalls a memory from her past life that makes her hesitate. She shouts for him to wait and approaches him, unsure of her own feelings, but feeling an odd sense of familiarity in his actions. After a brief moment of silent contemplation, Ishilda surprises both herself and Mudok by agreeing to the suggestion, saying, all right, fine, I'll do it. Mudok, somewhat caught off guard, tries to backtrack, saying he doesn't want to pressure her, but Ishilda disregards this and pulls him into a kiss. The kiss is quick, and once it's over, Ishilda, blushing and covering her face with her cloak, asks if it's done before walking away. Mudok, stunned by the turn of events, is left in shock, and we see him, resembling a Cinderella 2.0, who lost his shoe along the way. As he processes what just happened, he realizes that he now has a greater motivation to succeed and return. Rumors began circulating in the northern lands about a new lord arriving, rumored to be the one who saved the king's life and was rewarded with land and a title. In a tavern, a conversation broke out about his feats, with one person claiming he single-handedly defeated 100 enemies. The second person was impressed, asking if it was true. The first person went on to say that the new lord was a sixth circle mage, with swordsmanship so formidable that even a sword master couldn't defeat him. The second person questioned why such a powerful individual would come to their area, expressing doubt. At this point, another person overhearing the conversation interrupted, suggesting that the new lord must have fallen out of favor with Duke Icarus, dismissing the rumors as mere gossip. He confidently added that, if they intimidated him enough, the new lord would likely run away just like the others before him. The scene shifted to a treacherous, icy mountain, where the roar of a wyvern echoed ominously. Jake and Luia, a man and a woman navigating the mountain, immediately became alert. Standing back to back, they scanned their surroundings with growing tension. Jake, nervous and unsure of the source, inquired, where the hell is that wyvern? Just as he spoke, Luia spotted the creature approaching from her side. She quickly alerted Jake and prepared herself to defend against the attack. Raising her axe, she attempted to block the wyvern's strike, but its immense power shattered her weapon. The force of the blow sent Luia flying to the ground, where she landed painfully some distance away. Jake, seeing Luia injured, panicked and shouted, is she okay? As he rushed toward her, Luia, struggling to push herself up, cursed under her breath, bitterly thinking, we were just trying to grab a few eggs. Why is this happening? Her thoughts were interrupted when she noticed the wyvern looming behind Jake, preparing to strike. Her eyes widened in horror as she immediately shouted, Jake, behind you. Jake turned just in time to see the wyvern's massive jaws bearing down on him. Frozen in fear, he thought helplessly, this is it. It's over. At the critical moment, Seol Mudok appeared, swiftly striking with his sword and severing the wyvern's head in a single, clean blow. The massive head crashed to the ground, landing between Luia and Jake. Both stared in shock at the twitching remains of the wyvern, with Luia screaming in terror. Standing confidently, Mudok reassured them. Luia, regaining her composure, expressed her gratitude, thanking him for his help. He was just doing what he had to do as a lord. Luia, puzzled by his words, wondered what he meant by lord, But before she could ask, Mudok turned to leave. As he walked away, he glanced back and said, "See them next time," before leaping away at incredible speed. Luia, astonished by his agility, muttered, "So fast, he's already gone." Meanwhile, Jake checked the wyvern eggs they had taken earlier, only to realize they were missing. Panicking, he informed Luia about it. Later, at Carolyn's lord's castle, perched among icy mountains, Mudok sat alone on the throne with a smirk. In that empty grand hall, the protagonist sarcastically reflects on the absence of attendees, questioning whether anyone is aware that it's the day of his inauguration. His servant nervously apologized, offering to resend messengers to the nearby villages. Mudok dismisses the idea of sending messengers again, confidently stating that even if they are sent, no one will show up. Mudok reflects on the situation, realizing that the cold reception he's receiving is likely typical for Carolyn's lords, explaining why they are often driven out. Despite the lack of support, he grins widely, confident that he has a plan to change things. A few days later, Max, the greatest warrior of Carolyn, was angry and frustrated. He had just learned of his fellow's warrior's defeat. In the midst of his frustration, Max questioned who could have possibly defeated them, the strongest warrior. Injured warriors around him, who had faced Mudok, spoke of his overwhelming skill. One admitted defeat reluctantly, acknowledging the Lord's impressive abilities, while another described the Lord's speed and the intense pain he caused with his powerful hand techniques, leaving them completely immobilized. Max, deep in thought and trying to process what he had just heard, considered the magnitude of the situation. His contemplation was interrupted when a warrior burst into the room, shouting that Mudok was in the village square. Max, realizing that the Lord had already made his move, decided to confront him. His fellow warriors, eager for Max to step up, encouraged him, urging him to take charge and defeat the new Lord. They called out to him, expressing their trust and reliance on him, saying they were counting on him. Meanwhile, in the village square, Mudok stood calmly amidst the crowd, observing his surroundings and noting the large number of people gathered. Just then, Luia spotted him and waved enthusiastically. Mudok was about to respond when Luia's father, Max, appeared behind her. Max tapped Luia on the shoulder, and she turned to face him. Max, seeing his daughter Luia talking to Mudok, grew concerned and asked, "What is she doing here?" Luia, unfazed, casually explained that the village square was crowded with people, and she had simply been curious about what was happening. Max explained to Luia that the reason for the crowd was the arrival of the Lord. This reminded Luia of a past incident when Mudok had saved her from the ice wyvern. She realized that Mudok's was the new pointed Lord. When she mentioned this, Max grew concerned and wondered if Mudok had indeed been the one to save her. He also considered the gravity of the situation. Mudok had taken down an ice wyvern with a single blow, something even the greatest warrior of Carolyn would struggle to do. Max, processing this, acknowledged the strength and skill of Mudok, but felt conflicted, knowing he couldn't back out now. Determined to confront the situation, he approached Mudok and introduced himself as Max, the greatest warrior of Carolyn. Mudok, however, did not shake his hand and introduced himself as Blizzard, the newly appointed baronet of Carolyn. Max then brought up the rumors he had heard about Mudok, specifically about him mercilessly tying people up in villages, questioning if it was true. Mudok calmly explained that he had only been teaching a lesson to those who tried to rebel, not acting out of malice. When Max asked if he was planning to rebel, Mudok's expression grew serious. Max, frustrated, clarified that he wasn't planning to rebel, but instead had an offer to make. Max explained the harsh conditions of Carolyn, where people have historically relied on strong alcohol to survive the cold. He proposed a drinking match with Mudok as a way of testing him. Mudok, intrigued, smirked and agreed. Max warned him about the potency of the drink, which could burn one's body, but Mudok confidently accepted the challenge, stating that if he won, Max would have to recognize him as Lord and follow him unconditionally. The crowd murmured in disbelief, knowing the strength of Max and the severity of the drink, with many believing Max would win. Max accepted the terms and told Mudok not to regret his decision. Later, in the tavern, the two sat at a table surrounded by a crowd, the glasses filled with alcohol. Max asked Mudok if he was sure about the bet, offering him one last chance to back down. Mudok, smirking, declared that he could never back down as a lord, and the match was set to begin. Max, smiling, warned Mudok not to regret it. As the drinking match progressed, Max began to feel the effects of the alcohol, his vision blurring after several rounds. He paused and set his glass down, prompting a fellow warrior to ask if he was okay. noticing that Max had briefly passed out. Luia, concerned, pleaded with her father to stop the match. Max, stunned by the thought of himself passing out, couldn't believe it. As the greatest drinker in Carolyn, he was determined not to lose. He refused to accept his condition, extended his glass, and insisted on another round, declaring that he wasn't drunk yet. Mudok, observing Max's state, calmly poured him another glass and gently advised, "It might be better if you didn't push yourself too far." Max, still trying to maintain control, attempted to pour for Mudok, but fumbled due to his blurred vision, spilling alcohol on the table. He glanced at Mudok, who appeared completely unaffected by the alcohol, and thought in frustration, "Damn it. He's drinking like there's no tomorrow." Noticing Max's clumsiness, Mudok smirked and teased, "Hey, how about you pour it into the glass?" Max, frustrated and feeling the weight of the challenge, held his head and thought, "How is he still fine?" Mudok, leaning forward with a smirk, asked, "How is he holding up? Is he ready to give up yet?" Max gritted his teeth and replied, "He is fine. Let's keep going." Mudok stated, "All right." Max gulped down his drink while Luia and Jake watched nervously. Across the table, Mudok effortlessly drained his glass, placing it on the table with a decisive thud. The sound startled Luia and Jake, who stared at him wide-eyed. Mudok thought to himself, maybe it's been a while since he drank, but this is going down surprisingly smoothly. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed in the room as Max collapsed to the floor, unconscious from overdrinking. Seeing that, a smile spread across Mudok's face. He thinks no matter how they look at it, he has won. Max's fellow warriors looked on, stunned by his defeat. Mudok rose from his seat and addressed the crowd. "All right, listen up. Everyone here must gather at his castle in 5 days. They will see if they're the kind of people who keep their promises." The scene takes place 5 days after a previous event, inside Mudok's castle, where the group has gathered as instructed. Mudok surveys the group and remarks with mild surprise that they've kept their promise to show up. Max, one of the group members, steps forward to acknowledge their commitment, but before he can elaborate, Mudok cuts him off, signaling a more direct approach. Mudok tells them that they have 10 days to prepare for a significant change. The group is caught off guard by his words, and a tense silence fills the room. Luia, one of the group members, breaks the silence by asking if Mudok intends for all of them to move into the castle, to which Mudok humorously dismisses, pointing out the impracticality of such an idea given the castle's size. He further confuses the group by mentioning they should pack their belongings, but not explicitly explaining where they would be going. After some back and forth with Luia, Mudok reveals his true intention. The group will be migrating north. This revelation shocks everyone in the room, leaving them to process the gravity of the situation. Mudok, having spent the past 5 days surveying the region, reveals to the group that he has found an ideal location in the north capable of supporting a large population, at least 10,000 people. He envisions a unified community where they would no longer live scattered across the icy land. He emphasizes the need to come together and build something larger than what they currently have. Max, however, steps forward to express his concern about the location. He points out that the area is already inhabited by ice ogres, which poses a significant threat. Mudok, seemingly unfazed, raises an eyebrow in mock surprise and asks for clarification. Max explains that ice ogres are similar to regular ogres but are stronger, implying a dangerous challenge for the group. Mudok responds dismissively, revealing that he has already encountered the ice ogres and, in fact, wiped them all out. His nonchalant admission of having defeated such formidable creatures leaves the room in stunned silence. His confident demeanor contrasts sharply with the group's anxiety. Mudok reassures them that the area is now safe and urges them to begin preparations for the migration without hesitation. He describes the location as a perfect spot for their future community, and with that, he dismisses the group, signaling the end of the meeting. As the rest of the group begins to leave, Mudok rises from his throne and stretches, reflecting on his thoughts and preparing for the final task at hand. However, his contemplation is interrupted by the voice of Luia, who greets him with a respectful, "Good morning, Lord." Mudok turns to see Luia and Jake, who have stayed behind after the meeting. Luia steps forward to properly introduce herself, noting that she hadn't had the chance to do so earlier. Jake follows suit, introducing himself as well. Mudok acknowledges their presence with a nod and remarks that he understands why they are there, adding that he was actually planning to summon them both for something. Jake, clearly puzzled, asks what he's being summoned for. Mudok, maintaining an air of calm, reassures them with a faint smile, telling them it's nothing too serious and urging them not to be nervous. He then invites them to follow him. Mudok leads Luia and Jake to a room within the castle, where they are confronted by a surprising sight, a group of ice wyvern hatchlings. Both Luia and Jake are visibly stunned, frozen in shock at the sight. Luia, her expression now filled with anger, turns to Mudok and accuses him of stealing the ice wyvern egg they had worked so hard to obtain in the past. She confronts him, demanding an explanation for his actions. Mudok responds with a chuckle, dismissing her anger by asking her to remember who saved them during that earlier incident. Luia's frustration grows, and Jake nervously avoids Mudok's gaze, clearly uncomfortable with the situation. Before either can offer a retort, Mudok waves his hand dismissively and moves on from the topic. Mudok then casually mentions that, although he initially thought of raising the wyverns, they are too troublesome for him. He complains about their excessive eating habits and unbearable noise, explaining that he can't focus properly because of them. Luia, trying to reason with him, explains the deep bond between wyverns and their caretakers, how they imprint on the first being they see after hatching and perceive that being as their mother. She tells Mudok that it would be pointless for them to take the wyverns now because of this bond. Mudok, not fully understanding the significance of the wyvern's behavior, frowns at the thought of having to care for them. His frustration grows as he mentally rejects the idea of dealing with such troublesome creatures. Jake, incredulous at Mudok's dismissive attitude toward the ice wyverns, steps forward and argues passionately that the wyverns are incredibly rare and valuable. He points out that Mudok's perspective is misguided, emphasizing that ice wyverns are far superior to regular wyverns in size, strength, and overall power. Luia, agreeing with Jake, urges Mudok not to squander the opportunity to raise such a formidable creature. Jake further fuels the argument by enthusiastically suggesting that, if he were in Mudok's position, he would properly train the wyverns and use them for practical purposes, such as flying comfortably to Texten, the second capital of the Gaia Kingdom. Mudok, curious, asks what Texten is, prompting Jake to explain that it is located about 1,000 kilometers west of Carolyn and is a place where anything can be found. Mudok raises an eyebrow, surprised by the claim that the wyverns could fly such a distance. Jake eagerly confirms that the wyverns could indeed make the journey to Texten and back in just an hour or two, which leaves Mudok momentarily stunned by the possibilities this opens up. After a pause, Mudok, now intrigued by the potential of the wyverns, asks how he can go about taming them. Luia smirks, sensing that Mudok has changed his stance, while Mudok grins in response, admitting that he has come up with a brilliant idea. A few days after Mudok's command to begin the migration, the people of Carolyn continue their arduous journey. Despite Mudok's leadership, the people are clearly struggling with exhaustion after days of trekking. Savina, noticing their weariness, approaches Mudok to inform him that the people are fatigued. Mudok frowns as he surveys the tired crowd, understanding the difficulty of the journey after 3 days and nights of travel. He recognizes that some of the people still don't fully trust him, but he holds on to the belief that once they reach their destination, they will understand his intentions. Turning back to address the crowd, Mudok encourages them to keep going, assuring them that they are almost there. He urges them to trust him and push through their exhaustion, though the warriors among the group are clearly skeptical. Their murmurs reveal their doubts. Some question Mudok's leadership and direction, while others worry about the ice ogres still potentially inhabiting the area they are heading to. In response, Mudok's patience runs thin. He drives his sword into the icy ground with a loud thud and fiercely asserts that he has already defeated all of the ice ogres, chastising the warriors for doubting him. His angry outburst calls into question their bravery, challenging their commitment to Carolyn's cause. Without waiting for any response, Mudok resumes walking, leaving the crowd to reflect on his words. Savina, sensing the tension, hesitates and calls out to him, but Mudok dismissively waves her off, confident that the people will come to understand his leadership soon enough. Later that day, Mudok and his group arrive at a massive cave, which they stare at in awe. The cave is a sight to behold, and the group can hardly believe they've finally reached it. Leo, one of his students and also one of the group members, turns to Mudok, expressing that this must be the location Mudok had mentioned before. Mudok confirms with a nod, acknowledging that it took considerable effort to find this spot, but that he is pleased with it. As he surveys the group, he notices expressions of relief and satisfaction among the people. Mudok then raises his voice to address the group, informing them that the cave once served as the stronghold of the ice ogres, but now it belongs to them. This marks the beginning of their new lives, and Mudok declares that from this moment on, the cave will be their new home. With that, he suggests they need a name for their new dwelling. Excitement stirs within the crowd, and they eagerly shout their agreement. Mudok takes a moment to think, recalling the name of his previous location, the North Sea Ice Palace, and considering something similar yet fitting for this new place. Suddenly, an idea strikes him, and he announces that from now on, the cave will be known as White Castle. The group erupts in cheers, embracing the new name enthusiastically. Mudok, smirking to himself, watches the celebration with satisfaction. He reflects on the final task ahead, the return of the baby wyverns. His eyes scan the cave, mentally planning where their nest will be, settling on an empty space to accommodate them. A little later, as the group settles into their new home, a sudden, piercing scream echoes through the cave. Mudok immediately spins around. Just then a spell was cast. A lightning bolt struck the last baby wyvern, knocking it unconscious to the ground. The mage who cast the spell wondered to himself, "Why are wyverns here?" At that moment, Mudok appeared on the scene, his eyes burning with intensity. He demanded, "Why is there a mage here?" The mage, startled by Mudok's sudden arrival, quickly turned to face him, readying another lightning bolt spell. Without hesitation, Mudok springs into action, moving with lightning speed. In a flash, he disables the mage by blocking his pressure points and seizing his neck. With a single, forceful motion, he slams the mage against the cave wall, pinning him there. The mage gasps in pain, and Mudok growls with authority, his voice cold and menacing. "That you won't get a second chance. Who is he?" His tone makes it clear that he demands answers and that any further threats will be met with swift retribution.
Mudok asked the man to tell him why he attacked his wyverns. The mage noticed that he couldn't move his body. He wondered if he was paralyzed. With a scary look on his face, Mudok told him that his mouth is not paralyzed. He asked him to start talking. The man was scared to see the look on his face. He said that he will talk. He introduced himself as Count Jerome von Kerwin. Mudok did not expect the man to be a count. He revealed to him that he is a baronet. The moment he heard this, Jerome realized that our boy is the man known as Blizzard, the person who saved the king's life and received a title and a land. Mudok did not expect him to know him. Our boy realized that something was off. He asked Jerome if he is the former lord who was appointed here and got kicked out by the people. The count told him that he has his circumstances. Mudok told him that it is none of his business. He pulled Jerome closer and told him that he has been talking to him freely for a while. The mage told him that he is now aware of his identity, and he knows that they are on the same side. Mudok did not respond to him. Jerome asked him if he said something wrong. Our boy grabbed his head and told him that he is wrong. The man screamed out in pain. Mudok told him that he does not care about equality. He reminded him that he failed to fulfill his responsibility. He told him that he should have turned down the title. Mudok told him that equality doesn't matter to him. The count begged our boy to spare him. Mudok told him that he would give him special treatment for once. He advised him not to think about fighting him again. The moment he said this, Mudok released the pressure on his acupoints. He told Jerome that he can now move his body. The man quickly went on his knees. He was breathing heavily with a terrifying look on his face. Mudok told him that he will seriously kill him if he says anything stupid. Jerome assured him that he won't do anything like that. Our boy pointed at his wyverns and asked Jerome to heal them. He told him that he can come out after healing them. Jerome was surprised to hear that he had to heal them. Mudok told him that he is excellent in judging people. He told Jerome that he has a lot of guts to use magic in front of the Lord. He asked him to do his best. The moment he said this, he turned around. Jerome tried to stop him, but our boy simply left him there. The count fell to the ground. He realized that something was seriously wrong. In the next scene, we see Mudok and Jerome in a tent. Our boy told the man that he wants him to send a letter to the king. Jerome was surprised to hear this. Mudok asked him about why he is so surprised. He asked him if it is really difficult to send a letter to the king. Jerome told him that the letter isn't the problem. He reminded Mudok that he asked him to send a letter asking for tax exemption. Our boy explained to him that he needs it because the people are doing their best to make a living and they don't have a lot to spare. Jerome revealed to Mudok that the other nobles will be against it. Our boy asked him about why they will be against it. Jerome said that it will seem unfair from the nobles' perspective. If this bill is passed, the nobles will threaten the king by telling him that they won't pay tax either, because their circumstances are also as bad as Mudok's own. Jerome told our boy that the king will refuse his request, no matter how much he favors him. Upon hearing this, Mudok became more certain that the nobles are the problem of the kingdom, and Duke Icarus is the one controlling them. He asked Jerome to suspend the idea. The Count was relieved to hear this. Mudok moved close to him and shared another idea with him. Jerome was surprised to hear his idea. He asked Mudok if this is possible. Our boy told him that it is not impossible. Jerome said that it might work because it is the same case. Mudok told him that they need to get ready without delay. In the next scene, we see the citizens gather in another part of the cave. Jake asked someone if he knows why their lords suddenly gathered them. Before the person could reply, Mudok asked if everyone is already gathered there. Everyone quickly turned to him. Luya told him that she came armed as instructed. She asked Mudok about why they are gathered there. Our boy said that he will explain now. He ordered everyone to hunt down ice wyverns. He told them that their goal is to get the eggs of the ice wyverns. The warriors were surprised to hear this. They knew that it wasn't easy to get the egg of an ice wyvern. Mudok explained to them that they will create groups filled with 30 people for the sake of their safety. He asked them to focus on getting at least one egg in each group. Jerome gave the warriors papers to show them which team they belonged to. Mudok announced that the team that brings back the largest amount of wyvern eggs will receive 100 gold. The warriors were shocked to hear this. An elf said that he has never imagined getting this amount of money in his life. Jake asked Mudok if he will really give them this kind of reward for the eggs. Max asked Mudok if he will really pay them 100 gold for the eggs. Our boy told him that he never makes a promise that he can't keep. He asked the warriors of Caroline if they are up to the task. The warriors began to cheer. They asked Mudok to leave it to them. While they were cheering, Mudok ordered Jerome to follow each team for 10 days and keep an eye out for useful people. He said that he will use these people for different tasks later. Jerome asked Mudok if he is thinking of creating a knight's order. Our boy turned to him when he heard this. The man wondered if he said something wrong. Mudok realized that Jerome is a very useful person. Even though he gave him a job when he just joined them, the man has been performing his tasks well. He was also able to see through our boy's intentions from the few things he said. Mudok told Jerome that he is right. He said that he heard that there should be one knight order for the Lord. Jerome told him that he is right. He told him that he needs it a lot because the Lion Knights of the Icarus Duchy are especially powerful. They are so strong that they wouldn't lose even if they fought against the Royal Knights. Mudok smiled when he heard this. He asked Jerome not to worry. He told him that they will soon be the best. Our boy decided to create a unit that is much bigger and stronger than the snow ice unit because he didn't want to lose weight in twice. With a smile on his face, Mudok ordered the warriors to begin the hunt. In the next scene, we see a group chasing a wyvern. Mudok ordered them to attack now. Immediately he gave the order. Luya, Jake, and the elf jumped down from a cliff. Luya fired her arrows at the monster. Jake used his axe to cut off its tail. Max covered his hand with his energy and used it to hit the monster's head. He asked the second unit to throw the net. The warriors quickly threw the iron net at the monster. The net covered the monster's head and dragged it to the ground. Mudok told Jerome that it is going pretty well. The man said that they have been hunting for days. He said that their hands and feet are already in a perfect sync. Jerome found our boy's idea to be bold. He never thought about stealing the eggs of the ice wyvern and taming it while it is still a baby. If everything goes well, they will be able to transport and sell hunting loots like leather and bones to distant cities with the help of the ice wyverns. Mudok asked his warriors to cheer up. He reminded them that they will be able to get a great reward if they bring back a lot of eggs. The warriors became motivated when they heard this. They decided to continue hunting. Jerome found it amazing that our boy united the uncontrollable Caroline warriors into one. He could not believe that they were hunting monsters together. While they were watching the warriors, they saw one of them behead a wyvern at a crazy speed. The monster didn't stand a chance. The man's teammates commended him for this. They referred to him as Gale. Our boy was also impressed by his skill. He asked Jerome about who the man is. Jerome opened his book to see his name. He told Mudok that the man is known as Stuart Gale. Mudok believed that the man is famous since he has a nickname. Jerome told him that he is correct. He said that Stuart is the hero of the commoners. He raids evil noble houses and gives the raid loot to the poor. Mudok asked Jerome to tell him why a guy like this is here. Jerome revealed to him that Stuart was once caught in a trap. He was imprisoned, but he escaped from the prison and wandered all the way here. Mudok could tell that the man was a decent person from the way he interacted with the locals. He asked Jerome to report back to him if he finds anyone else who escaped from prison besides Gale. He told him that they might find another useful person. The man could not believe that his work had increased again. In the next scene, we see Mudok addressing the warriors in the cave. He commended them on their efforts in hunting the ice wyverns. He said that they have collected enough wyvern eggs. He assured them that he will give them the rewards he promised. The warriors began to cheer when they heard this. Max raised his hand to ask Mudok a question. Our boy asked him if something is wrong. The man said that he would like to know why he ordered them to get the wyvern eggs. Mudok realized that everyone was probably wondering why he asked them to gather wyvern eggs. He reminded them that ice wyverns recognize the first thing they see when they hatch as their mother. He said that he wants to tame the monsters using this method. He revealed to the warriors that he plans to use the tamed ice wyverns as transportation. The loaded wyverns will transport their goods to each country. Someone asked Mudok about which goods they will be selling. Our boy said that the first thing he can think of is leather. With a smile on his face, Mudok told them that their main product will be the Ice Ogre tribe. Max and the other warriors were shocked to hear this. Max asked his lord if he is planning to kill them. Luya said that she is not yet ready to die. Mudok ordered his warriors to calm themselves. They quickly closed their mouths. Our boy asked them to tell him the person who wiped out the ice ogre that had been lurking around this white castle not too long ago. The men told him that it was him. Mudok told them that they are correct. He asked them if they really believe that he is going to allow them to become an ogre's food. The warriors realized that things are different from before. They believe that things will work out with their current lord. Mudok asked them if they are interested. The warriors shouted that they are. Our boy told them that he will give them the rewards like he promised. Before he could say anything else, one of his disciples ran to him. The boy called out to him. Mudok told Leo that he is still talking. He asked him about what is happening. Leo apologized to his master. He told him that it is something urgent. While breathing heavily, the boy revealed to Mudok that Savina is dying. Our boy was shocked to hear this. The scene shifts, and we see the other two disciples with Savina. The girl was shivering on the ground. Luffy covered her with a jacket. Savina thanked him for the jacket. Annie was sad to see that Savina was still shaking. Luffy asked her to hang on. He told her that their master will soon arrive. The moment he said this, Mudok asked them about what is going on. The children quickly turned around when they heard their master's voice. Mudok quickly checked the girl's body. He was shocked to see that her body was in such a terrible condition. Savina told her master that everywhere is so cold. Mudok asked his students to tell him how she became sick. He asked them to tell him in detail. The students explained to him that they were helping Mr. Osborne find a place to build a nest for the ice wyvern eggs. While they were looking around, they discovered a huge flower field full of glacial flowers that they had only seen in books. Savina wanted to show their master the flowers, so she took some from the ground. When they returned with the glacial flowers, Savina fell to the ground and began to tremble. The kids were shocked to see this. Leo asked their master about what they should do. He said that Savina might not wake up. Mudok patted him on the head and asked him to calm down. He told him that this won't happen. Our boy decided to take a look at the glacial flower. He was surprised to see the flower. He was certain that this was the snow ice flower. He could not believe that this was what they were calling the glacial flower. This flower is the one and only elixir of the North Sea and the Central Plains. Mudok wondered about how it was in this world. His students asked him to save Savina. Our boy decided to think about the flower later. He asked Leo to carry Savina and follow him. He said that they are going to the training ground. Leo quickly carried Savina to the training ground. Our boy asked him to put her down on a bed. The boy gently placed her down. Mudok commended him for this. He told his disciples that he is going to start treating her now. He asked them not to enter the room until he gives them the permission to step in. The students stepped out of the room. Before closing the door, Luffy begged his master to save Savina. Our boy assured him that he will. He looked at the snow ice flower in his hand. The glacial flower is known as a mysterious flower that endlessly emits cold air. However, in the Northern Sea Palace where Mudok lived, the fruit of this flower was a priceless elixir. The extreme cold of the flower makes it difficult to obtain the fruit. However, it is a different story for someone like Mudok who has mastered ice chi. Our boy blew some cold air on the fruit to refine it. Savina collapsed because her ice chi wasn't strong enough to withstand the cold. Mudok put the fruit into the girl's mouth. He poured his energy into her and called out to her. He asked her to open her eyes. The moment she heard this, Savina opened her eyes and raised her head. She was surprised to see her master in front of her. As our boy poured his energy into his student, he spoke to her through telepathy. He asked her to sit up straight and tried to circulate her chi. Savina accepted his order. She quickly began to circulate her energy. The cold energy went round her body. Mudok noticed that the cold chi in her body has completely stabilized, thanks to the circulation of her internal energy. While she was circulating her energy, Savina suddenly fell on the bed with her eyes open. Mudok realized that she has fallen asleep. He believed that she should have closed her eyes. He noticed that her internal energy has significantly increased compared to before. The fruit worked better than he expected. Mudok realized that he can increase the intensity of her training if her energy continues to increase. Before starting the training again, our boy wanted the girl to take him to the flower field where she found the snow ice flower when she woke up. He realized that he might be able to achieve his goal much sooner than expected. Later in the day, Savina woke up after sleeping for a while. After harvesting the ice wyvern eggs, the White Castle underwent a major reorganization. Mudok checked the list Jerome gave him and organized his own elite knight order, known as the Blizzard Knight Order. He promised to raise the warriors as powerful men that belonged to the Blizzard Knight Order. Schuert was appointed as the captain of the order. Mudok created a school and a hospital in this new place. He also created restaurants, bars, and clothing stores. Everything was going according to our boy's plan. The training facility was adjusted according to people's abilities. In the next scene, we see Mudok and Jerome talking. Our boy told the mage that he has to align people with the organization if he wants to improve it. The mage told him that he is right. Osborne was placed in the White Castle security forces, and Jerome was appointed as our boy's assistant. Jerome reminded Mudok that he still has to teach people magic. Our boy asked him if he doesn't want the position. The man said that he doesn't. Mudok called him a bastard and asked him to repeat his answer. He threw some paper at him. Jerome could not say anything. He felt like he should be given 1,000,000 gold for his work. Mudok said that he wants to create a patrol unit. The patrol unit will be in charge of guarding the exterior of the White Castle. It is also responsible for scouting Carolyn and bringing in scattered residents. Mudok said that he will be the captain of this unit. He decided to create another armed group called the Wyvern Knights. Jake begged Mudok to allow him to join this group. Our boy did not know if he was making the right decision. For now, there weren't any wyverns big enough to carry adults, so the group was put on hold. Once the number of Wyvern Knights is finalized, the remaining eggs will be used by the Carolyn merchants. Mudok told Luya that it is a secret that he is the chief of the merchants. He told the girl that she will act as his proxy. Luya accepted his offer. A few days later, we see Jerome running somewhere. He was carrying a briefcase. He remembered that Mudok told him that he will reduce his workload. He wondered about how troublesome things will be today. While thinking, he stepped into a room. He apologized for being late. Max asked him not to worry. He said that the meeting just started. When Jerome looked around, he noticed something odd. Savina was also in the room. He remembered that the girl was unwell recently. He wondered why she was there. Mudok asked him to sit down. He asked Osborne to continue his report. Osborne said that the security unit hasn't been around for a long time, and yet they have already locked up 20 people in prison. The problem is that more than half of these people are fugitives who came from outside. Max stood up and told his lord that these people are criminals. He asked Mudok to keep them locked up so that they don't cause any trouble. Mudok asked him if they should start by locking him up. He reminded the man that he is the main culprit of the rebellion that drove out the former leaders like Jerome. Max said that this is different. He said that it was self-defense to protect Carolyn from the central nobles. Mudok asked him if he considers his actions as a noble struggle and Schuert's actions as petty theft. Max realized that he was being irrational. He apologized to Schuert for his actions. The man asked Max to not forget what causes the suffering of the commoners. He told him that they will discuss this later since they are in a meeting. Mudok did not expect Max to be so narrow-minded. He asked the others if they have another opinion to share. Savina asked him if she can share her opinion. Our boy asked her to go ahead. Savina told Mudok that the villagers must have a terrible view of fugitives for Max to react like this. Our boy agreed with her. The girl reminded him that they have to start ogre hunting tomorrow. Mudok asked her about what this has to do with anything. Savina suggested that they put the prisoners at the forefront of the hunt. Everyone was shocked to hear this. Mudok actually liked the idea. He asked Savina to keep talking. In the next scene, we see an ogre screaming in the forest. A man with some bandages on his face informed Schuert that they could have lost the ogre. This man is Lenin. He is a grade 1 escapee. There was a huge man holding an axe behind Schuert. This man is Gregor. He is also a grade 1 escapee. Schuert ordered the men to attack the ogre. Once they get far enough, he asked them to erase the monster's tracks and attack it. The men accepted his order. While the ogre was looking around, Gregor and Lenin charged at it from behind. They landed their attacks on the monster's back. The ogre screamed out in pain. It quickly turned around. Gregor asked Lenin to watch out. He told him that a counterattack is coming. The monster swung its huge club at Lenin. The man was surprised to see its club coming towards him. He realized that it was too late for him to dodge. Before the club could hit him, Schuert charged at the monster. He ordered Lenin to get down. Lenin quickly bent his head to dodge the attack. Schuert used the opportunity to land multiple attacks on the ogre. The monster screamed out in pain. While it was screaming, Schuert and the others charged at it. They used their weapons to tear the ogre apart. The scene shifts, and we are taken back to the time that Savina suggested that they put the escapees at the forefront of the hunt. Mudok really liked her idea. Osborne asked her if she wants to send them to the front lines and get rid of them. He told her that her plan is very extreme. Savina shook her head. She explained to the man that it will be much more humane than locking them up in prison. She reminded him that her master is going to join them. She told Osborne that her master is not someone who discards manpower so easily. With a smile on her face, Savina told the men that people's perceptions of the escapees will start to change once they fight with them. The scene shifts, and we are taken back to the present. We see the rest of the group arrive to the hunt. They were all looking at the ogre that Schuert caught with the escapees. Schuert asked Lenin if he is okay. The man said that he can still manage, even though it was close. With a smile on his face, a man told the captain that Lenin is bluffing again. Lenin told the man that he barely dodged the attack. He told him that it was like the time he threw his pickaxe at the prison staff and got slammed. The man asked him to stop joking around. Gregor placed his hand on his friend's shoulder and told him that they got a hefty reward. He told him that they need to celebrate with a round of drinks. Lenin told his friend that they need to take this chance to make a fresh start. He told Gregor that he won't pay, no matter how he tries to sweet-talk him. Gregor laughed when he heard this. He told his friend that he got smacked too hard. Mudok smiled when he saw how they interacted with one another. He could tell that they have built up their teamwork through cooperation. He couldn't believe that his disciple thought of this idea. He realized that he made the right choice by accepting her as his disciple. While Mudok was watching the man, we see something watching him from the distance. The monster was carefully watching him as if it was cautious of him. In the next scene, we see one of the hunting groups tracking an ogre. A man asked another man with a mask to slowly fall back in the direction of the ambush. One of them heard a sound coming from the woods. He asked the masked man if he heard it too. The man raised his bow. He said that he will fire a few shots. He asked his teammates to get ready. The other men quickly took a stance. The man fired his arrows at some trees. He and his teammates waited for something to come out. Fortunately for them, nothing happened. The masked man was relieved to see this. The other man said that it must have been the sound of falling leaves rustling in the wind. The masked man told him that he must be right. He moved close to a tree to retrieve his arrows. He asked the other men to retrieve the rest of the arrows and search another area. Before he could take out his arrows, a huge monster came out from behind the tree. The men were terrified to see the monster. The scene shifts and we see Mudok outside with Jerome. He informed Osborne that the residents are no longer afraid of ice ogres. Osborne told him that they are all ready to hunt. Jerome told our boy that it is all thanks to his leadership. While looking at the corpse of an ogre, Mudok ordered Jerome to make sure that no one moves ahead without orders. Jerome accepted his orders. Mudok asked him if the conditions of the other monsters is still being investigated. Jerome told him that there is still more data that needs to be organized. While they were talking, we see one of the men that encountered the monster talking to Osborne. The man was using a stick to support himself. He informed Osborne about what happened. Osborne asked him if the men are unharmed. The man informed him that the men are not dead. They were simply injured. They are currently being treated at the infirmary. Mudok asked Osborne if something is wrong. The man revealed to him that something serious has happened. He explained to our boy that a new monster has appeared and it is different from the ice ogres. Our boy was surprised to hear this. The wounded man explained to Mudok that two of their members who went to investigate monster activities were attacked by the monster. Mudok asked the man if he is certain that it wasn't an ogre. The man assured him that it was a different species. Our boy asked him to describe it. The man told him that the monster's body was covered in white fur, and it was incredibly huge. It was over 3 meters tall. He told Mudok that ogres are stupid. This monster was way more intelligent than them. While the man was talking, something screamed in the forest. Mudok immediately told Jerome that the hunt is over. Jerome asked his master if he plans on going by himself. Our boy told him that he has to do it himself. He asked Jerome and Osborne to follow him once the area is secure. The men accepted his order. Mudok ran into the forest at a crazy speed. He realized that he knew this monster that the man described. He was certain that he had heard an explanation from Edmund before. He remembered the time Edmund asked him if he was a Yeti. While Mudok was running, he activated a skill known as Mind's Eye and used it to scan the forest. He quickly found the monster he was looking for. Our boy landed on a tree. He took out his sword and charged at the monster. The monster became terrified when it sensed someone coming towards him. He quickly raised his hand to block our boy's attack. He was able to block it with his thick fur. Mudok was barely able to cut him. He noticed that his attack bounced right off the monster. He could tell that his body was very tough. Now that our boy was looking at it, he became certain that this monster is a Yeti. Mudok noticed that the Yeti that was roaring earlier was now frozen stiff like a scared wild cat. Due to the way the monster reacted, our boy realized that it could sense the weight of his martial power. The look in his eyes shows that he is scared. Mudok considered sparing the Yeti out of curiosity, but he couldn't keep someone who harmed his people alive. Our boy raised his sword and asked the monster to be born as a human in his next life. He jumped and charged at the Yeti. The monster was scared to see him coming towards him. He covered his hand with an unknown energy before Mudok could strike him. When Mudok's sword got close to the monster, it destroyed everything around him and cleared the area. Our boy believed that he had won the fight, but he was wrong. When he looked at the ground, he didn't see anything there. He recalled that the Yeti suddenly emitted a light and vanished along with his energy just before it was struck down. Our boy wondered about the kind of magic the Yeti used. He recalled that the light was green. He remembered that he heard something about this from Luffy when he first came to this world. Mages of the 5th circle or higher can use space travel magic called teleportation. Most mages stay at the 1st or the 2nd circle. Mudok understood that the 5th circle must be something between the transformation realm and the profound realm in the cultivation world. He could not believe that a monster covered in white fur used such an extraordinary magic. Of course, this didn't really matter to Mudok. Even if it was spatial movement, our boy could still catch up to it. He turned around and fired his energy in the direction of the monster. He tore through the forest with his ice chi. Unfortunately, the Yeti still escaped. Mudok did not expect a big monster like that to run off like a rat. He could still sense the Yeti's presence nearby. Even though it was teleporting, it couldn't get very far from our boy. Mudok could tell that the monster was about 1.5 kilometers away from him. While looking around, our boy felt something. He carefully placed his leg on a tree. He sensed the cave below. When he arrived at the entrance of the cave, he saw something shocking. He saw a huge library. He could not believe that there is a library in the middle of this snowy field. While he was looking around, he found the Yeti behind a shelf. He told the monster that he should make some efforts if he is going to hide. The Yeti begged him not to come closer. Mudok assured him that he is not going to eat him. He asked him to calm down. He asked the Yeti if he is a human. The Yeti told him that he isn't. He said that he is a great warrior of horrors. He told him that his name is Condal. Our boy wondered if he had heard about a warrior of horrors. Jerome appeared behind him and told his master that it is a term that means Yeti. Mudok commended Jerome on finding this location. The mage informed his master that there were signs of destruction nearby. He told him that something like that would be impossible for anyone except his master. Jerome thought that a natural disaster occurred when he saw what his master did. Jerome wondered why a legendary race like the Yeti, that has been in existence since ancient times, was in a library like this. Mudok said that he was about to ask Condal about it. He hit his hand on the wall and asked Condal to tell him where he came from. Condal didn't say anything. With a look of anger on his face, our boy asked him if he is trying to run away again. He released his ice chi and asked Condal to speak quickly. He told him that he is not a very patient person. Condal became scared. He revealed to Mudok that he is from Gulag. Our boy asked him if Gulag is his village. Condal nodded his head. Mudok asked him if a lot of Yetis live there. Condal told him that he is right. While they were talking, Jerome was looking at the books in the library. Something in the library caught his attention. Murdoch asked Condell to tell him why he killed his people. With a scary look on his face, he asked him to choose his answer carefully. Condell told him that he didn't kill anyone. He used his hand to beat his chest and told our boy that he is a great warrior of horrors. He said that people don't die after getting hit by his bat. With a serious look on his face, Murdoch asked him if he is telling the truth. Condell looked into his eyes and told him that he is. While looking through the books, Jerome told his master that Condell is telling them the truth. He said that the two men only sustained injuries. There were no deaths. Murdoch recalled that the man said that the men were in the infirmary. He realized that no one actually said that someone died. Condell told him that he drove the humans out because they entered the sanctuary first. He said that he would never attack first. Murdoch told Jerome that the men must have trespassed into the Yeti territory while they were hunting the ice ogres. The man told him that he is right. Our boy realized that Edmund gave him the wrong information about Yetis. He called Condell by Kong Dao and asked Jerome to heal his injuries. Jerome corrected his master on his pronunciation of the Yeti's name. While Jerome was healing him, Murdoch called out to Condell with a smile on his face. He asked Condell to tell him where his sanctuary is. He told him that he will firmly warn his people so that they don't trespass again. Condell was very happy to hear this. With a scary look on his face, Murdoch told Condell that he has been speaking informally to him the whole time. He asked him if he doesn't know how to use honorifics. The Yeti did not know what honorifics meant. Murdoch asked him to forget about it. He didn't see the point in taking it seriously with someone who couldn't speak properly. Jerome informed his master that the treatment is complete. Our boy told him that they need to return now. Jerome called out to his master. Murdoch asked him if something is wrong. Jerome told him that he has a request to make. The scene shifts, and we are taken to Barhan. We see Edmund ask Charles to tell him the amount of time that has passed since the promised date. The man told him that it has been 3 months. Edmund called out to his assistant again. The man turned to him. Edmund fell to his knees and said that their merchant association is finished. Murdoch made him a promise in his very stupid imagination. Murdoch held his beard and asked him to hold on for 3 months. He told him that he would send someone. Charles wondered if there was such a romantic mood in the air when Murdoch was speaking to his leader. Edmund began to cry. He told Charles that he had not received any word from our boy. Charles asked him to calm down. He told him that Murdoch isn't someone who would break his promise. While he was talking, he noticed that a huge shadow covered him and his leader. Edmund and Charles quickly looked up. They were shocked to see a wyvern coming close to them. The two of them quickly moved back when the wyvern landed. Edmund heard a voice call out to him. Edmund immediately recognized this voice. When he looked at the wyvern's back, he saw Savina with a smile on her face. The girl told the man that the ice had arrived. Edmund was extremely happy to see a huge bag containing ice. He said that he knew Murdoch would come through. Charles was shocked to see Savina getting off the ice wyvern. It is a monster whose strength rivals an entire night squad. He couldn't believe that they were using this powerful monster for ice delivery. He wondered about what our boy was doing in the north to be able to control an ice wyvern. While looking around, Savina remembered something. She stretched out her hand to give Edmund a letter. She told him that her master asked her to give the letter to a certain person. Edmund smiled when he heard this. He knew who Murdoch was talking about. The scene shifts and we are taken to the palace. We see Princess Ishilda drinking tea outside. She was drinking it with someone. The boy thanked her for accepting his invitation. He told her that she grows more beautiful with each passing day. Ishilda thanked Justin for his compliment. He took a sip of his wine. He realized that the princess was still as cold as ever. She wasn't even giving him a fake smile for formalities. Justin believed that it wouldn't be fun if the princess gave in too easily. He was certain that he could change her indifferent behavior. While he was thinking, a maid rushed to meet the princess. She told her about something. Ishilda screamed out when she heard that she received a letter from Murdoch. Justin stood up and spat out his drink when he heard this. The maid informed Ishilda that the letter was in the study. Ishilda quickly stood up and asked the maid to follow her. Justin asked the princess if she was already leaving. He reminded her that he had rushed there in the morning to see her. With a cold look on her face, Ishilda told him that she heard he trained so much that even a day isn't enough. She asked him not to waste his time. She asked him to head back to his house. She turned around and asked the maid, whose name is Lenshia, to follow her. Justin grit his teeth when he saw this. When he saw how beautifully Ishilda's hair flowed, he became enraged. He slammed his hand on the table and called Mudak a bastard. The scene shifts and we are taken to Ishilda's study. We see her reading the letter. Our boy asked her about how she has been. He told her that he had been doing well thanks to her lucky charm. Ishilda blushed when she remembered the kiss. Mudak told her that the northern lands are a nice place to live in. He said that there are sparkling crystal caves and warm hot springs. He revealed to her that they built a city called the White Castle inside a warm cave. He told Ishilda that it is a very beautiful place, but it has one big flaw. The flaw is that she is not there with him. He said that this makes the place feel really empty. Mudak told her that he wants to give her a small gift to show her how he is feeling. When Ishilda looked down, she saw something shocking. She saw a flower made from ice. She held the flower close to her chest. She wondered why she was always thinking about our boy. She took a look at the flower again and made a decision. She decided to meet Mudak directly. The scene shifts and we are taken to the White Castle. We see Mudak making an ice flower. He was wearing a white fur coat. The flower broke in his hand. He found it odd that he was good at smashing things, but it was difficult for him to make delicate items like this. While he was thinking, Jerome ran to him. He called out to his master. Mudak asked the mage to tell him why he was making such a fuss. He asked him to tell him what happened. Jerome told his master that he needed to come to the office right now. He said that he had made a huge discovery. He told Mudak that it was a once-in-a-lifetime event. Mudak asked him to calm down. He told him that he would follow him. He poured the broken ice shards onto the numerous other shards next to him. Those were from the previous ice flowers he had tried to make. At the office, Jerome revealed to our boy that the library he found belonged to an ancient mage. Mudak acted surprised. He asked Jerome to tell him what the big deal was. The mage told his master that his reaction was too poor. He explained that this was a huge discovery. He told Mudak that it was a relic of ancient humans, a key to reviving lost magic and a stepping stone to break past the fifth circle. Mudak didn't really care. He noticed something odd. He turned to Jerome and told him that he was sensing something intense coming from his waist. Jerome was shocked to hear this. With a shaky tone in his voice, he told Mudak that it was not important. He said that he didn't report it because it was worthless. Mudak used his chi to drag a bag out of Jerome's clothes. Jerome became scared. With a smile on his face, our boy told the mage that he needed to see it since he was trying so hard to hide it. When he opened the bag, he found something odd inside. He found some shiny rocks. Jerome explained to his master that he wasn't trying to hide the stones. He told him that the stones were filled with condensed mana. They are called mana stones. Mudak asked Jerome to tell him what he wanted to use the mana stones for. Jerome gathered his mana and revealed to Mudak that he is currently a fourth circle mage. He has nearly reached the fifth circle, but he hit a wall that has been holding him back for a while. He told Mudak that he believes a mana stone might help him overcome it. Our boy understood that it wasn't easy for him to surpass his current level. He told Jerome that he understands how he feels. The mage thanked him for this. Mudak revealed to him that he would not allow him to use the mana stones. Jerome was annoyed to hear this. He explained to Mudak that increasing his power would benefit the White Castle. He begged our boy to allow him to use it. Mudak denied his request. He explained to him that he might be able to break through his wall with the mana stones now, but he asked him what he would do after that. He asked him if he would start searching for another mana stone again. Our boy told Jerome that this isn't important. When stepping into a new realm, the important thing is the effort one makes to gain true understanding. Mudak explained to him that growth comes from time and effort. It has no shortcuts. Jerome clenched his fist and released it. He realized that his master was right. He recalled that he reached the fourth circle with his own efforts. Jerome remembered someone telling him that magic isn't something he can learn in a hurry. The man told him that he would be able to understand what magic is as he slowly progresses. Jerome told Mudak that he had started forgetting his grandfather's words, without realizing it. Mudak was relieved to see that Jerome understood him. He was already ready to beat his intentions into him. He asked Jerome to tell him what they can use the stones for, apart from increasing his ability. The mage revealed to him that it can be used in almost every magic. It is extremely versatile. It can be used in mana amplification, barrier shields, and even communication spells. Mudak was shocked to hear this. He asked Jerome if a person can communicate without a mage with the mana stones. Jerome told him that he is correct. He explained to him that someone without magic can communicate with it, as long as he casts communication spells on the mana stone. He told Mudok that this is a high-quality mana stone. They can use it to communicate all the way to the Jeva Empire across the sea. Our boy picked up a cup and asked Jerome if he knows the most important thing in governing a country. Jerome said that he is not sure. Our boy revealed to him that it is the speed of information. He told him that the country that gathers and delivers information faster can change the game. He ordered Jerome to turn all the mana stones into communication stones. The scene shifts and we are taken outside the White Castle. We see Mudok, Jerome, and Osborne standing outside. Jake called out to our boy with the mana stone and asked him if he can hear him. Mudok and Osborne were surprised to see this. Our boy told Jake that he can hear him clearly. He asked Jake about how far he has gotten while riding a wyvern. Jake told Mudok that he is 10 kilometers above the plains from the White Castle. He told our boy that he can hear him perfectly. Mudok was happy to see that the signal did not have any interference. He said that the communication stones test is a success. He announced that they will use the communication stones to stay in contact from now on. The moment he said this, he heard Jake saying that the wyvern is amazing. Jerome and Osborne became worried when they saw that the boy interrupted their master. He asked the wyvern to do a triple spin nosedive. Our boy was annoyed to hear the boy's voice. He ordered him to come back. He squeezed the communication stone and ordered Osborne to increase the training intensity when Jake returns. Jerome begged his master not to break the communication device. Before Mudok could break it, someone called out to him. When he turned around, he saw some wyverns landing in front of the White Castle. The person who called out to him was Savina. The girl told him that she is back. Mudok was happy to see her. He asked her to come in. In the next scene, we are taken to the meeting room. We see everyone seated. All of them now had new white uniforms. Mudok was reading a letter in the room. Savina asked her master if there is something wrong with Edmund's letter. Mudok told her that there isn't. He revealed to her that he asked Edmund to send him information about the political climate of nearby countries. He said that Edmund talked about it in great detail. Mudok noticed that a particular name was mentioned a lot of times in the letter. The name is Anos. The name felt strange to Mudok. He asked the people there if they know anything about Anos. Stuart Gale was surprised to hear the name. He told Mudok that he has never seen Anos himself. He said that people say that he is a grand sword master. Everyone was shocked to hear this. Mudok didn't know how to react. The members could not believe that there was someone more powerful than a sword master. They thought that there wasn't a single person on the continent that was above a sword master. With a terrifying tone in his voice, Mudok ordered his men to keep quiet. Everyone quickly shut their mouths. They were all scared. A grand sword master is at the realm of harmonization in the Central Plains. Someone in the realm of harmonization would be able to create a sword manifestation. Mudok was disappointed when he found out that there were only 10 people who could use sword aura in this world. To a warrior like him, a life without worthy opponents is very dull. He could not believe that a master of the harmonization realm has shown up. Even though the person wouldn't be a match for him, our boy was still excited. He wanted to meet the strongest person in this world. Stuart Gale told Mudok that he heard something unusual about Anos. He revealed to his master that people say that when he uses his swordsmanship, a plum blossom scent follows. Mudok was shocked to hear this. He knew about a swordsmanship that releases the scent of plum blossom. He knew that only people of the Manhwa sect are capable of using such techniques. A realization dawned upon Mudok. He realized that someone else from the Central Plains might have crossed into this world. The scene shifts and we are taken to the time when Mudok unified the Central Plains. We see him trying to touch a plum blossom with his hand. He told someone that the Manhwa sect uses a sword technique that gives off the scent of plum blossom. Mudok told the man, who he held up with his eyes, that his swordsmanship is impressive. He told him that he simply chose the wrong opponent. The man's name is Jungpung. He is the head of the Manhwa sect. Jungpung grit his teeth and called our boy a bastard. He told Mudok that the outcome would have been different if his disciple was here. Mudok asked him if he is referring to the disciple that ran away a few days ago. Jungpung told Mudok that his disciple didn't run away. With a look of anger on his face, he said that his disciple suddenly disappeared during his secluded training. It was as if he vanished from the world. At the time, Mudok thought that this was a ridiculous excuse. But after coming to this world, our boy began to believe what Jungpung said. He wondered if Jungpung's disciple is actually Anos. Jerome asked Mudok if this is everything the letter said. Our boy told him that there is nothing really important in the letter. He told his cabinet that he was informed the kingdom sent an inspection team. Everyone was shocked to hear this. Jerome asked Mudok to tell him if something is wrong. Mudok did not understand why he was panicking. He asked him if it was a big deal. Jerome told him that it is. He explained to Mudok that there are only two reasons why an inspection team visits. It is either a royal sightseeing trip or the capture and execution of traitors. Jerome believed that they needed to be prepared. He asked Mudok about when the inspection group was coming. Our boy raised his hand and pointed outside. Jerome quickly turned around. Mudok told him that it is currently 1 p.m. He said that the group has already arrived outside the palace. We see a large number of soldiers waiting. Jerome and the others were shocked to see the amount of soldiers that came. They even saw some knights among them. Justin stepped forward in armor. He called upon Mudok and asked him to come down and receive the inspection group with proper manners. Mudok quickly appeared in front of him. He greeted Justin and asked him if his arm is now better. Justin was annoyed to see our boy mocking him. Members of Mudok's group were surprised to see him on the ground. They did not know how he was able to quickly get there. Jerome wondered about what his lord was thinking. He did not know if our boy was going to kill them and commit treason. Mudok smiled and asked the princess to come out. Ishilda asked Justin to refrain from making threats. She stepped out and took off her hood. She asked our boy if he has been well. In the next scene, we see Ishilda smiling as she looked around the White Castle. She was surprised to see how beautiful the crystal cave was. She told him that she wants to see the hot springs. Our boy asked her to follow him. Mudok found out that the inspection group came there for a royal sightseeing trip. After Ishilda read his letter, she begged her father until he let her come with the inspection group. While showing her around, Mudok told the princess that she is still as stubborn as ever. He reminded her about the lucky charm she gave him. Ishilda began to blush when she remembered the kiss. She told Mudok that the topic is off limits for now. Upon seeing how shy she was, Mudok realized that she is still the same way she was in the Central Plains. As he walked past some ice crystals, our boy realized that it has been a long journey for him. He conquered the martial world to avenge Wayan, and after a long detour, he finally met her again. Even though her appearance has changed, Mudok was simply happy that he gets to be reunited with her. Ishilda was quite happy to see the hot springs. She said that it is quite beautiful. Mudok hugged her and told her that she is even more beautiful to him. Ishilda was surprised to hear this. Our boy told her that he really missed her. He then called her Wayan. Ishilda's expression became grim when she heard this. She let go of him. Mudok immediately realized that he messed up. Ishilda asked him about who Wayan is. Mudok told her that the name accidentally slipped out. Ishilda explained to him that she likes the way he looks at her. She could feel affection from the gaze in his eyes. She said that she just realized something today. She asked our boy if his affection is directed toward her or the woman known as Wayan. Mudok was shocked to hear this. Seeing that he could not give her a response, Ishilda turned around. Before she could walk away, Mudok called out to her. Ishilda covered his mouth with her hand before he could say anything. She told him that he does not need to say anything. As tears slowly dropped from her eyes, she turned around. She told Mudok that she has already gotten her answer. Mudok wanted to stop her. He clenched his fist out of anger because he didn't know what to say. At night, we see Mudok walking in the forest. He thought about Wayan and Ishilda. He knew that Ishilda won't understand the emotions he has built up, even if he explains his transmigration to her. While Mudok was thinking, we see someone watching him from a tree. The person took out a blade and charged at Mudok from behind. A large amount of blood splashed in the forest. In the next scene, we see Justin call out to someone known as Aruvan. Aruvan came out of his shadow and greeted him. Justin asked him about how the ambush went. Aruvan told him that it was a success. Justin smiled when he heard this. At the forest, we see Mudok's pendant on the ground. The scene shifts and we are taken to the White Castle's VIP guest quarters. We see two guards at the entrance. Inside the room, we see Ishilda crying. She told herself that she is pathetic. She could not believe that she was crying her eyes out after a breakup. While resting her head on her table, she remembered the look that Mudok had in his eyes. She told herself that Mudok is so foolish. She wanted him to try holding her back. At the entrance, we see someone walking up to the guards. The guards inform Ishilda that she has a visitor. Our girl's mood quickly changed when she heard this. She believed that it was Mudok. She quickly got dressed and opened the door for the person. Ishilda asked him about why he came there so late at night. She asked him if he came to apologize for earlier. The moment she said this, Ishilda saw something shocking. The person in front of her was holding a sword covered in blood. The person had used his sword to stab Ishilda's guards. The person turned out to be Justin. With a creepy smile on his face, the sadistic bastard asked Ishilda to pardon his late-night visit. Our girl was shocked to hear this. She quickly rushed to grab the handle of the door. Before she could touch it, Justin used his sword to cut it off and destroy the door. Ishilda was sent flying. She could not believe that the door got torn apart so easily. She realized that this was a sword imbued with magic. She asked Justin to tell her the reason for his rude behavior. She asked him to tell her why he attacked the royal guards and entered her chambers without her permission. Justin told her that anyone who dares stand in a noble's way must be ready to face the consequences of their actions. He moved close to Ishilda and told her that she is the one being rude. He told her that she ignored his feelings and held on to some guy who appeared out of nowhere. Ishilda asked him to repeat what he said. She could not believe that he did all this over something so petty. She told Justin that Mudok won't sit back and let him do as he wishes. Justin found it funny that she still thought of Mudok even in her current situation. He told Ishilda that our boy is dead. The girl was shocked to hear this. Justin revealed to her that he sent an elite assassination squad after our boy. He told Ishilda that the ambush was successful. He said that she won't even find Mudok's corpse. He raised his hand when he said this. As his hand slowly got close to her, Ishilda called out to Mudok. Outside the castle, we see Mudok raise his hand and release his energy. His cold energy got released in the room. Justin was shocked to feel something moving his body. Ishilda was also shocked to see this. Our boy clenched his fist and used his energy to slam Justin's body on the wall. He dragged Justin out of the room. The boy immediately knew that it was Mudok that was doing this. He called him Baron Blizzard. Our boy threw Justin to the ground and ran into the room. He covered Ishilda with his jacket and asked her if she is okay. He gently smiled at her. Ishilda was quite happy to see him. She told him that she is fine. She asked him if he is okay. While they were talking, we see Justin's sword releasing a dark energy in the room. Our boy was able to sense this energy. He quickly raised his hand and used it to block the attack of the sword. He realized that the sword was being controlled with chi. The sword moved past him and went outside. We see someone grab the sword outside. Mudok pulled Ishilda up and called Justin a bastard. He saw the boy wearing an armor that released an ominous energy. Our boy realized that Justin has planned this entire thing thoroughly. The scene shifts and we are taken to the past. We see Justin telling his father that he wants to take Mudok down. The armor he is wearing was in his father's room. Justin asked his father to lend him his personal assassination squad. He knew that the assassination squad was strong enough to kill anyone. Duke Icarus grabbed the sword which was on the armor. He told his son that his personal assassination squad won't be enough. The armor disappeared and went into the sword when he said this. The Duke told his son that he will need to prepare thoroughly if he wants to kill Mudok. The scene shifts and we are taken back to the present. We see Justin holding the magic sword that moved freely with the user's mana and creates a magic armor. Justin swung his sword and released a huge attack at Mudok. Our boy quickly pushed Ishilda away to protect her. The attack destroyed the building. Justin believed that he could defeat a grand sword master with this sword. He laughed like a madman when he saw the damage he caused with his attack. He called Mudok a bastard and asked him if things are different from last time. He said that it is good that the assassins failed. When the dust cleared up, we see Mudok's arms covered with bruises. He put his hands down. Justin said that he wants to rip our boy apart with his own hands. Ishilda told Mudok that he is bleeding from his arm. Our boy asked her to stay back. He told her that she needs to stay in a secure place. Ishilda knew that he was right. She asked him if he will come back. Mudok turned around and gently smiled at her. He asked her to hide well and stay put. The moment he said this, he jumped down. He told Justin that he looks different from last time. The boy laughed when he heard this. His helmet slowly covered his face as he laughed. Mudok told him that he doesn't still see any reason in him. Justin raised his sword and asked our boy not to give him more of his useless lectures. Immediately he said this, he threw his sword at our boy. Mudok pushed it aside with a simple swing of his hand. Justin appeared in front of him. The moment he did this, he swung his sword at Mudok. Our boy covered his arm with his energy and used it to block the attack. Due to the clash of their energies, they both got pushed back. Justin appeared in front of Mudok and asked him to stop his nonsense. He smiled when he saw that he was in front of our boy. He believed that he got him on the ropes. He believed that Mudok was already worn out from fighting the assassination squad. He was certain that this was the perfect time to kill Mudok. He raised his sword and told our boy that this is the end. The moment he said this, Mudok fired his energy at him and used it to knock his sword out of his hand. Justin was shocked to see that our boy fired at the same hand which he injured before. He fell on his knees and held his wrist, which had turned red. Mudok moved close to him and told him that they are at a good range. He told him that his attacks won't be able to reach the princess at their current range. Justin was surprised to see that Mudok pretended to be hit just to create some distance between them and Ishilda. Our boy explained to him that a cornered rat will bite a cat if it is desperate. He told him that a rat bastard like him could harm Ishilda. Justin grit his teeth out of anger when he heard this. He stood up and quickly put the armor together. He told Mudok that he has underestimated him. Immediately he said this, Mudok placed his hand on his breastplate. He told Justin that he was actually just being cautious. He told the boy that he does not want to lose her again. The moment he said this, Mudok released his attack on Justin. His attack froze the entire cold forest. It touched everything around them. Justin fell on his knees. His armor began to fall apart. Justin did not understand what was happening. While shivering, the boy realized that something was wrong with his mana. He could not gather his mana. Mudok advised him not to waste his time trying to gather mana. He revealed to him that he destroyed his dantian, which is also known as the energy core. With a cold gaze in his eyes, he revealed to Justin that he will no longer be able to gather and use mana for the rest of his life. Justin was horrified when he heard this. He clenched his fist. He wanted to punch Mudok. Our boy gave him a hard slap on his face. Justin fell to the ground. Mudok asked him to live the rest of his life atoning for his mistakes. He told him that he has finally become one of the weak, even though he tormented other weak people. While he was talking, Mudok noticed that the sun was rising. He used his hand to cover his face. He seemed to be happy to see the sunrise. He said that he has wasted too much time. Mudok locked Justin and his men in prison. The boy was still traumatized by the fact that he couldn't use his mana since he had taken care of Justin. Mudok planned to have a date with Ishilda. Unfortunately, our boy's mood got ruined by what he saw. He saw Ishilda holding someone's hand outside. She was holding Jerome's hand. The girl smiled as she spoke to the mage. Mudok could not comprehend what was happening. 15 minutes earlier, we see Mudok asking his men to look around. He said that something would be around there. He asked them to find it. He announced that the person who finds it will get a big reward. Jerome asked his master if he lost his pendant when he was ambushed by an assassin. Mudok told him that he is correct. Jerome revealed to him that he looked into the assassins. He said that they are actually quite skilled. He asked Mudok about how he was able to come out unharmed after he was attacked by them. Our boy could not believe that Jerome called the weak losers skilled. He said that the assassins only knew how to move silently. They were just a bunch of weaklings to Mudok. Our boy said that he wouldn't have even noticed them if he was in good shape. Jerome told him that he is amazing. While he was talking, someone walked up to them. The person told Mudok that he lost the pendant because of her. Jerome used his hood to cover his head when he heard the person's voice. Our boy turned around when he heard her voice. The person turned out to be Ishilda. The princess had a maid with her. Jerome seemed to be quite nervous to see the princess. With tears in her eyes, Ishilda told Mudok that he could have found the pendant if he searched for it when he lost it. Mudok told the princess that this is not true. He pointed to Jerome and told him that they should blame Justin for this. Ishilda was surprised to see Jerome. She moved close to him and grabbed his hand. She asked him if he is Count Jerome Karyuin. Ishilda did not know why the count was there. She told him that she heard he was missing. Jerome simply smiled nervously when he heard this. Mudok was annoyed to see Ishilda holding Jerome's hand. The mage quickly let go of Ishilda. He told her that this kind of enthusiastic welcome is a bit troubling for him. The moment he said this, Mudok placed his hand on his shoulder. The mage became scared. With a creepy smile on his face, our boy told Jerome that he seems pretty close to the princess. Jerome told him that this is not true. Mudok said that they look quite close. Ishilda's maid told her that she needs to clear up this misunderstanding. Ishilda did not really know why anyone would misunderstand her. While Mudok was choking the count, Isilda revealed to him that Jerome was the person she respected most. She said that the Count is an amazing person. According to the princess, Jerome is a true noble who cares for the people. She said that she felt bad that he got exiled to a barren place. She was quite sad when she found out that he went missing. Mudok asked him about why he never spoke about this. Jerome told him that no one goes around bragging about their own good deeds. Mudok asked the princess about why she spoke about Jerome in the past tense. The princess said that things are different now that she knows him. She blushed when she said this. Our boy also blushed. Before he could say anything, Isilda turned around and ran. She said that she will help him look for the pendant on this side. Her maid quickly ran after her. After separating herself from Mudok, Isilda stopped to catch her breath. While breathing heavily, Isilda looked down. She saw the pendant buried in the snow. She quickly bent down to pick it up. Her maid caught up to her when she went down. Isilda called out to the maid whose name is Renica. She said that this is the pendant that Mudok is looking for. The maid did not expect her to find it. She said that she will tell Mudok immediately. While looking at the pendant, the princess remembered the look on our boy's face when he mentioned Wayan. She was certain that this pendant had something to do with Wayan. Renica called out to the princess. She told her that she has the same expression as Mudok. Isilda was quite angry when she remembered how Mudok reacted. She asked her maid if she really looked like him. The woman nodded her head at her. She told Isilda that there is no need for her to rush. She assured her that Mudok is thinking about her the same way she is thinking about him. Isilda stared at the pendant when she heard this. At first, she was jealous, but now she is curious about the situation. She wondered about the woman who could win the heart of someone like Mudok. Isilda gave our boy back his pendant. She was quite curious about who Wayan is. The scene shifts, and we see someone break a glass containing the lotus of love. The person turned out to be Wayan's father. Chunha asked his daughter to move the trash away. He could not believe that she was telling him about a lotus that blooms for true love. He told Wayan that she is spouting nonsense. He reminded her that she already has a fiancé. He advised her to stop getting distracted by such stupid things. He asked Wayan to get ready for the marriage he arranged. Wayan stood up and told her father that he needs to open his eyes. She said that lovers who make the twin lotus flower bloom are blessed by everyone as soulmates. The girl was sad that her father only spoke about a political marriage even after witnessing such a miracle. She told her father that the martial alliance must matter to him more than his daughter. Chunha was hurt by her words. He clenched his fist out of anger. Wayan reminded him that he abandoned her mother for the martial alliance. Before she could say anything, Chunha ordered his guards to lock her up. He ordered them not to allow her to go to the ice palace until the wedding is over. He asked them to keep her under strict surveillance. With tears in her eyes, Wayan called out to her father. She begged him to not do this. The girl told herself that she should have never returned there. In the next scene, we see Isilda open her eyes. She wondered why she had such a weird dream. The scene shifts, and we see Isilda and her maid looking at a hot spring. Isilda was still thinking about the woman she saw in her dreams. She wondered about who she was. While she was thinking, Mudok walked up to her. He asked her if something is wrong. The girl turned around and told him that she is fine. With a sad look on her face, she told Mudok that there is nothing to worry about. Our boy noticed that she was sad. He turned around and asked the princess to join him on a trip to clear her mind. Isilda did not expect to hear about a trip. When they went outside, they saw a screaming wyvern slowly coming close to them. Renica went down and put her hands on her head. She was quite terrified. Isilda was actually fascinated. She did not expect to see ice wyverns. She was quite excited. She said that she has never seen ice wyverns that were tamed. Mudok explained to her that the wyverns have been trained since they were little. He assured her that the wyverns are very friendly. He asked her not to fear them. The moment he said this, he saw some people walking towards them. It was Jerome and Jake. Jerome was carrying a suitcase. He told his master that departure preparations are complete. Mudok asked him if he also prepared something. Jerome said that he did. Immediately after he said this, something jumped out and landed on the ground. Renica screamed when she saw the thing. Jerome apologized to her for scaring her. He introduced her to a smaller version of Condal. He told her that he is a Yeti. Isilda was shocked to hear that she was looking at a Yeti. She recalled that the Yetis are a legendary tribe said to live in the snowy fields. The princess quickly picked the Yeti up. She said that she never imagined Yetis to be a small and cute race. With a nervous look on his face, Jerome told the princess that he is glad she likes him. Our boy gave him a thumbs up. Before seeing Ishilda, Mudok told Jerome that the princess will be startled if she sees Condal. He asked the mage to shrink him with magic. Jerome told his master that magic isn't almighty. He said that he will still do it. Ishilda placed Condal on her head and pressed his fluffy fur. She smiled brightly as she touched the Yeti. Mudok was happy to see her smiling. He told the princess that they need to go now. He called out to a wyvern called Lilith. The wyvern bowed her head to him. Mudok got on her and stretched his hand out to Ishilda. He asked her to take his hand. Ishilda blushed when she heard this. She raised her hand and grabbed Mudok's hand. Our boy helped her sit on the wyvern. After the princess sat down comfortably, Mudok tapped Lilith's rope. The wyvern began to flap its wings when this happened. Everyone and their wyverns went into the air. Jerome and Jake flew behind our boy and Ishilda. The princess was quite scared to be in the sky. She closed her eyes and held on to the saddle. This was her first time coming up in the sky. She told herself that she will be okay since she is with Mudok. With a smile on his face, our boy asked the princess if she would like to look ahead. Ishilda carefully opened her eyes. She was shocked to see what was in front of her. It was a beautiful sunset. Ishilda could not believe her eyes. Mudok asked her if she is feeling a bit better now. Ishilda did not expect to hear this. She smiled when she realized that our boy has been worried about her all along. She told Mudok that she feels better thanks to him. Our boy smiled when he heard this. He asked the princess to hold on tight. Ishilda did not know why he said this. Mudok made his wyvern speed up and pierce through the clouds. The scene shifts and we see the group arrive at their destination. Luya welcomed them. She told Mudok that he should have at least sent word to her in advance. Our boy reminded her that they are far away from each other. He asked her how they were going to contact her. He told the girl that she can report the trade matters to Jerome. Mudok told the mage that he is counting on him. Jerome was shocked to hear this. He told his master that he is basically doing everything. He asked Mudok what he will do. Our boy said that he will be dining with Ishilda at a nearby restaurant. He asked the mage to finish everything before he returns. Luya told him that she understands. Jerome asked our boy if he doesn't get to have a say in this case. In the next scene, we see Ishilda looking at the beautiful town from a balcony in the restaurant. Mudok told her that he prepared the place for her. He asked her if she likes it. Ishilda replied that she loves it. While looking around, Ishilda realized that she has seen the flower inside Mudok's pendant before. She quickly recalled that this was the lotus she saw in her dreams. While she was lost in thought, Mudok called out to her. He asked her if she is all right. The princess apologized to him. She said that she was just thinking about the strange dream she had last night. Mudok asked her about what happened in the dream. Ishilda revealed to him that there were people wearing strange clothes and living in houses that she has never seen before. In her dream, she was a woman in her early 20s, a woman with pale skin, brown hair, and black eyes. Ishilda said that she always had a sad expression on her face because her father wanted to force her into a political marriage, even though she already had someone that she loved. The princess laughed and said that it was such a strange dream. Mudok grabbed his pendant and laughed with her. Ishilda revealed to him that she desperately called out to someone in her dream. She called out to someone known as Gaga. Our boy was shocked to hear this. There was only one person that called him Gaga in his entire life. This person is Wayan. Ishilda noticed the look on Mudok's face. She asked him if he is all right. Our boy tightened his grip on his pendant. He said that he was simply lost in thought. He let go of the pendant and asked the princess to eat before the food gets cold. Ishilda told our boy that she wants to make a request. She explained to him that she feels like there is a distance between them every time he calls her princess. With a smile on her face, the girl asked him to call her Ishilda if it is okay with him. While looking at her, Mudok remembered Wayan. He smiled when he remembered his lover. He told Ishilda that he can do this. Later in the evening, we see Mudok and Ishilda finish their food. While our boy was cleaning his mouth, Jerome called out to him. He asked him if he enjoyed his meal. He revealed to him that he has finished the work with the 10s10 firm. Ishilda was surprised to hear the name of the firm. She asked Jerome if there is a place in the Drake Kingdom called 10s10. Mudok realized that he messed up. He revealed to her that 10s10 is not in the Drake Kingdom. It is actually in the Gaia Kingdom. Ishilda was shocked to hear this. The Gaia Kingdom is a powerful nation in the northwest of the continent. It is ruled by queens. It is also known as the country for women. The Knight Order of the Kingdom is composed entirely of women. They are known to rival the Wyvern Knights of the Zeba Empire in strength. Ishilda knew that she was far from the White Castle, but she did not think that she would be in the Gaia Kingdom. She hoped that her arrival wouldn't cause any diplomatic issues. While she was thinking, Jerome cleared his throat to remind her that he is still there. Ishilda apologized to him. She asked him to continue. The mage told her that it is fine. He revealed to his master that the ice ogre leather they are currently supplying the kingdom is quite popular. He said that Luya made a suggestion today. She asked if the Karelim firm could build a factory here to make and sell leather goods directly. Mudok asked him if there is a need to sell products too if the leather is already selling. Jerome explained to him that the queen and most titled nobles in this kingdom are women. If they are able to make clothes and bags that the royals and nobles like, it will become a trend. This will allow them to earn a lot more money than before. Jerome revealed to Mudok that Luya knows a famous craftsman from Karelim. The girl said that they can start immediately if they get Mudok's approval. Our boy was happy to hear this. He realized that he made the right decision by making Luya in charge of the firm. He told Jerome that he will provide all the leather they need. He asked him to start production. The man bowed his head and accepted the order. He revealed to Mudok that their leather is so popular that it sells out the same day it arrives. The moment he said this, he and Mudok heard a loud sound. Jerome raised his head and our boy turned around. They saw a building burning far away from them. Jerome was shocked to see the building burning. He revealed to our boy that their firm is in that area. He said that the fire can ride the wind and spread to their building. Our boy said that he will check it out. He asked Jerome to stay with Ishilda. Jerome asked his master if he is going alone. He told him that it is too dangerous. Ishilda told our boy that she will follow him. Mudok told her that it will only take a moment. He assured her that he will be back soon. Immediately after he said this, he jumped down from the balcony. After Mudok left, Ishilda told Jerome that they need to go. The mage was surprised to hear this. Ishilda said that they can't just sit around like this. She said that they need to follow Mudok. Jerome could not believe what he was hearing. Outside the burning building, we see a woman crying about her shop. She could not believe that the shop she devoted her life to was on fire. Other vendors were also crying. When our boy arrived there, he was surprised to see the scale of the fire. It was much bigger than he thought. While he was looking at the building, someone called out to him. When Mudok turned around, he saw Ishilda and Jerome. The girl apologized to him for following him. She said that she couldn't just sit around and wait. She said that she was very worried. Mudok couldn't scold her for this because he would also make the same choice if the roles were reversed. While he was looking at the princess, he heard someone call for help. He quickly turned to the burning building. Ishilda did not know why Mudok was looking at the building. She called out to him. Mudok jumped before she could say anything. He found a window at the top floor. He broke into the building through the window. The moment he landed inside, he used his ice-white divine palm to freeze the ground and reduce the heat. The ice clashed with fire and released a large amount of cold air. Mudok used his hand to cover his head. When he looked down, he saw something shocking. He saw a woman lying on the ground. He quickly checked her pulse to see if she was still alive. Fortunately, she was still breathing. Mudok picked her up and placed her on his shoulder. He believed that the woman was exceptionally lucky to survive in a massive fire like this. Before he could leave the building, the wood holding the ceiling collapsed. Before the wood could touch our boy, he released his energy and froze everything around him. He didn't just freeze the top floor, he froze the entire building with his chi. Jerome was shocked to see the precise control and scale of his master's power. He was certain that this level of magic was at the 9th circle. While he was looking at the top floor, someone walked out of the building. Ishilda was quite happy to see the person. The person turned out to be Mudok. Our boy froze the ground with each step he took. The scene shifts, and we see a man and a woman having a meeting near a fireplace. The man poured the woman some liquor. He referred to her as princess, and told her that there were signs of rebellion. The princess wasn't pleased to hear this. She asked the man to tell her who dared to try it. The moment she said this, the princess began to feel dizzy. She saw the man reaching out to her. He was smiling. The next person the princess saw was Mudok. The princess opened her eyes when she saw our boy. She found herself in a different room. She raised her head to look around, wondering where she was. When she looked at the door, she noticed it was open. The princess decided to step out of the room. When she opened the door, she found herself in a dining room with Mudok and the rest of the group. Luya stood up and asked the princess if she was feeling better now. The princess crossed her arms and looked around. She asked Luya to tell her where she was. The woman told her that she was with the Karellum merchant group. The princess recalled that this was the merchant group that had recently become famous thanks to the leather trade. She could not believe that no one in the group could recognize her. She asked Luya if there was no one from the Gaia kingdom in their group. The woman revealed that they were from Karellum village, a place in the northern part of the Drake kingdom. She said this was why they were known as Karellum merchants. The princess asked Luya to tell her who saved her. Luya pointed to her master and introduced him as the Lord of Karellum. She told her that Mudok was the one who saved her. The princess's eyes shined brightly when she saw her boy. She moved close to Mudok and told him she had to thank him for saving her, with a confident look on her face. The princess introduced herself as Sylar MacMahon. Ishilda and Jerome were shocked to hear her name. Even Luya could not believe what she was hearing. Jake asked Luya to tell him who Sylar was. The woman was annoyed to hear this. She clenched her fist and called the man an idiot. She revealed that Princess Sylar was the second princess of the Gaia kingdom. At the age of 25, she had reached the realm of Sword Master. She was the captain of the Royal Knights, and the most famous person in the kingdom. Luya pushed Jake's head down and bowed her head. She apologized to the princess for their rudeness. Sylar told her that it was fine. She said she would forgive her because they were not from the Gaia kingdom. Ishilda began to tremble. She couldn't believe that she had run into a princess of another nation. She knew she might cause an international issue if Sylar found out who she really was. Mudok noticed that Ishilda was shaking. Sylar told our boy that she would personally reward him for saving her life. She asked him to follow her to the castle when they were done eating. Mudok declined her offer. He told her he had to return to his country. Sylar was shocked to hear this. Luya became scared when she heard her master's response. She knew it was extremely rude to reject a reward from the royal family in this kingdom. She decided to change the topic. She moved close to the princess and asked her how she ended up in the burning building. Sylar realized she had been left there by Baron Dayton. She couldn't believe the Baron betrayed her and tried to assassinate her even after she took great care of him. Sylar told Luya that it was nothing serious. She said that a pathetic man with no confidence tried to assassinate her with poison. Luya was shocked to hear that. The princess revealed that the assassins had set the building on fire to ensure no evidence was left behind. She turned to Mudok and told him she must repay him for saving her life. She asked him to tell her what he wanted. Before Mudok could say anything, Sylar's stomach growled loudly. The princess was quite embarrassed. Our boy told her that what she wanted was the food in front of her. Sylar was annoyed to hear this. She called him an insolent bastard and asked if he was mocking her. Our boy explained that she must be hungry since she hadn't eaten since yesterday. He asked her to sit down and eat. The princess ate the steak in front of her in anger. She was annoyed that our boy had rejected her offer. She told herself she would have sent him to prison if he wasn't her benefactor. While eating, she saw a sword in the room. She asked who owned the sword. Mudok revealed that he was the owner. Sylar wondered if our boy was a noble who used to be a knight. As the captain of the Royal Knights, she was curious about Mudok's swordsmanship skills. She referred to our boy as Baron and asked him to spar with her after the meal. Everyone was shocked to hear this. Mudok declined her request. He told her that he does not spar with those weaker than him. Sylar MacMahon was annoyed to hear this. She couldn't believe that Mudok was saying such things to her face. She released her energy and gripped her cutlery tightly. She wondered why Mudok was acting like he didn't know she was a sword master. In the past, there were times when male knights from other countries refused to duel her just because she was a woman. Getting those knights to accept her duel was simple. She laughed and asked Mudok if he was afraid of losing. Everyone was shocked to hear this. They couldn't believe that she was provoking our boy. Mudok stood up and grabbed his sword. He asked the princess to come outside with a look of anger on his face. He told her that he wanted to show her a technique. The scene shifts and we see the group outside. Sylar and Mudok were standing in a grass field. Sylar told our boy that they would be following Knight's rules, no mana usage, and the first to subdue the other would win. Mudok accepted her condition. Jerome reminded his master that Sylar was a princess of the Gaia kingdom, and warned that even a scratch could create diplomatic issues. Our boy told him he understood and asked him to stop talking. Sylar asked Mudok if he was ready. The woman believed she had met plenty of men like him before. She told herself that every single one of them ended up kneeling before her. She smiled like a lunatic, imagining our boy kneeling. She turned her blade and made the sun reflect off it, directing the glare into Mudok's eyes. Our boy seemed annoyed by the cheap trick. Siler charged at him, believing she had found an opening. Mudok easily blocked her attack by raising his sword. Siler didn't expect him to block her surprise strike. She realized he was skilled. She dashed around and attacked from behind, thrusting her rapier at an insane speed. Mudok dodged it by moving his head, and even smiled. Siler wasn't done. She increased the speed and power of her strikes. She rained down attacks on him. Mudok blocked them but was slowly being pushed back. Siler didn't relent. She aimed each swing at his head. Yet Mudok seemed unfazed, blocking each strike with minimal movement and no real effort. Siler noticed this and couldn't believe it. She had to admit, Mudok was skilled. She closed in and swung her sword with immense force, shattering the ground beneath them. Our boy leapt back to dodge. Siler followed and kicked at him midair. Mudok blocked the kick with his sword, but it still sent him flying. He jammed his sword into the ground to stop himself, then glared at Siler. He realized that Siler was like a wild master of the piercing spear style at the harmonization stage. She used an endless barrage of thrusts. Mudok knew he couldn't keep blocking forever. If this continued, they'd destroy the entire area. He decided to end it in one strike. The two charged at each other. Siler swung. Mudok blocked. She tried to kick him again, but he blocked her leg. Moving to her side, he delivered a heavy blow to her stomach. The punch broke her balance. Mudok then grabbed her by the neck and slammed her into the ground. Siler quickly tried to get up, but our boy pointed his sword at her neck. He asked her to admit defeat. Siler refused. She asked him to fight again. Jerome clapped, saying both showed impressive swordsmanship and suggested returning inside to finish their meal. With a serious face, Siler told Mudok that if he didn't accept her rematch, she would officially challenge the Drake Kingdom. Everyone was stunned. This was their worst fear. Mudok stepped away and told her that admitting defeat was also a warrior's virtue. He said her behavior was childish, especially since she was a princess. Siler stood up and demanded he repeat what he said. Gritting her teeth, she cloaked her hand with energy and charged at him in anger. She demanded to know what he thought he knew about her to speak like that. Before she could reach him, Mudok pointed his sword at her face. She froze. Her knees buckled, and she collapsed. She realized she had lost. She hadn't even seen his sword move. Mudok asked if this was how they treated their saviors in this kingdom. He questioned if her tiny brain couldn't realize he had held back because she was royalty. He told her to think carefully about who was wrong in this situation. Siler couldn't understand why she couldn't win. She remembered showing her mother a medal she'd earned for winning first place in the swordsmanship tournament when she was young. Her mother had told her she was amazing, and that one day she would be strong enough to protect her and her sister. The queen had asked her to become the Sword of Gaia. Siler had lived her whole life by those words. She trained endlessly to be someone who could protect the kingdom, someone no one could ignore. She wondered who Mudok really was. While our boy was watching her, Ishilda walked up and called out to him. Mudok advised Siler to choose her opponents wisely next time. Then he turned to Ishilda and wrapped an arm around her waist, smiling. He told her they were returning to Karellum tomorrow and needed to finish their sightseeing. Ishilda nervously walked off with Mudok. Our boy tapped Jerome on the shoulder and asked him to tell Jake to buy a few swords for him. Jerome said the swords would be ready before he returned. After Mudok left, the princess called over Jerome and Luya. Both became nervous. She moved close and asked if Ishilda was Mudok's wife. Jerome replied no, she was a noblewoman from a respected family. Siler seemed relieved that they weren't married yet. She turned to Luya and asked her to fetch a carriage. She said she was returning to the palace. Luya obeyed. Ever since she became a sword master, this was the first time she'd met someone stronger than her. Siler wondered if her life would have been different if someone like Mudok had been by her side. After returning to the palace, Siler sent her closest aides out to find Baron Dayton. He was found dead in his basement. There was a letter in the Baron's hand. The Baron wrote that his family had been taken hostage. The letter was already torn, so this was the only thing Siler could find out. The torn part probably had the name of the mastermind on it. The killer tore the letter after taking out the Baron. Siler continued searching for the person who attempted to kill her. She couldn't find any clear evidence or information. There was only one person that Siler strongly suspected. At the castle, we see a maid announce to someone that Siler has arrived. The person asked the maid to let Siler in. Siler stepped into a greenhouse. She saw a young woman drinking tea inside the greenhouse. This person is the first in line to the Gaia Kingdom throne and the person Siler suspects the most. Her name is Lewin McMahon. Siler sat with her sister in the greenhouse. Lewin seemed shocked to find out that Baron Dayton tried to kill her sister. Siler revealed to her that the Baron drugged her and set the building on fire. She said that she would have died if someone hadn't saved her. Lewin stood up and asked if someone was at the door. She asked someone to bring the Baron to her. Siler asked her sister not to bother herself. She revealed that the Baron was already dead by the time she found him. She told her that the person who tried to kill her must have silenced the Baron. Lewin hugged Siler and referred to her as her beloved sister. Siler was surprised to see this. Lewin told her that she thought she would be fine because she is a sword master. She said that she was too careless. With a horrifying look on her face, Lewin told Siler that she is extremely happy to see that she is safe. Siler could tell that her sister was faking it. She could not believe that her own sister was this upset that she didn't die. Even though all the clues pointed to Lewin, Siler told herself that it wasn't true since there was no solid evidence. She wanted them to go back to the way they were before. The princess wondered about what Murdoch would have done at a time like this. The moment she thought of this, she grabbed her sister's shoulders. With a smile on her face, she asked Lewin if she is going to be part of the royal delegation for King Drake's birthday. Lewin said that she is. Siler asked her sister if she could go in her place. Lewin found this odd. She knew that her sister never attends events like this. She quickly got an idea. She asked her sister if the man that saved her is from the Drake Kingdom. Siler blushed when she heard this. Lewin asked her sister if she wanted to see him again. Siler stood up and told her sister that it is nothing like that. Lewin smiled when she saw how her sister reacted. 3 days had passed since Murdoch returned from Ten's 10. After Justin's attack, assets like the wyverns and the glacial flower were deemed at risk of being discovered by the enemy. Due to this, official exchanges and public activities were moved to the previous castle they used before they found the White Castle. While looking at his clothes, Murdoch realized that today is the day that he and Ishilda are leaving. While thinking, Murdoch remembered Jerome telling him that they needed to strengthen their forces in case Siler attacked them. Our boy stepped out of his office. He was relieved to see that everything was quiet today. The moment he closed his door, we see Jerome appear out of nowhere. Kondo was on his head. The mage moved close to his master and told him that Siler would be attacking them soon. He said they must execute their military reinforcement strategy immediately. The moment he said this, someone else spoke, saying she was also a little worried. The person turned out to be Ishilda. The princess told Murdoch that Siler is a princess of the Gaia Kingdom, and that she was worried the situation could escalate into a diplomatic issue. Murdoch understood everyone's concern, but he was not really worried. In the Central Plains, especially during his time with the Murom Alliance, our boy had often seen the proud gaze of a true martial artist. He knew that someone like Siler wouldn't carelessly reveal this matter to anyone else. Murdoch asked them not to worry too much. He explained that he was the one who was right and assured them that Siler understood his intentions. He put his hand into his clothes and took out a box. He asked Ishilda to contact him if anything happened to her. He opened the box and showed her what was inside. The princess was shocked. Murdoch revealed to her that she was looking at a communication stone made from a mana stone. He explained that it allowed a person to communicate over long distances without a mage. He told her it could even work from the capital of the kingdom. Ishilda was surprised to hear this. Murdoch asked her to contact him anytime. At the entrance of the White Castle, we see Ishilda and Murdoch talking. The maid standing next to the carriage told the princess that it was time to depart. Murdoch moved close to the princess and gently whispered that communication stones were not yet known in the world. He advised her to only use it when alone, to avoid exposure. He told her that Jake would follow them from the sky to watch over them. Ishilda smiled when she heard this. She could feel what Murdoch felt for her through his actions and words. She moved close to her carriage and turned around with a smile on her face. Ishilda thanked Murdoch. Our boy watched the carriage as it rode off. He realized that his current status was too low. There was a vast difference between him and the princess. It was like heaven and earth. To become a man worthy of her, Murdoch needed to raise his status. Our boy said that it was time for him to visit a certain place. Jerome followed his lord to the location he wanted to visit. He was shocked to see what was inside. He saw different unconscious bodies on the ground. He asked his master what had happened. He asked him to explain who these people were. Mudok revealed that they were the ones who had tried to kill him. Jerome asked if they were the assassins that Justin brought. Our boy said that he was correct. Mudok and Jerome walked past the assassins lying on the ground. The mage asked if Justin knew about them. Our boy replied that Justin probably thought they were dead. Mudok seemed dissatisfied as he looked at the assassins. He had locked them up without food to test how long they would last. He could not believe they were already in this state after only 10 days. Compared to the assassins in the Central Plains, these people lacked skill and survival abilities. While thinking, our boy noticed something. He saw 2 assassins who he considered decent. He ordered Jerome to bring food for them with Shuert. The mage accepted his order. Mudok let out a sigh when he realized that it was going to take a while to make these guys useful. In the next scene, we see the assassins shoving food down their throats. Shuert advised them to slow down. Jerome decided to question his lord. He asked him why he kept these people alive. Our boy revealed that he planned on raising them as his own assassination squad. The mage was surprised to hear this. He asked his master why he would need an assassination squad. The moment he said this, Jerome became worried. He wondered if his master planned to send assassins to the Gaia Kingdom before they attacked, or if he wanted both an Ice Wyvern unit and an assassination squad to start a rebellion. The mage did not know what his master was thinking. Jerome informed his master that having an Ice Wyvern unit and an assassination unit might be too much. He told Mudok that they were able to get through the inspection thanks to the princess's visit. He said that they might be accused of treason when the next inspection takes place. Mudok wasn't listening to a single thing that Jerome said. He was actually thinking of Princess Ishilda. Before leaving, the princess informed him that her father's birthday would take place soon. She asked him if he was also going to come to the capital. Mudok revealed to Jerome that he planned to use the king's birthday as a turning point for his territory. He said that he would be entering the central political stage. The mage screamed when he heard this. He didn't understand why his master suddenly became ambitious. Mudok explained to him that he had to be a duke to even stand a chance with a princess like Ishilda. In order to become a duke, he needed to face countless enemies. Our boy told Jerome that an assassination unit was necessary for their growth. He called out to Shuert and asked him if the entire Blizzard Order had assembled. The captain of the Blizzard Order told him that they had. He said that the men had gathered at the entrance just like he instructed. Our boy called out to the assassins and asked them to listen. He revealed to them that they had only 2 choices. The first choice was to become his subordinate, and the second choice was to die at his hand. Mudok informed them that they couldn't actually become his subordinates because their skills were pathetic. The assassins did not expect to hear this. Our boy revealed to them that he had prepared a training program to whip them into shape. He asked them to choose one of the weapons placed behind them. He ordered them to go outside and kill any knight they saw. 3 weeks later, we are taken to the snowy forest. We see 3 knights backing each other. They held their swords and shields up, seeming to prepare to block someone's attack. While the knights were looking around, someone charged at them with a dagger. One of the knights blocked the man's attack with his shield. The other 2 knights grabbed his clothes and slammed him on the ground. The knight that blocked the attack raised his sword. The man screamed when he saw this. The knight took a badge off the man. Immediately after he did this, the other 2 let the man go. The knight was very happy to see the token. He said that he killed the man. His comrades were also quite happy to see the token. One of them said that he wouldn't have to skip dinner today. The knights asked the man to sit somewhere, but the man forcefully stood up. Mudok watched everything from the top of a tree. He held a cane in his hand. It had been 3 weeks since the joint training between the Blizzard Order and the assassins began. The rules of the training were simple. Each participant received a single badge. If it was stolen or damaged, the owner was considered dead. If one side lost all the badges, that side had lost the match. Although this training sounded simple, nothing spurred growth like competition. Since both sides needed to get some training, this was the best exercise for them. While Mudok was looking around, he saw a bright red light shining in the forest. Our boy said that something had started again. All the assassins were marked by Jerome's tracking spell. If they left the designated area, an alarm would go off. The assassin who ran out of the designated area was a young man with red and white hair. The man looked behind him to see if anyone had caught up to him. Before he could get far, someone called out to him and told him that this was his 10th time. The man was surprised to hear the person's voice. The man, whose name was Miller, quickly looked up to see Mudok on a tree. Our boy informed him that this was the 10th time he had deserted. He reminded him that he had said he would kill him if he caught him running one more time. Miller went down and took out a dagger, saying that he didn't have time for games. Before he could do anything, he got hit in the neck. The man fell to the ground and lost consciousness. He was hit by another man. The man who hit him went on his knees and apologized to Murdoch. He begged our boy to forgive Miller one more time with his great mercy. This man was Baker, the leader of the assassins. Murdoch asked Baker to tell him why Miller was so desperate to escape. Baker revealed to him that Miller wanted to avenge someone. Our boy asked him what he meant. Baker explained to him that Miller was different from the others who became assassins to make money. When he was a child, Miller's entire family was murdered. He was the only one who survived. Miller later found out that the killer would be attending a party in the capital next month. Murdoch realized that there was only one party that was going to take place in the capital next month. The scene shifts, and we are taken to the White Castle. We see Murdoch watching the sunset from the window. While he was looking outside the window, Miller woke up. Murdoch immediately informed him that the king's birthday party would be guarded by hundreds of mages and knights. He asked Miller if he really thought he could successfully assassinate his target in this environment. Miller realized that his leader had told Murdoch about his life. He explained to our boy that he had lived his whole life for revenge. He said that he didn't care about what would happen to him as long as he could kill his enemy. Murdoch assured him that he would never be able to get close to his enemy, or even get his revenge. He told him that he would die a pointless death without gaining anything. Miller knew that Murdoch was right. Our boy revealed to him that he would be attending the party as a noble. Miller asked him why he was sharing this with him. With a crazy smile on his face, Murdoch told the boy that he was proposing a deal. He promised to help him get revenge if he served him with complete loyalty. Miller was shocked to hear this. He asked Murdoch why he wanted him. He told our boy that there were many assassins who were better than him in the group. Murdoch told him that Baker had said he was the only one who became a top-class assassin at age 25. He told Miller that he held his potential in high regard. Although the man was still lacking in Murdoch's eyes, it was certain that he would still grow stronger. Our boy told him that he needed him in the assassination unit he was forming. He asked Miller if he would make a deal with him. The man remembered the bodies of his family members. He went on his knees and told Murdoch that he would do anything as long as he could get his revenge. Our boy walked past him and told him that they had a deal. He revealed to him that they would be traveling in a few days and asked him to prepare. The moment he said this, Savina stepped into the room. With a bright smile on her face, she told her master that the ice cream was ready. Miller was surprised to see the beautiful girl. Her beauty was captivating. He watched her as she walked out of the room with Murdoch. He placed his hand on his chest when he noticed that his heart was beating fast. The man wondered who Savina was. In the next scene, we are taken to a huge mansion. We see Duke Icarus sitting on his throne. The Duke was annoyed to hear that his son had lost his artifact. He called him a fool. Justin tried to explain himself, but his father asked him to shut up. The boy bowed his head in shame and kept quiet. The Duke did not like the fact that Murdoch had messed with him. He called out to a man known as Roxelin and asked him if he could handle the situation properly. With a smile on his face, Roxelin asked the Duke not to bother himself. He assured him that he would stop Murdoch. The scene shifts, and we see our boy having a meeting with his officials. He found out that they were supposed to relocate 6,000 new territory citizens from beyond Totosi City to Corellum. He also found out that they had harvested 6 ice wyvern eggs. The captain of the White Castle Guards told him that this was all they had to report. The captain turned out to be Max. Max asked his lord if he knew when the citizens would be relocated. Our boy told him that he would handle it later with Jerome. With a serious look on his face, he said that they had a more important issue to discuss. The officials were shocked to hear this. Murdoch revealed to them that he didn't know what to give Tomalova III for his birthday. The men were shocked to hear this. Our boy asked them why they were reacting like this. He said that he needed to get a gift that was better than that of Duke Icarus. He asked the men to provide some suggestions. Max suggested that they give the king an ice ogre leather. He said that it was popular among merchants, and that the king would appreciate it since winter was coming. Our boy said that the leather was too common. He asked the others if they had any other ideas. Osborne suggested that he gift the king flowers. Murdoch was annoyed to hear this. He asked the man if he looked like he was joking around. Osborne became scared. He explained to his lord that he was talking about the glacial flowers. They only bloomed in Corellum, so they were quite rare. Jerome reminded the man that glacial flowers could only grow under extreme cold. They couldn't be cultivated in the capital. Shuert told his master that they had no choice but to go with something. Murdoch and Jerome asked him what he meant. Before Shuert could speak, Jake barged into the room. With a look of anger on his face, he told his master that he could no longer take this anymore. He said that the damned bastard had blocked all the roads. Murdoch didn't know what he was talking about. He asked Jake to explain himself properly. Jake informed Murdoch that he was talking about Roxelin, the Viscount of Totosi City. He explained to him that they had been paying unfair tolls and usage fees for a while now. However, the Viscount had completely blocked the road. Our boy asked Jerome if they couldn't just go around the city or fly over it with the ice wyverns. The mage explained to him that ice wyverns had cargo limits, so land routes were essential for transportation. He used his magic to create a map of the cities. He explained to Murdoch that they had to pass through Totosi City to reach the capital from Corellum. Since Totosi City didn't know that they had ice wyverns, they blocked the land routes in hopes of stopping their transportation of goods. Due to the fact that the Viscount blocked the road right before the nobles-only party, Jerome was able to deduce that the Viscount was trying to stop his master from attending the party. Murdoch believed that the Viscount must be hiding something. He asked Jerome to tell him why the Viscount was trying to block his path. The mage revealed to him that the Viscount had built his power under Duke Icarus. He said that the Duke must be the one who put the Viscount up to this. Our boy smiled when he heard this. He said that they had to respond if their enemies provoked them. Jerome was surprised to hear this. He asked his master not to start a territorial war. Murdoch didn't know what a territorial war was. He asked the mage to tell him what it meant. Jerome explained to him that it was a war between the land-owning lords. As long as they didn't break the royal law, even the king couldn't interfere. However, to start a territorial war, one must inform the king, and he must officially declare war on the opponent. The only exception to this rule was when the noble finished the war before the news reached the king's ears. The noble could report it after making his opponent surrender. Murdoch smiled when he heard about this. He believed that the war had arrived at the perfect time. It was the perfect time for them to test what they had been preparing. Our boy turned to Shuert and ordered him to prepare for deployment, telling him to leave a small force in the territory. Shuert accepted the order. Murdoch asked Max to put the assassination unit on standby for now. He ordered him to send Miller to scout Totosi City. The man accepted the order. Murdoch turned to Jake and asked him to prepare his wyvern unit for deployment. The man was shocked to hear this. He reminded his lord that his unit only had 20 people. He asked if they were not too small for a territorial war. Our boy did not expect to hear this. He asked Jake if he was really the captain of the Wyvern Knights. He told the man that he didn't trust the power of the wyverns even though he was so close to them. Jake was surprised to hear this. He realized that his lord was right. He knew that his wyverns weren't weak. He walked out of the room with the others, determined to show everyone the power of the wyverns. Murdoch wore his black robe. He ordered Jerome to declare war on Totosi City for the tyranny against the citizens of Corellum and for blocking their passage. Jerome refused his master's order. Murdoch thought that the man wanted him to repeat himself. He quickly realized that Jerome had denied his request. He turned to him and asked him to repeat what he said. Jerome explained to his lord that this was a gamble that did not guarantee their win. He said that it was too reckless to risk the lives of their people on this war. He reminded Murdoch that Viscount Roxelin still held 6,000 citizens as hostages. If Corellum attacked first, the people might be in danger. Apart from this, Totosi City's forces outnumbered their forces tenfold. If the city were to receive support from Duke Icarus, Corellum would be at an even greater disadvantage. Murdoch said that he needed 2 days. He assured Jerome that he would end everything in 2 days. The mage was shocked to hear this. He told his master that this was impossible. Our boy walked past him and reminded him that he was a strategist. He asked Jerome not to show uncertainty in front of the troops. Jerome realized that things could actually go differently. He knew that our boy was someone who could defy his expectations and create a miracle. When Murdoch got outside, he ordered his knights to prepare Lilith for him. He raised his hand and looked around. He saw his soldiers and wyvern knights awaiting his orders. With a smile on his face, Murdoch announced that Corellum was declaring war. The streets of Totosi were in turmoil. Knights marched through the city, dragging bound prisoners from Carolun toward the prison. Chains clinked with every step, the air thick with fear. One prisoner, his face grim but defiant, turned to the knight beside him. "Hey," he demanded. "What crime do you say we committed?" The knight's eyes flashed with anger. In one swift motion, he pressed the edge of his blade against the man's neck. Anyone from Caroline is to be captured. That's the order from the Viscount. He spat. The scene shifted to a grand white and blue mansion loomed over the city, the residence of Totosi's Lord, Viscount Roxelin. Inside, Roxelin sat lazily in a chair by the window, his legs propped up on the table, gazing out at the streets below. A curly-haired subordinate entered and bowed. As ordered, we've arrested all residents from Caroline. Anything unusual? Roxelin asked, not bothering to turn his head. The merchants who used to trade at the castle gates, they've stopped coming. Roxelin chuckled. Those fools! Looks like they've finally realized we won't open the gates. His eyes gleamed with calculation as he leaned back in his chair. The frozen land of Caroline, he mused, had no choice but to rely on imported food supplies. With the mountainous terrain blocking any path to the capital except through Totosi, the people of Caroline must already be starving. And with the royal gathering fast approaching, an event every aristocrat was required to attend, if Baron Blizzard failed to show up at the king's birthday banquet, his lordship would be revoked. At that moment, Roxelin could seize Caroline. A flawless plan. Defying Duke Icarus, whose influence eclipsed even the king's, was treason. But if Roxelin handled this right. Count? No, perhaps even Marquis. His ambitious thoughts were interrupted as the sunlight streaming through the window suddenly vanished. A massive shadow fell across the room. What is this? Roxelin muttered, frowning. Before anyone could react, a wyvern's enormous head smashed through the glass with a deafening crash, shards scattering across the floor. The beast's scales gleamed, its breath heavy and steaming. Roxelin's eyes widened in shock. A wyvern, here? Such creatures only lived beyond the Lazar Mountains. Heavy footsteps sounded atop the creature's back. Roxelin looked up to see a lone figure standing there, Mudok. Are you Roxelin? Mudok's voice cut through the stunned silence. Roxelin swallowed hard, sweat beading on his forehead. Who are you? State your name! I am the Lord of Caroline, Mudok declared. The color drained from Roxelin's face. If he was Caroline's lord, then Baron Blizzard himself stood before him. Mudok reached into his pocket, withdrew a scroll, and flicked it toward Roxelin with lightning speed. It zipped past the Viscount's ear, nicking it before slamming into the floor with a heavy thud. It's a declaration of war, Mudok said coldly. I'll be back in an hour. The sound of armored boots echoed through the hall as knights burst into the room. Viscount Roxelin! Are you all right? One shouted, only to freeze at the sight of the wyvern retreating into the sky. Isn't that a wyvern? Another stammered. Roxelin whirled on them in fury, striking one across the head so hard his helmet clanged as he hit the ground. You useless bastards! What were you doing while the enemy waltzed in? He roared, kicking the knight until he lay unconscious. The remaining knights looked away nervously, none daring to intervene. Panting, Roxelin turned to his curly-haired aide. Burn it! Dress the Caroline prisoners in Totosi's soldier uniforms, give them weapons. The man hesitated. You mean military gear? Yes, Roxelin sneered. Blizzard will kill his own people with his own hands. I want to see the look on his face. Gasps filled the room, but the Viscount ignored them. He stooped, snatched up the scroll Mudok had thrown, and ripped it to shreds. How dare he declare territorial war on me? I'll frame that barren bastard! Shoving his head out of the broken window, Roxelin bellowed to his men in the courtyard. From this moment, we declare war on Caroline. To the one who achieves the greatest merit, I will share my wealth and power. Laughter, loud and maniacal, rose from the knights below, mingling with Roxelin's own. But a knight stood behind Roxelin, who was no knight at all. Miller, in disguise, had heard everything. A small sound transmission device at his side carried every word to Mudok. Lord, did you hear that? Miller whispered. I heard it loud and clear. Mudok replied from atop the wyvern Lilith, his wyvern's unit flying close behind him. An hour later, Viscount Roxelin had dragged the prisoner before the castle wall, his knights stationed both behind them and atop the castle wall. The prisoners trembled in fear, clutching their shield as though it could protect them from what was to come. From his vantage on the wall, Roxelin smirked, thinking darkly, kill the people of your own territory with your own hands, and despair. It was then that the thunder of hooves and the shadow of wings announced the arrival of Mudok, mounted on his wyvern, Lilith, and Max, leading a unit of knights on horseback. Without hesitation, Mudok gave the order. Start the attack! The moment the command left his lips, Roxelin and his men froze in shock. From the skies, an entire wyvern unit swooped down, massive rocks clutched in their talons. At Jake's signal, the wyverns began hurling their cargo at the castle wall. Stones crashed down with bone-rattling force, shattering stone and wood. Yet, to the prisoner's surprise, none of the rocks struck him. A shimmering magical barrier stood between him and certain death, Jerome's doing. Jerome's voice rang out. "Blizzard Knights! The soldiers outside the castle are people of Caroline. First unit, evacuate them to safety. The rest of you, through the breach. Show Totusi the power of Caroline." Max and the other knights surged forward, steel flashing, cutting down Totusi soldiers without mercy. From above, Roxelin's thoughts raced. How did they know the soldiers outside the gate were prisoners? And since when has Caroline grown this strong? Before he could answer himself, Mudok descended from the skies, landing heavily on the wall. The Totusi knights stared at him in alarm. "Where did that man come from?" one gasped. "He's alone?" another wondered. "Attack him, all of you!" barked the knight captain. They charged in unison. Mudok's hand shimmered with icy aura, and in a blur of motion, he cut them down. When the fight ended, their lifeless bodies lay scattered across the wall, pierced through by jagged ice crystals. Mudok looked down at Roxelin. "Now, what's left is him." Meanwhile, in the forest near the wall, Roxelin's personal guard found themselves face to face with Lilith. Her presence alone made them tremble, unmoving. "What are you doing?" Roxelin shouted. "Fight! Quickly!" Still, they didn't budge. Furious, he kicked one of them to the ground. "You call yourselves my knights? After all this? I've already sent word to Duke Icarus. If we hold until reinforcements arrive, victory will be mine." But his words only fueled their resentment. One knight turned, punched him in the face, and sent him sprawling. "If you're going to die, die alone, you pig! What is the meaning of this?" "That's an order, come back!" Roxelin yelled. Instead, they walked away. Lilith padded closer, her eyes fixed on him. That was when Mudok arrived. "Lilith," he said calmly, "your stomach will hurt if you eat trash." Lilith backed off. Seeing Mudok, Roxelin's pride crumbled. He pressed his forehead to the ground. "Baron Blizzard, I was wrong. This is my defeat. I acted under Duke Icarus's orders. Please forgive me." Jake arrived then, descending from the sky on his wyvern, its jaws clamped around a struggling soldier. "Lord, I've captured the man heading to the Duchy of Icarus." Roxelin's face strained of color, sweat pouring down his brow. "Damn my luck." Mudok's voice was cold. "You've worked hard, lying about things you never meant. For the sin of persecuting my people, repay it with your life." Ice bloomed across his hand as he struck, but a shimmering magic barrier flared to life, stopping the blow. Jake stared in disbelief. "Why did you block the Lord's attack?" Mudok turned to Jerome, his gaze narrowing. "What do you think you're doing?" Jerome explained to his lord that no matter how heinous the crime a noble commits, the authority to decide his life or death belongs solely to the king. He told Mudok that they will be put in a difficult position if they kill the Viscount Roxelin there. With a nervous look on his face, Roxelin called Mudok a senseless brute and told him that Jerome is right. The moment he said this, the Viscount told himself that someone should have arrived. Immediately, he thought of this. He heard someone's footsteps. He smiled and turned around. He said that the person has arrived. The person turns out to be his administrator. His name is Volmer. The Viscount laughed and called Mudok a fool. He asked him if he really believes that he only sent troops to Duke Icarus. He explained to Mudok that a territorial war must be reported to the king first and must be carried out with a royal observer present. He told Mudok that he sent Volmer to the capital because he didn't report it. He said that the king has already found out about the war before he could force him to surrender. He laughed and told Mudok that his arrogance ruined everything. Jerome couldn't believe what he was hearing. He was certain that they stationed soldiers in the path that leads to the capital. He wondered about how Volmer was able to get through the soldiers. Mudok didn't say anything to the Viscount. He simply smiled. Roxelin was annoyed to see this. He asked Mudok if he has gone mad. Mudok asked Volmer to reveal his identity now. The man accepted his order and removed his fake face. Jerome and the Viscount were shocked to see this. The person under the mask turned out to be Miller. The Viscount could not comprehend what was happening. He asked Miller about when he took his administrator's place. Miller told Mudok that the mission is accomplished. Mudok revealed to Roxalyn that there is a clause in the territorial war law. The clause states that a noble may declare war if the opponent has violated the royal law. Roxalyn was shocked to hear this. Mudok reminded the man that he was selling Carolyn's citizens as slaves. He told him that slave trade is banned in the Drake Kingdom. The moment he said this, Mudok covered his hand with his energy. The Viscount became scared. He didn't know what to do. He knew that he was going to lose his city and his title. He realized that Duke Icarus will kill him. He quickly turned around and began to run. He said that he doesn't want to die. Before he could get far, Mudok released his ice from his feet. He froze the Viscount's legs. He charged at him and asked him to clench his teeth. Immediately he said this. Mudok gave the man a bone-shattering punch in his face. The attack sent the Viscount flying. He slammed his back on a tree and spat out some blood. He destroyed the tree with his body. After taking care of the Viscount, Mudok turned around and announced to his men that the territorial war is over. The men smiled when they heard this. In the next scene, we see Mudok announce to his soldiers that Totosi City now belongs to Carolyn. The soldiers began to cheer when they heard this. After the war, Mudok and his people quickly got to work. Roxalyn lost everything and got sent out of his territory. A few days later, he went missing. Totosi City was incorporated into Carolyn. Jerome was appointed as the administrator of the new district, but he rejected the appointment. He explained to Mudok that he is already buried in a lot of work. He told him that he will go on strike if he gives him more work. Mudok asked him to tell him who he is supposed to put in charge. The moment he asked this question, Jerome got an idea. He said that he knows the perfect person. Through Jerome's recommendation, Volmer, who was Roxalyn's former vassal, was asked to manage Totosi City. Of course, they couldn't completely trust Volmer, so they assigned 2 knights to him to monitor and report his daily movements. After some time passed, the day of the king's birthday arrived. The capital was decorated with different designs. At the entrance of the capital, we see 2 guards on duty. One of them said that he wants to enjoy the festival too. His comrade asked him to suck it up. He told him that they would get a special bonus for taking today's job. While he was talking, the man noticed that a shadow covered him. When he looked up, he saw wyverns coming towards him. His friend told him that it is a monster attack. The man said that he will ring the alarm. Before the man could do anything, someone asked him to wait. The person turned out to be Mudok. He stepped down from Lilith's back. With his new white Michael Jackson drip, Mudok introduced himself as Baron Blizzard. The men remembered him as the magic swordsman that saved the king. Mudok took out his invite and said that he has come to see the king. In the next scene, we are taken to a beautiful ballroom. We see the nobles chatting amongst themselves as they enjoyed some exquisite music. While they were all talking, a man announced that Baron Blizzard is entering the ballroom. The moment he said this, Mudok stepped into the ballroom in his amazing drip. His face and clothes caught everyone's eyes. The noble women were all amazed by how handsome he was. Most of them could not believe that this was the man who saved the king's life. One of them said that he heard that Mudok can use 5th circle magic. Someone walked up to Mudok and welcomed him to the party. This person turned out to be the 2nd princess of the Gaia kingdom. Sylar MacMahon greeted him in a beautiful dress. She moved closer to him and asked him about how he has been. Mudok told her that things have been fine. He didn't say anything else after saying this. Sylar was surprised to see this. She asked Mudok if he isn't going to ask her about how she has been. Mudok offered her a drink and asked her to take it. He confidently said that his aide told him that it is always ladies first in a party. The princess did not expect this. She didn't know how to react. She gently blushed and drank the wine. She thanked Mudok for the wine. The announcer with a cool mustache announced that Princess Daphne Laird of the Hazen Kingdom and the Honorable Count Anos have arrived. The moment he said this, a tall man and a beautiful blonde woman stepped into the ballroom. The man and the woman were quite beautiful. The nobles were blown away by Princess Daphne's beauty. They said that her beauty remains unchanging. They were also surprised to see Count Anos. They said that the princess and the count make a perfect couple. Mudok took a look at the count. He realized that he had heard about Anos before. Edmund wrote about him in his letter. This man is the one who is known as the Grand Sword Master. Sylar noticed that Mudok was staring at the count. She asked him if he knows him. Mudok could feel that Anos was not from this world. He told the princess that he doesn't know the man. Sylar told him that she has not seen the woman who was with him the last time. Mudok smiled and asked her if she is curious about her. Siler said that she is not. She told him that she is just asking because she doesn't know many people there. Mudok asked her to wait. He said that she is someone who naturally loves dramatic entrances. Immediately he said this. The announcer told the people that the main character of the party, King Tomalova, is now entering. The king majestically walked into the ballroom with his daughter and another woman. Siler was shocked to see this. She couldn't believe that Ishilda was a princess of the Drake Kingdom. While everyone was clapping, the woman asked Mudok if this is the dramatic entrance he is referring to. Ishilda and her father moved to their seats. Before sitting down, Ishilda saw something shocking. She saw Mudok standing next to Siler. Mudok gently waved at her. Ishilda sat down and glared at the woman. She didn't know why she was there. She heard that the first princess of Gaia Kingdom was the one who was going to be there. She did not like the fact that Siler was standing next to Mudok. A while later, we see the nobles bow their heads to the king to congratulate him for his 50th birthday. Tomalova thanked everyone for attending his party. He told them that he appreciates their presence. Everyone applauded him. The king raised his hand and asked the nobles to have a wonderful time. Ishilda turned to her father and told him that she is curious to see the kind of gifts he will receive for this birthday. She said that she is really looking forward to it. Tomalova smiled when he heard this. He told his daughter that they will start right away. Duke Icarus stepped forward and presented a small box to the king. The announcer told the king that this box is a gift from the duke. When Tomalova opened the box, he saw a ring inside. It was a gold ring with a blue crystal on it. With a smile on his face, the duke informed Tomalova that the ring will protect him from now on. He explained to him that the ring can nullify all offensive magic of the fourth circle and below. The king and the people were shocked to hear this. They realized that this was an artifact. They couldn't believe that such valuable things still existed. Mudok didn't know what an artifact was. Siler explained to him that it is an object with magic in it. She said that it is a very valuable item in this present age where there are no mages of the ninth circle, or higher. The value of an artifact with high nullification magic on it is immeasurable. The king thanked Duke Icarus for his valuable gift. The duke congratulated the king on his birthday again. He turned around and slowly walked away. The nobles in the ballroom were amazed by the duke. They couldn't believe that he brought something so valuable for the king. Some of them wondered if there was any gift that could even surpass that of Duke Icarus. After the duke presented his gift, other nobles presented their expensive gifts to Tomalova, but they were all overshadowed by the duke's gift. The last noble to present a gift was Mudok. He placed a box in front of the king and knelt before him. He asked Tomalova if he has been well. The king told him that he is relieved to see that he is healthy. Mudok told him that it is all thanks to his grace. The announcer opened the box to show the king what Mudok brought. The king took out a long leather material from the box. Mudok told Tomalova that he brought the leather of an ice ogre that he personally hunted. The king smiled when he heard this. He asked Mudok if he is talking about the savage monster that lives in the northern lands. Mudok told him that he is correct. He asked Tomalova to accept his sincerity even though it is lacking. Tomalova thanked him for the gift. He said that he will make a winter coat from the hide and wear it in winter. The duke could not believe that Mudok offered this kind of gift to the king. He said that a pathetic gift is expected from someone of commoner origins. With a smile on his face, Mudok told the king that he brought another gift because the leather alone seemed lacking. A man carried a box into the ballroom and gave it to the king. When Tomalova opened the box, he saw some eggs inside. He asked Mudok to tell him what he is looking at. With a smile on his face, Mudok told the king that they are eggs from a monster, Tomalova, and the people were shocked to hear this. They couldn't believe that Mudok brought something like this to a party. The duke told Mudok that he is an insolent bastard. He pointed at him and said that this is an insult to the royal family. He turned to the knights and asked them about why they are just standing. He ordered them to drag the baron out. The knights quickly walked towards Mudok. Tomalova ordered them to stop. Everyone quickly became silent. With a scary look on his face, Tomalova asked Mudok to clarify his intentions. With a confident smile on his face, Mudok revealed to the king that he is holding an ice wyvern's eggs. The king and the duke were shocked to hear this. An ice wyvern is a wyvern that can only be found in Caroline. It is 1.5 times larger than a normal wyvern. Since ancient times, there have been constant attempts to tame ice wyverns, but their fierce nature made it hard to obtain their eggs, and raising them was extremely difficult. Taming this monster has long been considered impossible. Just ordinary wyverns would provide tremendous military power if they are tamed well. The small nation of the Zeba Kingdom led its wyvern knights to conquer surrounding countries and rose to become the Great Zeba Empire. This story is well known on the continent. Taming an ice wyvern would mean that the military power of the Drake Kingdom would skyrocket. Tomalova completely understood this. He thanked Mudok for his gift. He asked him if he knows that raising an ice wyvern is even harder than acquiring its egg. Mudok assured him that he is well aware. He said that it is not easy to raise an ice wyvern to adulthood. He put 2 fingers on his lips and gently whistled. He called out to Lilith. The moment he did this, the nobles in the hall began to scream. They couldn't believe their eyes. They saw a wyvern standing outside the hall. Mudok revealed to the king that Lilith is an ice wyvern that he has tamed since she was a hatchling. He told Tomalova that he will teach the royal breeders how to raise an ice wyvern. He explained to him that they will imprint his face on the wyvern when it hatches. This will allow the hatchling to recognize him as its parent and obey him faithfully. Tomalova was surprised to hear this. Ishilda was simply happy to see Lilith again. She had to pretend like she was also shocked. Mudok bowed his head and told the king that the other 2 eggs are for his daughters. He said that the ice wyverns will become the steadfast guardians of the royal family. Tomalova was shocked to see that Mudok thought of his daughters as well. He told him that he is quite thoughtful. He raised his hands and said that their kingdom is destined to become as powerful as the Zeba Empire. He announced that this was the greatest gift he has ever received in his lifetime. He thanked Mudok for the amazing gift. He told Tomalova that he is honored that the gift pleases him. Ishilda gently smiled when she heard this. She remembered that Mudok asked her to expect something when they spoke a few days ago with a communication stone. Duke Icarus was extremely angry to see how things were progressing. He wondered about how Mudok got his hands on an ice wyvern's eggs. He decided to drag Mudok down with his plan. He called out to the king and told him that he has something urgent to report. He moved close to the king and asked him if he knows that Mudok sent troops into Viscount Roxalin's territory 2 days ago. Tomalova was surprised to hear this. He asked the Duke to tell him why the Baron would send his forces into Totusi. Duke Icarus revealed to him that Mudok initiated a territorial war. Tomalova was shocked to hear this. The nobles couldn't believe what they were hearing. They all knew that it was a crime to start a territorial war without reporting it. While screaming at the top of his voice, Duke Icarus asked the king to give Mudok the harshest punishment for daring to start a territorial war without reporting it to him. The nobles began to murmur. They all turned their eyes to Mudok. Tomalova did not like this situation. He didn't want to punish the person who saved him. Ishilda wondered about what she should do. She knew that Mudok's reputation will suffer if this continues. Duke Icarus gently smirked. He was certain that he has taken Mudok out. Then Mudok called out to the king and asked him if slave trading is legal in the Drake Kingdom. Tomalova said that it isn't. He told Mudok that slave trading is prohibited in his kingdom. Mudok put his hand into his clothes and took out a document. He announced that he is holding a ledger containing the Viscount's slave trading records. Duke Icarus and the king were shocked to hear this. They couldn't believe their ears. Mudok explained to the king that Roxalin has been capturing people from his territory and selling them as slaves. He threw the document to the ground and asked the king to tell him if there is any lord who wouldn't be enraged when his own subjects are being sold as slaves. The nobles could not believe that the Viscount engaged in slavery. They were all shocked. Duke Icarus couldn't believe that Roxalin got involved in slavery behind his back. He called him a filthy, greedy pig. Ishilda reminded her father that those who violate the royal laws can be challenged to a territorial war without reporting it to the king. She smiled and asked him if she is correct. Since Mudok had a valid reason, Tomalova decided to grant him a special exception and not hold him accountable for the territorial war. With a smile on his face, he announced that Totusi will now become part of Carolyn's territory. Everyone began to cheer when they heard this. Count Slave suggested that Mudok should get a title now that his territory has expanded. The king told him that he is right. He asked Mudok to move closer. Mudok moved close to him and went on his knees. Tomalova placed a golden scarf on his neck and appointed him as Viscount of Carolyn. Mudok stood up and thanked the king for his new position. Duke Icarus watched them as they spoke. He glared at Mudok with eyes filled with hate. He promised himself that he will bring him down no matter what it takes. He turned around and walked forward. On the way out, we see Count Anos resting on the wall. He seemed to be annoyed about something. In the next scene, we see Mudok in the balcony. He seemed tired. He felt bad that he couldn't talk to Ishilda because of the nobles swarming him. He smiled when he realized that he had finally gotten this far. He remembered the things that happened when he first came to this world. He remembered how he fought, how he took over Caroline, and how he got a kiss from the princess. He believed that he and the princess will soon be together. Immediately, he thought of this. Someone came to the balcony. Mudok turned around and asked the person to tell him who he is. He saw that the person was Count Anos. Count Anos referred to our boy as Seol Mudok and told him that he has finally found him. Mudok was shocked to hear his name. He couldn't believe that the man was speaking to him with the language of the Central Plains. The Count closed the door and referred to Mudok as the enemy of his master and his sect. He carefully drew his sword. His sword released a pink energy. Anos told Mudok that he has been looking for him for a long time. He placed his hand on his sword hilt. His sword released a scent. Mudok immediately knew that this was the plum blossom fragrance. He now knew who this man was. He remembered the conversation he had with the Manhwa sect leader. While breathing heavily, Zhang Pungjin told him that the outcome of their fight would have been different if his disciple was there. Mudok realized that this was the disciple the man spoke of before his death. This man was known as the greatest prodigy in the Central Plains. His name is Li Jinqing. Jinqing covered his sword with his energy and took a step forward. Jinqing charged at Mudok at a crazy speed. Mudok easily matched his speed and blocked his sword strikes. Jinqing made his attacks faster, but Mudok was still able to match his speed. The two men grit their teeth out of anger. Jinqing made a huge swing and pushed Mudok back. He gathered his energy in his hand and charged at Mudok. He hit Mudok with his palm. His energy pushed Mudok back even more. He hit his back on the wall. When he raised his head up, he saw Jinqing in front of him. The man swung his sword at him with a large amount of force. Mudok dodged it and appeared in the air. He carefully landed behind the man. Jinqing turned around to see him. Mudok said that the rumors about him being the greatest disciple in the Central Plains weren't a complete lie. The man was annoyed to hear this. He asked Mudok not to get cocky. With a look of anger on his face, Jinqing revealed to Mudok that he has been searching for him for 3 years. He was successfully able to get on the same boat as him after he found Mudok's location. He watched Mudok's movements on the boat and waited for an opportunity to kill him. Before he could get the chance, a fierce storm appeared out of nowhere and a bright flash of light appeared in the sky. When Jinqing opened his eyes, he found himself in this strange world. With a darker and menacing look in his eyes, Jinqing told Mudok that he has never forgotten about his revenge for even one day. Mudok noticed that the aura around the man has changed. Jinqing added more energy to his sword. He said that he will be able to resolve the grudge of the Manhwa sect by severing Mudok's head. He raised his sword and took a step forward. Mudok could tell that the man's next attack was going to be different. He wasn't certain if he will be able to dodge it. Before Jinqing could swing his sword, someone stepped into the balcony. Mudok and the man quickly turned to the door. The person turned out to be Sylar. The girl told Mudok that she has been looking for him. She asked the men about what they were doing there. Mudok told her that he just met someone from his hometown for the first time in a while. He said that they were talking and reminiscing about the past. Jinqing quickly recognized the girl. He realized that she is the second princess of the Gaia kingdom. He wondered if she is close to Mudok. When Mudok moved close to the girl, she asked him about where his hometown is. Jinqing watched them as they spoke. He knew that things will become complicated if he kills Mudok in front of a princess. Although he didn't like it, the man decided to back off. He bowed his head to the princess and told her that he will excuse himself first. He asked them to continue their conversation. Sylar gently thanked him. Jinqing walked towards the door. Before he left the balcony, he called out to Mudok in his head. Mudok was able to hear the man's voice in his own head. He immediately knew that Jinqing was using the frequency whispering technique. Jinqing told Mudok that he will destroy everything he cherishes the same way he destroyed everything that was precious to him. He stepped out of the balcony and smiled like a lunatic. He told Mudok that he will take his possessions, loved ones, and everything he values without exception. He said that he will first start with the one who is always looking at him with loving eyes. He said that he will start with the princess of the Drake Kingdom. Mudok was shocked to hear this. He called the man a bastard and asked him not to touch Ishilda. He told him that the girl has nothing to do with him. The man said that this depends on how he responds. After saying this, he bid Mudok farewell. Mudok asked the man to wait. While he was talking to Jinqing in his head, Sylar was trying to get his attention. She asked him if he is listening to her. She told him that he looks like he was having a serious conversation with the Count. She asked him if he has something to do with the Count. Mudok walked past her and told her that something urgent has come up. He said that he needs to excuse himself. Siler was surprised to hear this. She turned around and grabbed Mudok's jacket. Mudok did not expect this. He quickly turned to her. He asked her if she still has something she wants to say. Siler said that it is not very important. She felt a bit embarrassed that she grabbed his clothes. She wondered about what she is supposed to say. She told Mudok that it is quite rude for him to leave when she came to the balcony herself to see him in person. She gently winked at him and asked him to learn some party manners. Mudok moved close to her. With a cold gaze in his eyes, he asked the woman if she doesn't have anything to do. He reminded her that dignitaries from different nations have come to celebrate the king's birthday. He asked her if it isn't her responsibility, as Gaia's representative, to entertain these people and chat with them. With a serious tone in his voice, Mudok asked the woman to tell him why she keeps bothering him. Siler was shocked to hear this. She couldn't believe that someone like her was being bothersome. Most men desperately try to get her attention with everything they have, but the princess always blows them off. They always try to get close to her to get something, but the princess always turns them down. Siler wondered why Mudok was different. She asked Mudok not to get the wrong idea. With a sad look in her eyes, she told him that she simply wanted to congratulate him on becoming a viscount. Mudok felt bad when he heard what she said. He apologized to the princess for his harsh words. He told her that something urgent has truly come up. He said that he needs to excuse himself. He thanked her for the congratulations. He left after saying this. The princess was on the balcony alone. She moved close to the glass door to see Mudok. When she looked down, she saw Mudok checking on Ishilda. Ishilda didn't understand why Mudok was doing this. Siler watched Mudok worry about the princess. She wondered if Mudok would have liked her if she met him first. She wondered if she would have been able to smile like Ishilda. Siler slapped her cheek to bring herself back to reality. She turned away from the door and told herself that she does not have time for this. She said that she needs to focus on her own life. She knew that the most important thing she needed to focus on was how she was going to survive her older sister's assassination attempts. While she was thinking, Siler heard a sound coming from the pavilion. When she raised her head up, she saw Princess Daphne talking to someone. Siler immediately recognized the princess. She didn't know the man standing next to her. When she took a closer look at him, she realized that she had seen his face from somewhere. She recalled that Jerome was a retainer of the Blizzard family. She wondered about what the mage and the princess were doing together at this hour. In the next scene, we see someone informing Jinching that Princess Daphne has disappeared again. The man was surprised to hear this. His subordinate informed him that the princess said that she wanted to get some fresh air outside. He said that they can't find her even though they searched the entire castle. Jinching did not like the fact that the woman always makes him worry. He ordered his subordinates to search the castle thoroughly. He asked them to report to him the moment they find her. The scene shifts, and we see the princess sitting in the pavilion. She was looking at the night sky. While looking at the moon, the woman remembered something. She remembered someone telling her to go to the Drake Kingdom with Count Anos as an envoy. The woman realized that she would have never come there if she didn't receive an order from her older brother. She and someone on the other side of the pavilion said that they really want to run away. The princess was surprised to hear a person's voice in the pavilion. She quickly turned around. She asked the man to come out of the shadows. The man apologized to her and stepped out of the shadows. The man turned out to be Jerome. Jerome told the princess that he didn't think anyone would be there at this hour. The princess was surprised to see Jerome's handsome face. She quickly put herself together and looked away. She asked the mage not to apologize. She told him that she was just a little startled. The princess did not think that he would be so handsome. Jerome apologized to the woman for not introducing himself. He shared his name with her and told her that he serves under Viscount Blizzard. The princess also introduced herself to him. Jerome smiled and told her that she has a beautiful name. The moment he said this, he realized that he had heard the name before. He immediately knew that this was the princess who is renowned throughout the continent for her beauty. He quickly went on his knees and apologized to Daphne for not recognizing her. He begged her to forgive his rudeness. Daphne assured him that it is fine. She said that she doesn't concern herself with such things. Jerome told her that he will be taking his leave. The moment he said this, he carefully looked at her face to see her expression. He noticed that Daphne looked kind of sad. He stood up and asked her if it is fine for him to stay in the pavilion too. The woman was surprised to hear this, with a smile on his face. Jerome said that he is waiting for his lord who is still in the party. He said that he will like to stay if his presence won't be too imposing on her. Daphne began to heavily blush when she heard this. Jerome looked like a prince charming to her. She sat down and asked him to do whatever he likes. A while later, we see Jerome ranting about his problems to the princess. He told her that he is the one who always has to clean up Miyudak's mess. He said that he instinctively wants to run away when he stands next to his lord. Daphne smiled and told the mage that he has piled up a lot of complaints about his lord. Jerome became embarrassed. He realized that he has only been talking about his issues. Daphne smiled and told him that it is okay. She said that she finds it interesting. Jerome turned to her and asked her about why she wanted to run away. Daphne stopped smiling when she heard this. She revealed to the mage that she wants to run away because her brother is trying to force her into an arranged marriage. She said that she has no desire to sacrifice her life as a pawn of the country. Jerome simply stared at the princess. This made her nervous. She asked him if the topic was too heavy. She told the man that he is very easy to talk to. She said that she spoke without thinking. Jerome nervously told her that this wasn't it. He explained to her that he was thinking of ways to help her. He asked her to let him know if there is anything he can help her with. With a bright smile on his face, the mage said that he is willing to stake his mana in order to help her. The princess began to blush when she heard this. Her heart began to beat fast. The woman wondered why it was beating so fast. She turned away from Jerome. She couldn't look him straight in the face. The moment she did this, someone called out to her. Daphne nervously turned around. She saw the count and his men walking towards her. Jinqing told the princess that he has been looking for her for a while. He turned around and asked her about the identity of the man behind him. Jerome told the count that he is just a humble mage who was passing by. The man quickly realized that the count is the rumored grand sword master. He bowed his head to the princess and told her that he will take his leave now that her escort knight has arrived. He turned around after saying this. Daphne gently called out to Jerome. The count noticed this. He remembered how he saw the princess smiling before he called out to her. He quickly became angry. He asked the princess if she knows that the king has promised to hold a grand engagement ceremony for them once they return to the kingdom. Jerome was shocked to hear this. Daphne couldn't believe what she was hearing with a cold gaze in his eyes. Jinqing asked Daphne to start opening her heart to him. Daphne couldn't believe that her brother would do something like this without consulting her first. She walked forward and said that she will be going inside first. Jinqing followed her. Jerome already guessed that Daphne's arranged marriage partner was Jinqing. Before the princess left the garden, she gently turned. Jerome quickly noticed this. The woman gently moved her mouth to ask the mage to meet her there again 3 days from now. She smiled and asked him to meet her at this hour. Jerome was surprised to hear this. He didn't know what to say. He just watched Daphne walk out of the garden with Jinqing. The scene shifts and we are taken to the hall. We see Ishilda laughing and talking to some women. After they were done talking, Ishilda waved to the women. She took a deep breath and let out a sigh. She found it exhausting to always have to talk to people. She felt a bit tired. While she was thinking, someone stretched out his hand and asked her if she wants to dance. The person turned out to be Mudak. Ishilda smiled and told Mudak that she would love to dance. The two of them moved to the dance floor and began to dance in an elegant manner. The king and count's slave watched Ishilda and Mudak as they danced. The king called out to the count. He told him that he feels like Ishilda and Mudak are quite close. He asked him if he is wrong. The count told him that he is correct. Tomalova carefully looked at his daughter. He said that it has been a while since he saw her smile so brightly. He begged the count to answer his next question honestly. Count's slave asked him to say his question. Tomalova asked the man if it is possible that Ishilda has feelings for Mudak. The count became nervous when he heard this. He said that Mudak has definitely been making a name for himself lately, but it is not to the level where Ishilda might like him. He reminded Tomalova that Mudak was just a mere commoner a while back. He said that it is impossible for Mudak to court a princess even if he became of his viscount. He said that Mudak's skills in combat has its limit. He believed that it would be impossible for Mudak to understand the complex web of noble interests. Tomalova became discouraged. He told the count that he is right. He looked at his daughter's beautiful smile and said that he can't entertain meaningless hope. He said that he can act recklessly. The scene shifts and we see Lilith flying somewhere. When she was about to land, the people below her began to cheer. She landed in front of the Roll Merchant group. Mudok greeted Edmund when Lilith landed. The man was quite happy to see Mudok. Mudok came down from his wyvern. He asked Edmund if he is making a good living. The merchant said that they are making more than a good living. He revealed to Mudok that they have become the top merchant group in the kingdom thanks to his support. He said that business is booming every day. He asked Mudok to come inside. He poured Mudok some tea and sat down with him. He told him that he heard about how he became Viscount after winning the battle. He said that a lot has happened in such a short period of time. Mudok revealed to Edmund that he came to visit him in order to ask him for a favor. The man asked him to tell him what he wants. He told him that he is ready to do anything. Mudok told the man that he needs a mansion. Edmund did not expect to hear this. Mudok told him that he wants a mansion that will be much more grander than Duke Icarus' mansion. He said that he wants something that is on a whole other level. Edmund smiled and said that he understands. He said that he will prepare it as soon as possible. The man was happy to see that Mudok was finally making a move against the Duke. He believed that it was time for him to get revenge against the Akasa merchant group and Duke Icarus. Edmund was certain that he could defeat the Duke with Mudok's help and even rise to a higher position. He knew that the only thing he had to do was to ensure that Mudok never runs out of money. The moment he thought of this, Edmund realized something. He asked Mudok about where his retainer is. He asked him about why he came alone. Mudok smiled and said that he has him walking on a special assignment. The scene shifts, and we see Jerome in another location. He was wearing a hood that covered his face. While looking around, Jerome remembered that his lord asked him to find out who was behind the massacre of the Kramer family. The man was annoyed that he got this assignment. He felt like Mudok was giving him too much work. He let out a sigh and decided not to think about it. He wondered if Princess Daphne is okay. He did not understand why she wanted to meet him again in 3 days. While he was thinking, someone appeared behind him and told him that he thought he went missing. He did not think that Jerome would still be alive. Jerome turned around to see the dark-haired man. The man whose name is Leon greeted him with a smile on his face. Jerome stood up and shook the man's hand. He told him that he is still too handsome to die. The man laughed when he heard this. He told Jerome that his prince syndrome is still a problem even though he went missing. He sat down and asked the mage about the kind of information he wants to get. Jerome threw a bag containing a large amount of gold and valuable jewels on the table. The man felt like the money was a bit too much for a simple background check. He asked the mage if it is someone important. Jerome explained to him that he was just asked to look into the person. He said that he is not aware of the details behind it. Leon asked him to tell him who the target is. Jerome said that it is Miller Kramer. Leon's expression became grim. He was quite shocked to hear the name. He now understood why the payment was so high. He stood up and said that someone must want me dead. Jerome stood up and asked Leon about what he means. The man asked him if he doesn't know that everyone who looked into the death of the Kramer family always ended up dead. He walked forward and told Jerome that he hasn't heard a thing about the family. He said that he is not interested in the job. The mage placed another bag on the table and told the man that he will double his pay if gets him the information he needs. Leon stopped walking when he heard this. He said that it has been over 10 years since the incident took place. He told himself that things are probably fine now. He asked Jerome to wait for him. The mage sat down back. He wondered about what happened to the Kramer family. He couldn't believe that even Leon, who is the master of the Information Guild, is scared to get involved in the case. He realized that someone very dangerous is involved in this case. Sometime later, within the Roll Merchant building, Jerome returned to his master's room. Bowing respectfully, he relayed the truth to Mudok. To get straight to the point, he said, the Kramer family was a count's household. Miller was the second son of Count Kramer, a family of great prestige within the kingdom. Edmund, seated beside Mudok, widened his eyes in shock. Kramer, you say? Jerome nodded and continued. 10 years ago, the entire family was poisoned. Miller alone narrowly survived. Mudok leaned forward. So, did you find the culprit? Yes, Jerome replied gravely. They said it was Baron Gideon. At that moment, Edmund spoke up, his expression grim. But Baron Gideon is not the real culprit. Both Mudok and Jerome turned toward him in surprise. With sorrow in his voice, Edmund explained. Baron Gideon was only a puppet. The one who gave the order for the poisoning was someone else. Later that night, Under the light of 3 moons above the Roll Merchant Guild building, Miller learned of Baron Gideon's involvement. Rage consumed him. From his hand emerged his secret weapon, a sharp purple dagger that extended like a claw, crimson droplets scattering as it manifested. Seething with fury, he burst from his room, his thoughts ablaze. Today, I will kill Baron Gideon. I will finish my revenge. But as he stormed into the corridor, he encountered Jerome, Murdoch, and Edmund approaching. Confused, he turned to Murdoch. Lord, what are you doing at this hour? Before Murdoch could answer, Edmund stepped from the shadows. I met you when you were little, young master, he said with a faint smile. You've grown so much. I am Edmund of the Roll Merchant Guild. Your father, Count Kramer, once supported us. Let me tell you the truth of that day. Baron Gideon carried out the poisoning, but the one who ordered the assassination of your family was Duke Icarus. Miller's eyes widened in disbelief. What? No way. What benefit would Icarus gain from eliminating the Kramers? Edmund's gaze hardened. The Akasa Merchant Guild, the largest guild in the Drake Kingdom. Its true master is Duke Icarus. If that's the case, Miller muttered. That's right, Edmund interrupted. To expand the Akasa Merchant Guild, Icarus crushed both the thriving Roll Guild and your family, the Kramers. The truth shattered Miller. He fell to his knees with a loud thud, covering his face with both hands, his voice trembling with rage. Then, that means I've been working under the man who killed my family? His grief twisted into madness, and he burst into maniacal laughter. The sound unsettled both Edmund and Jerome. With a sigh, Miller staggered back to his feet and began to leave. Murdoch stepped forward. Where are you going, Miller? I'm going to kill Icarus. With your current skill, you cannot kill Icarus, the sword master, Murdoch warned. I don't care, Miller snapped. Murdoch's eyes glowed with icy light. Miller, do you even realize your actions right now are unwise? Miller's aura flared violently. So what? Are you going to stop me too? Twin daggers extended from his hands, each long enough to rival short swords. Seeing this, Murdoch raised his own hand, conjuring a weapon from pure ice. Edmund and Jerome called out nervously, but Murdoch pointed directly at Miller. If you insist on going, defeat me first. Miller dropped into his stance. If that is what must be done, I will not back down. In a flash he charged, launching a flurry of thrusts. But to his shock, Murdoch vanished and reappeared behind him. Reacting instantly, Miller spun and kicked in an arc, but Murdoch bent away with minimal movement. A strike aimed at vital points with no wasted effort, proof of painful training day after day, Murdoch thought. But it still isn't enough to defeat me. His finger glowed with icy energy. In a blink, he struck Miller multiple times at precise points. Miller coughed, collapsing to the floor. I struck your vital point, Murdoch declared coldly. You won't be able to move for half a day. But to Murdoch's astonishment, Miller leaned trembling against the wall. Using his thumb, he tapped several points on his body, undoing the paralysis. Murdoch's eyes widened. I never taught you to use your thumbs like that. How on earth did you do it? Shaking violently, Miller rasped. Just now, didn't you show it to me in person? Murdoch's shock deepened. He copied it in that instant, after seeing it once. Miller forced himself onto his knees. It's not over yet. But his body gave out, and he collapsed unconscious. Murdoch stared silently for a moment, then turned to Edmund. Yes, Lord? Edmund responded quickly. Move the unconscious Miller to a room. Tell him to find me when he wakes. Hesitant, Edmund asked. Will you punish the young master? No, Murdoch replied. From tomorrow, I plan to personally teach him the vital points. Edmund blinked in confusion. Pardon? Murdoch glanced back at Miller's fainted form, then spoke with certainty. As I suspected, Maya was not wrong. Miller is a raw gem with extraordinary talent. If guided well, he could become a top-tier assassin. Though, the road ahead is long. As he spoke, a light blinked from his pocket. Pulling it out, he revealed a communication crystal. What's going on? He asked. A trembling voice answered. Viscount, it's me, Ishilda. Please, help me. It's too cold here. Murdoch's composure faltered. Ishilda? Where are you now? He called her name twice more, but there was no reply. Without hesitation, he leapt out the window, racing into the night. Just wait, Ishilda. I will be there. Far away, Ishilda lay slumped against the wall, unconscious, her hand clutching the crystal tightly as its glow flickered in the dark. With his incredible speed, he quickly arrived at the castle. He grit his teeth out of anger. He wondered about where Ishilda was. He recalled that the princess said that the place was cold. Mudok quickly focused his energy in his eyes. He realized that Ishilda must be in the coldest place in the castle. He used his eyes to examine the castle. He found a building that released a cold energy. Mudok quickly entered the building and called out to Ishilda. To his surprise, he found Ishilda shaking in the building. She had a blanket around her. He took the princess out of the building and asked her about how she got trapped in there. Ishilda revealed to him that she went inside to check on the ice wyvern eggs that he gave to them. She accidentally locked the door on herself when she stepped in. Mudok reminded her that he mentioned that the ice wyvern's tray was enchanted to keep the temperature low. He asked her about why she would act so carelessly. Ishilda apologized to him. She told him that she was able to reach out to him with the communication stone. Mudok let out a sigh. He quickly hugged the princess. While shaking like a scared child, our boy begged the princess to never do this again. He told her that he can't lose her again. Ishilda was surprised to hear this. She gently placed her hand on his back. The moment she did this, they heard a cracking sound come from an egg. Ishilda and Mudok quickly turned to the egg. They stood up and went inside. They saw a baby ice wyvern raise its head up. Its body was covered in mucus. Mudok asked the princess to remove the mucus from the wyvern's body. Ishilda was shocked to hear this. Mudok explained to her that the hatchling will recognize her as its mother if she does this. The princess gladly used her blanket to clean the mucus. She told Mudok that the hatchling's body is so soft. She asked him if he thinks that the imprinting worked properly. The hatchling carefully opened its eyes when she asked him this question. Mudok asked the princess to try greeting it. Ishilda greeted the wyvern with a smile on her face. The hatchling smiled brightly at her. The princess was very happy to see this. She moved it closer to her face. She liked the fact that it was so cute. Mudok told her that this wyvern is a female. Ishilda asked him about how he could tell, just by looking at it. Mudok explained to her that a person can distinguish the gender of a wyvern through its cloaca. He smiled and told her that the hatchling looks healthy. He asked her to raise it well. With a smile on her face, Ishilda thanked him for the gift. She promised to raise the wyvern well. She asked him about what she should name it. Mudok told her that she is the one who can name it since it belongs to her. While they were talking inside the building, we see a maid looking at the building from a window in the castle. It seemed like she was observing something. After the king's birthday party, the conferral ceremony was held. We see Mudok kneel in front of the king. He was made a Viscount of the Drake Kingdom. He was officially recognized as a Viscount. Immediately after the ceremony ended, the Grand Council called for a meeting. The Grand Council is a meeting attended by all nobles of the kingdom. It is mainly for selecting members of the small council or discussing noble affairs. The king sat at the center of the hall. He faced the numerous nobles sitting in front of him. He announced that the first agenda of this Grand Council is to elect the members of the small council. He asked anyone with a recommendation to raise their hand and state the name of the nominee. A noble sitting next to Duke Icarus nominated him. Another noble sitting next to Count Slave nominated him for the position. Some people agreed to this nominations and some disagreed. Mudok carefully watched this fierce argument. Even without anyone telling him, our boy could tell which people supported the Duke and which people served the king. He didn't really care for the event because he knew that no one would nominate him. The moment he thought of this, someone nominated him. Mudok was shocked to hear this. Everyone in the hall quickly turned to the person that nominated our boy. The person turned out to be Duke Icarus. The Duke said that Mudok has already demonstrated his ability to them many times. He said that he believes that Mudok is fully qualified to become a member of the small council. He asked the nobles if they object to this nomination. Everyone agreed to the nomination. King did not understand what the Duke was trying to do. Ishilda remembered that the Duke was the one who sent Mudok to the northern lands. She didn't understand why he was now recommending him for the small council. She wondered about what he was plotting. With a smile on his face, Duke Icarus said that everyone agrees. He picked up a glass of wine and glared at Mudok. He congratulated him on entering the royal court. Since the small council convenes every week, a member of the council cannot leave the capital. Duke Icarus had countless eyes and ears that served him in the capital. He wanted to make sure that Mudok won't get the chance to build power beyond his reach. The Duke wanted to see Mudok struggle. He believed that our boy will fall deeper into his web the more he tries to fight him. In the next scene, we are taken to Ishilda's room. The princess remembered giving Mudok a signal to come to her room after the meeting ends. She wondered if he didn't notice it. Immediately, she thought of this. Our boy appeared on her window. He told her that it is impossible for him not to notice the signal. Yahello was happy to see Mudak. Our boy asked her about what she wants to talk about. The princess asked him if he knows why the Duke recommended him as an executive. Our boy told her that he doesn't know. He asked the girl if she has any guesses. The princess said that she doesn't. She said that it is impossible for the Duke to do this for no reason. Duke Icarus openly sent assassins to kill the king and even sent Mudak to the faraway northern lands. Yahello was certain that the Duke was plotting something behind the scenes. Mudak wasn't completely against the idea of becoming an executive. He told Yahello that he will now be able to see her more often. He said that he needs to thank the Duke for helping him. Yahello warned him that Duke Icarus is a man who will do anything to get what he wants. She told him that things might not work if he is not careful. Mudak called out to the princess. He assured her that he will handle things as he always does. He asked her not to worry too much. Yahello was surprised to hear this. She gently smiled. The moment she did this, a maid knocked on her door and asked her if she can come in. Yahello quickly turned to Mudak and asked him to hide somewhere for a moment. Immediately she said this. She noticed that our boy was no longer in the room. The scene shifts, and we are taken back to the past. 10 days ago, we see Princess Daphne and Jerome talking under the pavilion. The princess informed Jerome that she wanted to run away. Jerome was shocked to hear this. He asked her if she is serious. He asked her about where she wants to go. Daphne replied that the place doesn't matter. She asked him if he can take her somewhere that no one will recognize her. The mage reminded her that he is a vassal of Lord Caroline. He said that he can start a war between nations if it is revealed that he helped her run away. The princess asked him if the vow he made to her was a lie. Jerome was surprised to hear this. Daphne reminded him that he swore on his mana that he would help her. With a sad look on her face, she said that this is the first time she has actually been outside the castle of the Hazel Kingdom. It was her first time talking to people outside the castle. After her father passed away, her brother locked her in her room. He only let her out during national events. No matter how beautiful the clothes were or how delicious the food was, it didn't matter to the princess. All she wanted was freedom. When the princess got into a political marriage with the count, she tried to like him, but he was nothing more than her brother's loyal dog. The count is a man who doesn't care about her feelings or thoughts. The princess noticed that the count looked at her the same way her brother did. He had cold eyes that saw her only as a tool. Princess Daphne told Jerome that he is the only person who doesn't look at her with his cold eyes. Jerome didn't know what to say to her. The princess stood up and apologized to the mage for making him uncomfortable. She told him that she was too naive to take his promise seriously. As tears flowed down from her eyes, the princess said goodbye to the mage. Jerome clenched his fist. He summoned his courage and called out to the princess. He asked her to wait. Daphne quickly turned around. Jerome became nervous. He told himself that he can't do anything. He told the princess that he really can't do anything. He called her again and tried to change his words. Daphne became angry with his indecisive nature. She turned around and walked up to him. Jerome was still nervously thinking about it. With a look of anger on her face, Daphne asked the mage if he will help her or not. Jerome told her that he will do it. He wondered why her personality suddenly changed. The princess was happy to see that he agreed to her request. She gently smiled at him and thanked him for his help. Jerome told her that he will share the meeting place with her. He asked her to go to the tavern at the castle's main gates. He said that he will wait on the 3rd floor of the Russian Blue until sunset. He told her that no one must know about this. He advised her to act as if she didn't speak to him today. Daphne smiled at him and told him that she understands. The scene shifts and we are taken to the present. We see Jerome standing in front of a door. He was thinking about the promise he made. While he was thinking, Mudak asked him to come in. When the mage stepped inside, our boy asked him if something is wrong. Jerome said that he wanted to go to Tatsi for an inspection. Mudak asked him if he is going alone. With a nervous look on his face, the mage said that it is necessary for them to check if Volmer is managing things properly. Mudak agreed that maintenance checks are important. He asked Jerome to go ahead. He told him that he will join him after his next meeting. Jerome explained to his lord that the journey is a 5-day ride on a horse. He told him that it will be difficult for him to attend the small council meeting. He said that he will go by himself and report back immediately. Mudak asked him about what he means. He reminded him that it only takes a day to reach Tatsi on a wyvern. Jerome nervously laughed. He said that he has completely forgotten about the wyverns. Mudok noticed that he was acting weird. He asked his vassal if something is wrong. He told him that he has been distracted all week. With a shaky tone in his voice, the mage said that this is ridiculous. Mudok was still suspicious of the man. He told him that he will leave Tatsi in his hands. Jerome thanked him and walked towards the door. Mudok watched him as he walked out of his room. After leaving Mudok's office, Jerome thought about how tomorrow is the day of the operation. He wondered why he was doing this. He would normally refuse this request. He knew that this was a crazy request. He told himself that he needs to stop while he can. The moment he said this, he remembered how the princess looked when she cried. Jerome began to smile like an idiot. He was completely smitten by Daphne beauty. The next day at the castle, King Tomalova and his daughter, Princess Ishilda, walked through the long corridor toward the royal meeting room. Ishilda, deep in thought, could not quiet the turmoil in her mind. Duke Icarus, what could he possibly be thinking? There's no way he invited the Viscount to the royal council meeting for no reason. Still, since the Viscount said he'll handle it somehow, maybe it'll be fine. Lost in worry, she arrived at the meeting room just as the guard loudly announced, "His Majesty the King and Her Highness Princess Ishilda are entering." She stepped inside with her father, and immediately her eyes landed on Mudok, who was calmly seated and smiling at her. She returned a nervous smile. The count servant struck the table lightly and declared, "Then, we shall begin the royal council meeting. The first agenda concerns Duke Icarus." Duke Icarus stepped forward, bowing slightly. "Your Majesty the King, Her Highness Princess Ishilda, and beloved nobles. The matter I bring forth today is regarding Her Highness's marriage." A sly smirk crossed his lips. Shock rippled through the room. Both the king and Ishilda stiffened, while the other nobles remained silent in stunned disbelief. Ishilda rose to her feet, her voice trembling with anger. "My marriage? What in the world are you talking about, Duke Icarus?" The Duke lowered his head politely. "Please forgive me if my proposal startled you, Your Highness. However, you have already turned 20 this year, and yet, not only is there no arranged marriage, there is not even a fiancé. Such a situation is unheard of in any royal family. If things continue this way, the royal bloodline may be severed. Thus, I formally propose that Her Highness's wedding be hastened." A noble in a red coat, one allied with the king, stood up furiously. "Duke Icarus, how dare you utter such insolence? Have you no respect left at all?" But nobles on the duke's side quickly countered. "Watch your words, sir. Duke Icarus merely speaks out of concern for the kingdom's future." "Are you saying you are unconcerned about the kingdom's future?" Hearing their arguments, Ishilda swallowed in flustered frustration. The count servant banged the wooden hammer on the table repeatedly. "Quiet, everyone! Be quiet!" But Ishilda snatched the hammer from his hand and slammed it down with such force that it broke in half. "Everyone, calm down!" The room fell silent instantly. She handed back the broken hammer. "My apologies. Please resume the meeting." "Yes, Your Highness," the Count murmured. Ishilda then turned sharply to her father. "Why aren't you saying anything?" "Sit down, Ishilda," the king ordered sternly. "Do you agree with what he said? Didn't you promise I could choose my own fiancé?" The king's expression hardened. "A child of the royal family must accept their destiny. Stop your foolish talk." Something inside Ishilda snapped. She turned and marched toward the exit. "Your Highness, the meeting is still in progress," the count called after her. She said nothing. The door slammed shut behind her. Later, Ishilda lay on her bed crying, while her maid Lenshia knelt beside her. "What should I do now?" she sobbed. "The only one I like is Viscount Blizzard. Nothing has been decided yet." Lenshia tried to reassure her. "Don't jump to conclusions or give up so soon." Ishilda suddenly stood up, shouting. "Nothing's decided? It's obvious they want me to marry Sir Justin, so that I can inherit the throne. The Tomalova royal family has only 3 princesses, and by law, a princess cannot inherit the throne. Duke Icarus will do anything to achieve his goal." A twisted little smile appeared on her face. "Maybe I should just tell everyone that the only one I'll marry is Viscount Blizzard." "Wait, Your Highness!" Lenshia pleaded. "Please maintain your dignity." "Dignity? How long must I keep that so-called dignity? I can't take it anymore." Ishilda stormed toward the door. Lenshia grabbed her from behind. "No, please! I understand your feelings, But if you act now, the whole kingdom will fall into chaos. Let me go, Lenshia. My mind is already in chaos. What does it matter? At that moment, a furious shout rang from outside. You insolent fool! What do you think you're doing? Both women froze. The voice belonged to none other than Murdoch. He stood outside the princess's chamber, glaring at a trembling maid on the floor. Eavesdropping on the princess's room? Who sent you? Spy. Not a spy, the maid stammered. I was merely cleaning the doorway. Ishilda hurried out with Lenshia. Viscount Blizzard! What is happening? Murdoch bowed lightly. I came to check on you, princess, and found this one with her ear to the door. Ishilda turned her eyes on the maid. Is what the Viscount said true? Sweat streamed down the maid's face. And no, your highness! I was really just cleaning. You're a new face, Ishilda said coldly. Did you know this is my residence? Forgive me, your highness. I was just assigned to the Eastern Palace today. I got lost. I'm not familiar with the layout. Do not appear before me again, Ishilda ordered. Next time, I won't let it pass so easily. The maid bowed deeply. Thank you for your mercy, your highness. I swear I'll never come near again. She fled down the corridor. Ishilda turned to Lenshia. Follow that maid. Yes, your highness, Lenshia said, and immediately went after her. Murdoch watched her leave before asking, Is it all right to let her go? There's no clear reason to punish her, Ishilda answered. And without knowing who's behind it, the same thing will happen again. Do you have anyone in mind? Murdoch asked quietly. Only one person, she replied. Duke Icarus. Most nobles and servants here are already bought by him. That's why no one dares speak out, even after something like this. Murdoch frowned. I knew the royal family had grown weak, but I didn't realize it was this bad. Viscount, Ishilda whispered. What should I do? If this keeps up, I'll be forced to marry Justin, just as Icarus planned. Murdoch smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, princess. I will speak directly to His Majesty. You have a plan? She asked. With a grin, Murdoch replied. A plan? There is one thing that comes to mind. As the long-awaited day arrived, chaos stirred within the kingdom. Soldiers scoured the city in search of Princess Daphne, who had fled the castle under the cover of dawn. A commanding officer shouted urgently. That way! She couldn't have gone far. Search the whole area! The troops scattered at his command, their boots pounding across cobblestone as they chased any trace of her. Meanwhile, the princess herself hid in a narrow back alley, pressing her back against the cold stone wall. She trembled with nervous sweat, watching the soldiers rush past. At that same time, Jerome waited anxiously in a tavern east of the castle's main gate. With his elbows planted on the table and his hands buried in his hair, he sat drenched in sweat, unable to stop thinking about the princess. Just then, the tavern door burst open with a loud bang. Princess Daphne stepped inside, breathless, and called, Sir Jerome! Did you wait long? Jerome spun around, relief washing across his face. You are here, Princess Daphne. Before he could say more, faint murmurs rose from outside the building. He hurried to the window and peeked out. Below, Hazen Kingdom officers were ordering their men. Search every building. Don't let them escape. Hearing this, Daphne's voice quivered. What do we do, Sir Jerome? At this rate, we'll be caught. Jerome extended his hand to her. Come this way. He quickly dragged a desk and chairs toward the entrance, barricading the door. Daphne protested anxiously. Even if we block the door, the soldiers will break in soon. Jerome only replied, I brought something for this situation. At that very moment, fists pounded against the door, and voices shouted from outside. Open the door! You're in there, Your Highness! Daphne's breath hitched. They're already here. What do we do? Jerome drew out a scroll, its parchment glowing faintly. Princess, hold on to me tightly. As she clung to him, he began chanting. The scroll shone brighter and brighter before tearing apart in midair as its magic activated. Let's go, Tatsi, Jerome declared. In a flash of light, both of them vanished. At the king's castle, the scene shifted to King Tomilova's private chamber. The king sat alone, steeped in frustration and shame. That insolent brat, he thought bitterly. To think I'm being swayed by a single noble. If the previous king saw this, he would be furious. I shouldn't have taken it out on Ishilda. Pathetic. His shoulders shook slightly as he continued his silent confession. I'm such a pathetic father. A knock interrupted his thoughts. A guard announced, "Your Majesty, Viscount Blizzard has come to meet you." The king immediately thought of Mudok and ordered, "Let him in." Mudok entered the room, offering a respectful bow. "I greet His Majesty, Father of the Drake Kingdom. Have you been well?" The king sighed wearily. "Peace? You know well I am not at peace." "So," Mudok said calmly, "you intend to hand the princess and the kingdom over to Duke Icarus?" The king snapped, furious. "Watch your words, Blizzard. Just because you saved me doesn't mean I will forgive everything." Mudok remained composed. "I have a solution." The king shot up from his seat. "What?" Before speaking further, Mudok gestured to the guards, signaling them to leave the room. Once they were alone, the king demanded, "Now speak. What is the solution?" Mudok stepped closer, handing him a sealed letter. "Your Majesty only needs to announce the statement I have prepared as an official decree." "An official decree?" the king murmured, scanning the contents. "If this happens, the marriage with Justin can be avoided, but this only buys time. It does not solve the problem." "I know, Your Majesty," Mudok replied. "This is a trap. The hunter sets the trap, and waits for the prey to step into it." As night fell, Mudok returned to his castle in Tatsi. Jerome greeted him at the entrance. "You have arrived, my lord." Mudok noticed the princess beside him. "You are Princess Daphrin?" Jerome stiffened nervously. "I will explain, my lord." Later, inside a quiet room lit only by lanternlight, Jerome recounted everything that had happened: how the princess fled, how the kingdom's soldiers nearly caught her, and how he brought her here. Mudok listened in silence. Finally, Princess Daphrin bowed her head. "I do not wish to trouble you, my lord. Please allow me to stay here." Mudok turned to Jerome. "Princess Daphrin is the princess and envoy of the Hazen Kingdom. You know what that means, yes?" Jerome lowered his head. "My apologies, my lord. I will ensure nothing harmful happens. Please allow the princess to stay." Mudok closed his eyes, deep in thought. "So it won't work?" After a silent moment, he answered, "Do it." Both Daphrin and Jerome froze. "What did you say?" they asked. "She may stay as long as she wants," Mudok repeated. Daphrin's eyes widened. "Are you sure it's okay? I will repay this kindness." "There is no need," Mudok replied. "I am not so poor as to demand payment from a runaway princess. Jerome risked danger to bring you here. How could I drive you out so coldly? Your relationship will be kept secret, so do not worry." His words made both of them blush. Jerome sprang from his seat. "My lord, that is rude to the princess." "Why are you angry again?" Mudok asked. "Just admit it, Jerome." Jerome fell silent, glancing bashfully at the princess. She looked away shyly as well. "Princess Daphrin," Mudok said, "I need to speak with Jerome alone. May you step outside for a moment?" "Yes," she replied softly. "Thank you for your consideration, my lord." After she left, Jerome bowed his head. "I am sorry. Because of my slip of the tongue, I made a promise to the princess and had to bring her here. I will personally escort her back to the Hazen Kingdom." "But why?" Mudok asked. "Why, you ask?" Jerome answered. "If they find out Princess Daphrin is here, it will start a war." Mudok raised a hand to stop him. "I am not asking my vassal Jerome. I am asking the man Jerome." "Is that what you want?" "I don't know," Jerome admitted. Just then, the communication crystal on the table began to glow and beep. Mudok picked it up. "Who is it?" "Viscount, it's Edmund," a voice answered. "Something terrible has happened. I hear Princess Daphrin of the Hazel Kingdom has been kidnapped. Count Anos has requested the king's help, and the entire kingdom is in an uproar." "I already know that," Mudok said calmly. "Pardon? But how?" "Then I'll assume nothing has happened," Mudok answered flatly. "Wait, there's one more thing," Edmund blurted. "His Majesty has officially announced the conditions for the marriage of Princess Ishilda." "I know that too." Edmund hesitated, shocked. "How did you?" "If you have nothing else to say, I will end the call here," Mudok said, cutting the connection. Jerome stared at him. "My lord, what on earth is going on?" "I am simply setting a trap for the prey," Mudok replied. "Now we wait for the prey to bite." In his mind, a single name echoed: Icarus. "Until now, you have controlled the kingdom as you pleased, but that will no longer be the case." The scene shifts, and we are taken to the Duke's office. We see Duke Icarus throwing every document on his table. He seemed to be quite angry with the announcement the king made. He grit his teeth out of anger. He couldn't believe that the king wanted Ishilda to marry a young noble who will earn his merit within a year. He wondered if the king was allowed to make such terms without consulting the nobles. A man stepped into the duke's office and picked up the documents on the ground. The man told the duke that a rat will attack a cat when it is cornered. The man gathered the paper and placed it on the duke's table. He told the duke that Justin will not even be considered if he fails to earn merit. He told Icarus that his son does not necessarily need to meet this condition. The duke turned to him when he heard this. The man explained to the duke that he simply needs to eliminate everyone who meets the condition. Currently, the ones who meet this condition are John's slave, who is the eldest son of the slave count family, and Murdoch. With a smile on his face, Baron Gideon informed the duke that he will send assassins to take care of John's slave. The duke asked him about what they should do about Murdoch. The Baron revealed to him that he has received a piece of information that he can use to corner Murdoch and Ishilda if he uses it well. The duke was quite interested in the Baron's methods. The scene shifts and we are taken to the castle. We see a small number of nobles seated in the king's office. Count Slave stood up and said that they need to begin the meeting. He said that the first issue is the status of Viscount Blizzard, who has become a new officer. The count asked the nobles if they have any good suggestions. Duke Icarus raised his hand when he heard this. He said that Murdoch has shown remarkable skill, and right now, the vice-captain of the Phoenix Knights, whose name is Baron Logan Famous, is currently injured and his seat is empty. The Duke announced that he wants Murdoch to become the vice-captain of the Phoenix Knights. Everyone in the room was shocked to hear this. The Phoenix Knights are the strongest knight order in the kingdom. They are led by Count Torion. The knight order recruits anyone regardless of their race or ranks. They only care about skills due to this. The order comprises of the most elite warriors. Although this was a good opportunity, Murdoch knew that the Duke would never give him a good position. He wondered if there was something in the Phoenix Knight Order. Our boy graciously smiled and thanked the Duke for his consideration. He told him that he will fulfill his duty even though he is lacking. The Duke smiled at him and told him that he is being humble. He assured Murdoch that he will do well. He turned to the king and told him that he has something to report. He asked Tomalova if he is aware that there is a strange rumor spreading around the castle. The king asked him about what he means. Duke Icarus revealed to him that someone saw the princess and Murdoch coming out of a barn. The nobles were shocked to hear this. Tomalova was horrified. He clenched his fist out of anger. Murdoch realized that the Duke was referring to the day he took Ishilda out of the freezer. The king asked Murdoch if the rumor is true. Our boy calmly told the king that it is. Tomalova's eyes widened when he heard this. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. The nobles were shocked to hear that a man and a woman were at a barn in the night. With a scary look in his eyes, Tomalova ordered Murdoch to explain himself. Our boy stood up and explained to the king that Ishilda got trapped in the barn when she went to see the ice wyvern eggs. He told Tomalova that he simply went there to rescue his daughter. The Duke asked Murdoch if he has anyone who can testify for him. He said that his witness saw them embracing each other. He asked Murdoch if he denies this. With a scary look in his eyes, Murdoch advised the Duke to refrain from insulting the princess and his honor. He told him that nothing happened between him and the princess that night. Duke Icarus glared at our boy and told him that he would also like to believe his words. He said that mere claims cannot convince people. He turned to the king and said that this rumors can spread to other nations or people might begin to doubt the princess's purity. Tomalova slammed his hand on the table when he heard this. Everyone quickly became quiet. Tomalova stood up and announced that the small council meeting will end now. He left the room after saying this. As he walked towards the door, the Duke called out to Murdoch and told him that he can never escape his sight as long as he is in the castle. He walked out of the room and slammed the door on Murdoch. The scene shifts and we see Ishilda wake up somewhere. She found herself in another place. She was in her nightwear. While she was looking around, someone moved past her. Ishilda quickly called out to the person. When the princess turned around, she saw some people talking about how a woman abandoned her parents and sided with the barbarians. They said that the woman doesn't even know how to repay her father's kindness. Ishilda didn't understand what these people were talking about. While she was looking at them, she noticed that everyone on the street was staring at her with their sinister eyes. The people were talking about how she spent the night with a man in a barn. One of them called her a princess with no dignity. They said that she was dirty. Ishilda became scared. She told them that it is not true. Suddenly a hand grabbed her arm from behind. Ishilda was shocked to see the hand. The people held her down and told her that she is dirty. She begged them not to come close. She struggled to escape their grip, but she could only scream. While she was screaming, the girl woke up from her nightmare. She looked around and tried to catch her breath. She noticed that she was covered in sweat. The princess was quite scared. In the next scene, we see some carriages heading to a very luxurious mansion at night. When the people in the carriage came down, the servants opened the door and allowed them to step into the mansion. These people were nobles. The nobles were shocked to see how beautiful this mansion was. The architecture was marvelous. A party was being held in the mansion. A noble carrying a glass of wine walked up to his friend whose name is Arista and greeted him. Arista looked around and asked Pasway if this is really Mudok's mansion. Pasway laughed and said that everyone has been discussing this topic. Arista said that this mansion was formerly owned by the Croyan family. Another noble said that the king might have just temporarily lent the mansion to Mudok as a reward for saving his life. Pasway said that this must be the case. He told his friends that it doesn't make sense that Mudok bought a mansion that even the duke can't afford. While wearing a dashing suit, Jake announced that his lord is entering the hall. Everyone quickly turned their heads to the stairs. They were shocked to see the clothes our boy was wearing. Mudok wore a western suit that matched the fashion of the Central Plains and wore the ornament that people in the Central Plains wear. He referred to the nobles as distinguished guests and thanked them for coming to his party. He said that this event was held to celebrate him becoming a viscount. He said that he also organized it to introduce himself as a member of the kingdom's small council. He raised his glass and introduced himself as the Lord of Caroline, the vice captain of the Phoenix Knights, and the master of this mansion. With a smile on his face, Mudok introduced himself as Viscount Blizzard. After his introduction, the party continued. The nobles couldn't believe that Mudok was actually the owner of this mansion. They wondered about how someone who was formerly a commoner was able to achieve this. One of them said that Mudok is the sponsor of the Royal Merchant Guild. Our boy gently smiled at his guests. He realized that he made the right decision by leaving his housing issue to Edmund. The nobles changed their attitude towards Mudok after seeing his mansion. It didn't matter if they belonged to the royalist faction or the noble faction. Mudok knew that he needed to show that his wealth is superior if he wants to change the minds of the noble faction, which is centered around the duke. This is because power, wealth, and authority is what moves them. A noble known as Royan walked up to Mudok with his friend and thanked him for inviting him to the party. Our boy thanked him for attending. Royan told him that he hasn't seen the princess in the party. Mudok explained to him that the princess informed him that she will be unable to attend the party because she is unwell. With a smile on his face, Royan said that something might have happened yesterday for her to be unwell. His friend laughed when he heard this. Mudok glared at the man when he heard this. Royan told him that there has been some rumors about him and the princess. With a disgusting smile on his face, the man asked Mudok if the rumor is true. Our boy crushed his cup with his hand when he heard this question. Before he could do anything, a huge man appeared in front of him and asked Royan to take back what he said. With a scary look in the man's eyes, he told Royan that he is mocking the royal family by insulting the princess. He told him that he won't get a light punishment if this news reaches the king's ears. Royan and his friend became scared when they heard this. He turned around and said that the man should mind his business and focus on taking care of his territory. The man explained to Mudok that Royan acts this way because he hangs out with Duke Icarus, and he thinks that he is someone important. He asked our boy not to worry about the idiot. Mudok took a look at his hand and thanked Baron Vincent. He told him that he would have lost his temper and shot the men if he didn't interfere. Baron Vincent laughed and told Mudok that he is an amusing person. He believed that our boy was joking. Mudok didn't understand why he was laughing. Baron Vincent explained to him that he cannot stand idly by and listen to words that insult the princess as a member of the kingdom. Mudok smiled when he heard this. He asked the Baron if something happened in his territory. The Baron realized that Mudok was referring to the comment Royan made. He revealed to Mudok that monsters have been attacking his territory for several months now. Even with the fences and the preparations made, the damage has not stopped. Baron Vincent said that he can only feel bad for his people. Mudok asked him if he has tried requesting for help. The Baron smiled and said that even the kingdom's soldiers can't defeat the monsters. He said that he is the one who should solve the problem since it concerns his territory. Mudok told the man that his first mission as the vice captain of the Phoenix Knights has been decided. He informed the Baron that he will help him subjugate the monsters in his territory. Vincent was shocked to hear this. He couldn't believe that Mudok wanted to help with the monster's subjugation of a small territory. He believed that our boy might be able to do it with the support of the Phoenix Knights. Vincent bowed his head and thanked Mudok. Our boy told him that it was his goodwill that moved him. The moment he said this, something in his clothes began to blink. Mudok turned around when he saw the thing. He told the Baron that he has to leave since something urgent has come up. He told him that he will see him later when it is time to leave. Mudok moved to a corner and took out a communication stone. He asked his subordinate about what is happening. Jerome informed him that they have captured someone. He said that the first target was truly the eldest son of the slave family. Mudok asked the mage to tell him where they kept the assassin. Jerome revealed to him that the assassin is in the basement of the annex building behind the mansion. In the next scene, we see Mudok walking down the basement. When he arrived there, he saw Miller and the assassin. The assassin was tied to a chair. Mudok removed the sack on the assassin's head. Miller informed his master that he has paralyzed the man with the technique he taught him. He assured Mudok that the assassin has been properly restrained. Our boy asked him if he removed the assassin's poison sac. Miller told him that they took out the man's suicide poison from his molar. Mudok covered his hand with a unique energy when he heard this. He placed his hand on the assassin's head. The man began to shake. He looked like he wanted to scream. A minute later, our boy let go of him. The man's eyes turned red. He went on his knees and referred to Mudok as master. He asked our boy to give him his command. Miller was shocked to hear this. He asked his lord about what just happened. Mudok let out a sigh and asked the assassin to tell him his name, the name of the person he served, and any useful information he possesses. The man introduced himself as Sis. He said that he received orders from Duke Icarus to kill John's slave. Mudok let out a sigh. He already expected this. He released a dark energy and ordered the man to tell the Duke that he successfully assassinated John. He ordered him to report the Duke's every move. The man accepted his orders. Miller asked his lord if he is using brainwashing magic. Mudok revealed to him that he used the demon's soul arts. He said that it is a soul-controlling technique. Miller was surprised to hear this. He begged his lord to teach him the technique. Mudok told him that he can't teach him. He explained to the boy that the demon's soul arts is a brainwashing technique used by the demon cult to recruit new members. If the user isn't at an overwhelmingly stronger level than the target, the technique won't work. Mudok told Miller that he won't be able to use the technique on anyone even if he learns to use it. Miller was sad to hear this. Mudok turned to Sis and asked him to leave. The man disappeared the moment he heard the order. Our boy decided to start his counterattack against the Duke. In the next scene, we are taken to the Duke's mansion. We see a man enter the Duke's office. He asked Icarus if he wanted to see him. The person who entered the room was Sis. The Duke asked him if he finished the job well. Sis assured him that he dealt with John's slave. Upon hearing this, Duke Icarus asked the man to leave. Sis bowed his head and turned around. Before he could leave the room, Duke Icarus asked him to wait. He asked someone known as Curson to check whether the brainwashing spell has been undone. A masked man came out of the wall when he heard this. He told the Duke that he understands. He turned to Sis and carefully looked at him. He informed Duke Icarus that the brainwashing spell is still active. Icarus asked him if he is certain. He drank his wine and smiled. He looked outside his window and told himself that he will take care of Mudok next. The next day, news of John's slave's death spread through the capital. The people were told that John died from falling from a horse. This type of death is very common in this era. However, the timing was far too convenient. It didn't take time for rumors to spread like wildfire. Unfortunately, no one knew the truth. They didn't know that John was alive and everything that was happening was Mudok's plan. The scene shifts and we see Mudok and Miller walking through a snowy forest. Miller told his lord that the capital will be in chaos right now. Mudok smiled and agreed with him. He said that the only candidate who could challenge him has been killed. He told Miller that this is what everyone will be thinking. He said that everyone will be wary of the Duke. Miller told his lord that there is something he is curious about. He asked him about why he isn't announcing the truth right away. He explained to Mudok that he can get the Duke arrested right away since he is evidence of his crime. Mudok told him that he can't do this. He explained to Miller that they need to make sure that they are able to completely take the Duke out. He told him that Duke Icarus is a meticulous man, so they need to prepare more thoroughly in order to stop him from escaping. He revealed to Miller that there is an even more important reason why he allows the rumors to spread. With a smile on his face, Mudok told his subordinate that rumors about Ishilda have completely disappeared. Miller was shocked to hear this. Mudok explained to him that fire is always suppressed with a bigger fire. Now the one who will get caught up in a scandal is Duke Icarus. Miller nervously looked at his lord. He couldn't believe that his lord was looking into the future while he was only thinking about the Duke. Some minutes later, Mudok and Miller found a house in the middle of the snowy forest. Our boy told his subordinate that they have arrived at Vice Captain Logan's house. Miller asked his lord if he took Logan's position in the Phoenix Night Order after he injured his leg. Mudok told him that he is correct. Miller found Logan's residence to be quite modest. He expected the former vice captain of the kingdom's top night order to be living in a better place. Mudok agreed with him. He revealed to Miller that Logan got discharged in disgrace. He was discharged on an insubordination charge. Right after his leg got hurt, he attacked his superior. Miller looked around and told his lord that something is odd. Mudok agreed with him. He told him that the story is definitely weird. Miller told his lord that this is not what he is talking about. He asked our boy to look at the ground. He told him that the place was too clean. It was as if no one had been around there. Mudok reminded Miller that he also doesn't leave any traces or footprints. Miller told his lord that he does this because he is an assassin. He explained to him that he would leave a trace on the ground if he had an injured leg. Mudok asked Miller if he is saying that Logan is flying. Immediately, he asked this question. We see someone point an arrow at Mudok from above. The person's arrow was a long feather. The person fired his arrow at our boy. Mudok quickly turned around when he heard something coming towards him. He and Miller quickly jumped back. The feather hit the ground and destroyed it. Mudok was shocked to see that he was attacked with a feather. Before he could do anything, someone landed on the roof and said that he recognized the unique smell. He said that filthy humans have come to him. This person happened to be a humanoid being that looks like a bird. Miller asked his lord if he didn't know about Logan. Mudok told him that he didn't. He said that he never expected Logan to be a beast man. Logan carefully looked at Mudok. He recognized the emblem on his clothes. He knew that this was the emblem of the vice captain of the Phoenix Night Order. He asked our boy if his captain ordered him to kill him. Miller realized that Logan had misunderstood the situation. He wanted to tell him the truth. Before he could say anything, Mudok told Logan that he is correct. With a creepy smile on his face, he asked him about what he is going to do about it. Miller was shocked to hear what his master said. Logan was quite angry with Mudok's response. Miller asked his lord about what he is doing. He asked him about why he provoked the beast man. Our boy revealed to him that he is testing him. He said that he wants to see if Logan is strong enough to serve under him. The moment he said this, Logan jumped off his roof. He moved to the air and pointed his arrow at Mudok. With a crazy look in his eyes, he told our boy that he will kill him. He fired his arrow at Mudok at a crazy speed. Our boy ordered Miller to quickly get back. The assassin quickly moved away from his lord. Mudok raised his sword and released its cold energy. He was excited to see how this fight would go. He wanted to see how it would feel to fight a new kind of human. Before the feather could reach him, Mudok decided to tear all Logan's feathers apart. Miller saw that his lord was going to swing his sword at the feather. He quickly asked him not to do this. He said that a beast man's feather has a very strong elasticity. He told him that his sword will bounce off the feather. Unfortunately, Mudok already swung his sword at the feather. Just as Miller stated, our boy's sword bounced off the feather. Our boy was shocked to see this. He quickly bent his head to dodge the feather. Logan didn't expect him to dodge the attack. He took out 2 feathers and fired them at Mudok. Mudok recalled that the recoil he experienced just now was insane. He decided to do something else. He carefully tapped the feather with his sword and changed its trajectory. He was able to completely deflect the attack. One of the arrows got fired at Miller. The assassin was shocked to see the feather coming towards him. He quickly jumped out of the way. The feather pierced through the forest and destroyed everything it touched. Miller stood up and asked his lord to inform him beforehand if he plans to deflect the attacks. Immediately, he said this. Logan fired 2 more feathers at Mudok. Our boy realized that the beast man didn't want to give him time to rest. The moment he thought of this, he noticed something odd. He saw that 1 arrow has disappeared. He was certain that he heard Logan fire 2 shots. He wondered about where the other shot went. Immediately, he thought of this. The arrow appeared next to his head. Before it could pierce his eye, Mudok caught it with his hand. The powerful arrow left a huge cut on his hand. Our boy quickly threw it aside. He fired an attack at the second arrow and used it to change its trajectory. He couldn't believe that his pure snow blade couldn't cut the feathers. He never expected Logan to use a strategy that takes advantage of his blind spot. He smiled and told Logan that his combat ability gets a pass. Logan asked him about what he just said. With a look of anger on his face, he asked Murdoch if he was evaluating him. Our boy put his sword away and told him that the evaluation is over. He disappeared in front of Logan when he said this. Miller and Logan were shocked to see this. Murdoch reappeared in the air and smiled. He told the Beastman that it is time they sort their hierarchy. Logan was shocked to hear our boy's voice behind him. He quickly turned around. Before he could do anything, Murdoch gave him a punch that shattered his longbow and pushed him down. He charged at Logan while he was falling. He charged at him with the light air void foot arts. It is a light step art that lets him freely move in midair. He moved close to Logan and told him that his longbow is gone. He clenched his fist and asked him about what he will do now. Logan became nervous. He quickly used his leg to block Murdoch's attack. He released a unique energy from his leg when he blocked our boy's attack. He felt a large amount of pain in his leg. Murdoch was surprised to feel the unique energy Logan released. He watched the Beastman fall to the ground. He took a look at the odd energy in his hand. He said that something feels off. He asked Logan to tell him how he got his leg injured. Logan was annoyed to hear this. He said that he would never share this information with a human. He swung his claws at Murdoch. Our boy easily dodged his attack. He covered his hand with his energy. He used it to hit Logan in his injured leg. The Beastman called him a bastard. He swung his fist at Murdoch and told him that it is cowardly to attack an injured leg. Our boy dodged his attack and clenched his fist. He hit Logan in his injured leg with a large amount of energy. The Beastman screamed when this happened. He asked Murdoch if he is truly a warrior. Our boy ignored him and hit his feet. He also used his energy to hit Logan's thigh. The Beastman told him that a warrior should fight fair and square. He screamed and begged Murdoch to stop. He swung his injured leg at our boy. Although Murdoch was able to block the attack, it blew away the things around him. Our boy smiled when he saw this. Logan couldn't comprehend what was happening. He removed the bandage on his leg and raised it up. He couldn't believe that his leg was healed. He wondered about how it happened. He knew that his injury was something no doctor on the continent could cure. Murdoch told him that it would have been impossible for a doctor to resolve his problem since he wasn't injured. He revealed to Logan that he was cursed. The Beastman was shocked to hear this. Our boy explained to him that there was some ominous mana wrapped around his leg. He told him that he used his energy to disperse it. Logan couldn't believe what he was hearing. He asked Murdoch about the kind of human he is. Our boy told him that he is the human who he will follow and trust. The scene shifts, and we are taken inside Logan's house. We see a well-roasted boar placed in front of Murdoch and Miller. Logan asked Murdoch to dig in. He revealed to him that the dish is a traditional dish in his tribe. Miller was very excited to eat the boar. He said that he has been starving for some time. He stretched out his hand and said that he will enjoy the meal. Before he could grab a piece of meat, Logan hid his hand. With a look of anger on his face, he asked Miller to tell him why he wants to eat the food. He told him that the dish is only for his benefactor. Murdoch grabbed a piece of meat and told Logan that Miller is one of his people. He asked him to treat Miller well. Logan reluctantly accepted our boy's request. Miller smiled when he heard what his lord said. Logan gave him a dead rat and asked him to get lost. Miller was annoyed to see this. He told Logan that he is so mean. He asked him about why he is treating him and Murdoch differently. Logan told him that this is the best he can offer a mere human. He asked Miller to go hunt for his own meal if he doesn't like the dish. While they were arguing, Murdoch was enjoying his meal. He didn't expect the meat to be so delicious. Before Logan and Miller could start fighting, Murdoch called out to Logan. He asked the Beastman to tell him how his left leg got hurt. He revealed to him that he heard he confronted the captain of the Phoenix Knights about the cause of his injury. He asked Logan about why he confronted his captain. The Beastman told Murdoch that he will explain everything. He said that he will tell him about the day he lost everything. According to him, Torion secretly came to see him on the day he got promoted as vice captain. The captain was acting friendly that day. Logan found this strange because Torion is a race supremacist. He had always seen Logan as a thorn by his side. The captain made a shocking proposal to Logan. The Beastman couldn't believe what he was hearing. He threw his glass of wine at the wall. He stood up and walked towards the door. He asked Torion if he believes that he would ever accept such a proposal. Torion advised him to choose wisely. With a creepy smile on his face, he told Logan that there will be no chance to turn back once he leaves this room. Logan let out a sigh and advised the captain to worry about himself. He was annoyed to see how the knight captain was acting. Immediately, he thought of this. Curson appeared behind him with a spell in his hand. He fired the spell at Logan's leg. The beast man felt a large amount of pain in his leg. His eyes turned red. He instantly passed out. When he came to his senses, he found himself lying on a bed in the infirmary. At first, he thought that everything that happened was a dream. But when he took a look at his leg, he saw that his leg was truly injured. Logan couldn't comprehend what was happening. He screamed his captain's name out of anger. A while later, we see Torion walking in a hallway. He turned around when he sensed something behind him. Before he could do anything, Logan used his claws to scratch his face. He landed a huge cut on Torion's face. The scene shifts, and we are taken back to the present. Mudok told Logan that he understands what happened. The beast man bowed his head and thanked Mudok for helping him. He didn't expect our boy to heal him and tell him that he was cursed. He said that he will find the person who did this. Mudok asked him not to bother. He told him that he already knows who it is. Miller and Logan were shocked to hear this. Miller asked his lord about how he knows this. Mudok explained to him that he doesn't know the curse user, but he knows his employer. He asked Miller if he remembers Sis. Miller assured him that he remembers the assassin who tried to kill John's slave. Our boy revealed to him that he felt something foreign when he casted the soul harvesting technique on Sis. He told Miller that this was the same energy he felt in Logan's leg. Miller was surprised to hear this. He said that the injury must be connected to Duke Icarus. Logan was shocked to hear this. He asked our boy if he just said Duke Icarus. Mudok asked him about why he is reacting like this. Logan revealed to him that the proposal he declined was related to the Duke. Mudok asked him to tell him what the proposal was about. With a nervous look on his face, Logan revealed to our boy that the proposal was about rebellion. He said that the Duke wants to overthrow the current royal authority and establish his own dynasty. Miller was surprised to hear this. Our boy smirked when he got this information. He realized that the Duke has finally stepped into his trap. He knew that this information was going to change the game. The scene shifts, and we are taken to the Duke's mansion. We see Icarus standing in his office. He welcomed the captain of the Phoenix Knights and asked him about how his injury is. Torion told him that it is getting better. The man was now wearing an eye patch. He asked the Duke about why he called for him. Icarus turned to his wall and reminded Torion that Mudok has recently joined his knight order. He stabbed the map with his dagger and ordered Torion to lure Mudok to the location he hit. He told the captain that he will become the next Duke if he can lure Mudok to this place. Torion was shocked to hear this. He bowed his head and assured Duke Icarus that he will complete the mission. Icarus was happy to hear this. He believed that he had set the perfect trap. He promised to make the place Mudok's grave. Then the scene shifted. Blood dripped from Mudok's hand, but it was not his own. A beast man lay on the ground nearby, gravely injured and barely conscious. At that moment, a figure approached Mudok from behind, his face hidden in shadow. In a cold voice, he questioned what was happening, calling the scene ridiculous. As the man stepped into the light, his identity was revealed. It was Torion, the captain of the Phoenix Knights. He addressed Mudok directly, calling him Blizzard, the vice commander of the Knight Order. Mudok turned to face him, anger burning in his eyes. About an hour earlier, before this incident, Mudok had arrived at Baron Vincent's territory. The Baron bowed deeply and thanked him for coming, respectfully addressing him as Lord Blizzard. Mudok dismissed the formalities, reminding the Baron that he had already promised to resolve the problem plaguing the territory. He explained that urgent matters had delayed him slightly and added that, as a temporary measure, he had sent the Phoenix Knight Order a week earlier. Vincent acknowledged this, saying that thanks to the Knights, the immediate crisis had been resolved. However, Mudok noticed the worry etched on the Baron's face and asked why he still seemed troubled. Vincent hesitated before explaining that although they were grateful to the Phoenix Knights, something deeply disturbing was happening within the Order itself. Cruel acts were being carried out internally, acts that resembled hate crimes aimed at excluding other races. Upon hearing this, Mudok rushed to the quarters where the Phoenix Knights were stationed. He forcefully pushed open the door, only to be met with a horrifying sight. Human members of the Phoenix Knights were mercilessly assaulting beast men, laughing and reveling in the violence as blood stained the room. Torion sat calmly on a chair, watching the brutality unfold. Rage consumed Mudok. In an instant, he surged forward at incredible speed, appearing before one of the assailants, who was lifting a beast man into the air and beating him senselessly. Mudok raised his hand across his face and released his cold aura, sending the attacker flying backward as blood sprayed from his nose and mouth. Without hesitation, Mudok caught the falling beastman and gently placed him on the ground. The beastmen who had been bullied and the humans who had been assaulting them froze in confusion. The human Phoenix Knights stared in disbelief, wondering what had just happened. In the blink of an eye, Mudok had knocked out the butler captain and saved an owl beastman. As Mudok set the injured beastman down, he noticed that his own hand was soaked in blood, the owl beastman's blood. Seeing this, he realized just how brutally the beastman had been beaten. It was then that Torion approached him, once again questioning his actions and reminding him of his position as vice-captain of the Phoenix Knight Order. Mudok turned toward Torion, disgust rising within him, thinking of how vile these people were. He coldly asked if things had not gone too far. Torion responded by lifting his eye patch and revealing his injured eye. He sneered, claiming that the beastmen were responsible for his injury, and demanded that Mudok hand over the beastman immediately. He threatened punishment for disobeying orders. Mudok let out a quiet sigh. He lifted the injured owl beastman and began walking away, supporting him as he moved. Without looking back, Mudok told Torion to go ahead and try, if he wanted his schemes with Icarus to be exposed. Torion froze. Cold sweat ran down his face as panic filled his mind. He wondered how Mudok could possibly know about the treasonous plot. Struggling to maintain composure, he demanded to know how Mudok had learned the truth. Mudok continued walking and warned him to stop persecuting the beastmen unless he wished to die on the execution grounds. The fierce aura radiating from Mudok silenced Torion completely, leaving him shaken and unable to respond. As they walked through the corridor, the owl beastman left a trail of blood with every step. Weakly, he asked Mudok why he had helped him. Mudok explained that he, too, had suffered discrimination. In his homeland, he had been scorned and branded a barbarian, never acknowledged by others and ultimately separated from the one he loved. Understanding that pain was the reason he had intervened. He then asked why the beastman had chosen to endure such abuse, questioning why someone with the strength of a beastman had not crushed such weak opponents. The beastman replied that while he could have fought back, doing so would have erased any chance for dialogue or negotiation forever. Hearing this, Mudok recalled Wayan's words. She had once said something very similar. Acknowledging the difficulty of that path, Mudok promised to support the beastman's dream. He extended his hand, and the beastman grasped it firmly, saying that it would not take long. Mudok silently hoped the same, wishing to see the future that Wayan had dreamed of. The next evening, Mudok led a group of armored Phoenix Knights into a nearby forest to hunt monsters. Among them was the butler captain, his face still bandaged from the injuries Mudok had inflicted earlier. As they moved, the butler captain glanced at Mudok from behind, seething with resentment. He recalled the humiliation he had suffered in front of his subordinates, and remembered confronting Torion in his office, demanding action against Mudok. Torion had calmly unrolled a map and pointed to a specific location, stating that there was no need to dirty their hands. Orders had already come down to lure Mudok to that place. When asked what awaited him there, Torion replied that it was unnecessary to know, their only task was to lure him in. Back in the present, as the knights advanced through the forest, the butler captain thought to himself that they would soon reach the designated location. He wondered if even a grand sword master like Lord Blizzard could face a threat there. In the distance, a monstrous figure feasted on the flesh of other monsters, its eyes glowing with an ominous purple aura. In front of Mudok stood Torion, the captain of the Phoenix Knight Order, who was leading the entire unit. As Mudok observed the surrounding, he sensed an unusual energy, one he was certain he had felt somewhere before. At that moment, Torion raised his hand and ordered everyone to stop, warning that a group of monsters lay ahead. Several wolf-like monsters with multiple eyes stood in their path. Torion turned toward Mudok and addressed him as Vice Captain Blizzard. He remarked that he had heard rumors claiming Mudok was a grand sword master and suggested that he demonstrate his skills. Mudok calmly refused. Torion cursed inwardly, wondering if Mudok had sensed something. The location where the monsters stood matched the place Lord Icarus had mentioned. Just then, the butler captain mocked Mudok, questioning whether a great grand sword master was afraid of such creatures. He assumed a fighting stance with his dagger, surrounding himself with aura. With a smirk, he told them to watch closely before charging forward. In an instant, he slashed through several wolf monsters, severing limbs and heads with ease. Laughing triumphantly, he turned back toward Mudok and boasted about his sword skills. However, one of the wolf monsters whose head had been severed suddenly bit into the butler captain's neck. The sight shocked Torion and the Phoenix Knights. Mudok noticed something strange. The monster's severed body parts were regenerating. Moments later, the monsters fully regenerated their limbs and turned their attention back to Torion and the surrounding Phoenix Knights. As Mudok observed them, a realization struck him. These creatures resembled jiangshi, undead beings known in Chinese legends as reanimated corpses, often referred to as hopping vampires. Too late, Torion began sweating nervously as he clenched his teeth. Several members of the Phoenix Knights were being overwhelmed and defeated. Confusion filled his mind as he struggled to understand what was happening. Some knights cried out for him to save them, shouting that no matter how many times the monsters were killed, they kept coming back to life. Torion realized that while he had expected danger, he had never imagined facing undead monsters. Lost in thought, he was jolted back to reality when Mudok called out to him. Monsters rushed forward, but Mudok stepped between them. He released his ice aura, forming sharp ice crystals that shot forward and pierced through the advancing monsters. Mudok coldly remarked that Icarus was truly cruel. For the sake of capturing him, Icarus had abandoned an entire knight order. Hearing this, Torion ground his teeth as cold sweat ran down his face. He muttered in disbelief, wondering if he had truly been abandoned. Glancing at the fallen Phoenix Knights, he refused to accept that he shared the same fate as them. Without hesitation, Torion turned his horse around and fled. Seeing this, Mudok cursed him, wondering how someone who called himself a general could abandon his subordinates and run away alone. Mudok resolved to chase him, as he still did not know the full story behind Icarus. As Mudok prepared to pursue, the leader of the wolf monsters appeared, releasing a dense, murky aura. Sensing the threat, Mudok immediately turned to face the leader. With a growl, the creature charged toward him. Mudok recognized it as a formidable opponent. Meanwhile, someone poured a healing potion onto the butler captain, who lay on the ground on the brink of death. The potion worked just in time, causing him to cough weakly. Laughing faintly, the butler captain expressed gratitude, saying he had survived thanks to Captain Torion. When he looked up, he saw that the one who had saved him was an owl beastman from the Phoenix Knight Order. The owl beastman informed him that Torion had fled. The revelation shocked the butler captain. Grabbing his hand, the owl beastman pulled him up and urged him to stand, saying they still needed his strength. The butler captain asked him to wait, and examined the owl beastman's condition. Blood dripped from the beastman's wounds, yet he had still used his only healing potion. Remembering how he had bullied and beaten the beastman the previous day for no reason, the butler captain asked why he had done so. The beastman replied simply that they were comrades in arms and needed no other reason. Moved by those words, the butler captain tightened his grip on his dagger and cut down several monsters that rushed toward them. He vowed that he would survive and spend the rest of his life atoning for his sins. The beastman let out a sigh of relief and replied that it was something to look forward to, even as more monsters approached. Meanwhile, the battle between Mudok and the monster leader continued. The leader swung its clawed arm, and Mudok raised his sword to block. To his surprise, the impact sent him flying backward. To stop himself, Mudok drove his sword into the ground. He immediately rose to his feet, muttering about the creature's persistence. He realized that no matter how many times he slashed it, the monster kept regenerating, and prolonged combat would only drain his internal energy. With that in mind, Mudok charged forward, severed one of the leader's arms, and before it could regenerate, concentrated his ice aura into his right hand. Smiling, he released his ice attack. The leader leapt away to dodge, but the severed arm froze solid before it could regenerate. Mudok observed the frozen limb, noting that it did not regenerate. He muttered in realization that while he had intended to freeze them merely to limit their movement, the frozen parts were not regenerating at all. With that discovery, Mudok rushed forward, kicked the leader, and sent it crashing into the ice wall he had created. Chuckling, he declared that ice was their weakness. The next day, Baron Vincent arrived with his knights, riding hard toward the site where Mudok and the Phoenix Knights had fought the monsters. He recalled the urgent report he had received late the previous night, which claimed that monsters that could not die had attacked the area. As the location came into view, he pointed it out to his knights and ordered them forward, hoping that Viscount Blizzard, the benefactor who had stepped forward to protect their territory, was safe. Baron Vincent shouted that reinforcements had arrived, but the moment he took in the surroundings, he froze in shock. Monsters lay scattered across the area, all of them encased in ice. Mudok stood atop the frozen corpse of the monster leader, holding its severed head. He remarked calmly that Baron Vincent was late, adding with a smirk that he had only just finished dealing with everything. At the sight of him, Baron Vincent began to tremble uncontrollably. It was neither fear nor cold that caused it, but a deep shudder that ran through his body. From that incident onward, Mudok was given an epithet, the king who froze everything, even death. He became known as the Ice Lord. Within the Drake Kingdom existed 3 royal knight orders: first, the Phoenix Knight Order; second, the Giant Knight Order; and third, the Storm Knight Order. As soon as Torion returned to his residence, he summoned the captains of the Giant and Storm Knight Orders to his mansion. Watching their arrival from his window, Torion recalled Mudok's earlier words, that Icarus was so ruthless he had abandoned an entire Knight Order just to capture one man. Cold sweat trickled down Torion's face as he resolved not to be discarded so easily. No matter the cost, he would prove his worth. Soon after, Torion sat in the meeting room with Gordon, the captain of the Giant Knight Order, and Roberts, the captain of the Storm Knight Order. Torion apologized for calling them out so late at night. Gordon brushed it off, stating that he would answer the Count's summons at any time. Roberts, however, impatiently demanded that Torion get to the point. Torion noted Roberts's cold demeanor, understanding that he was a staunch royalist who had sworn loyalty to the king. Even so, Torion believed that starting that day, Roberts could be brought into Icarus's faction. Just as he had done with Logan, Torion intended to make him an offer he could not refuse. With a smirk, Torion produced a bottle of wine and told them to relax. He brought up the case of John's slave, describing the man as pitiful for covering up the failures of an incompetent king and losing his beloved son as a result. Torion claimed that such a fate would never have occurred had John followed Lord Icarus. Both captains were visibly shocked. Gordon leaned toward Torion and whispered, questioning whether it was truly wise to speak so bluntly. Torion quietly assured him that everything had already been thought through. Roberts clenched his fist, his body trembling, and demanded to know what Torion was trying to pull. He accused Torion of threatening him and implied that Torion was suggesting death would follow disobedience to Icarus. Torion denied making such a claim outright, saying that those were Roberts's own words. However, he admitted that it was indeed a threat. Splashing wine onto the table, Torion declared that a rebellion would soon erupt, the current royal dynasty would be overthrown, and Lord Icarus would ascend the throne. He revealed that both he and Gordon had already been promised positions and warned Roberts to choose wisely, emphasizing that the current king held no real power. Torion knew that Roberts wielded considerable influence even among the royalists. If Roberts joined their side, many others would follow. Seeing Roberts's expression, Torion believed he had succeeded. He declared that Roberts had made the right choice and promised to speak favorably of him to Lord Icarus. Suddenly, Roberts slammed his fist onto the table and rose from his chair, furiously rejecting the claim that the king lacked power. He declared that as long as he and the Giant Knight Order stood, the throne was not defenseless. Kicking open the mansion doors, he prepared to leave, but before stepping outside, he warned them to surrender before dawn and beg for their families to be spared from annihilation. Once Roberts departed, Torion grew visibly anxious and cursed under his breath. At that moment, laughter echoed from behind them. Both Torion and Gordon turned around. In the corner of the room, a strange red fluid seeped up from the floor. From it emerged a woman who mockingly remarked on how pathetic Torion was, noting that he had failed yet again. Torion immediately trembled, dropping to his knees before her and begging forgiveness from Lady Curson. Gordon, seeing her for the first time, realized that she was the black magician who served as Lord Icarus's closest aide. Desperate, Torion pleaded for one more chance, swearing that he would meet her expectations. Curson extended her hand toward both men, saying that it was perfect timing, as she needed them now. With a sinister smile, she unleashed her mana. The room filled with visible pink energy that could be seen even through the windows, while both men stared at her in confusion. Through her spell, Curson reported to Duke Icarus that Torion had been dealt with. She then asked about Baron Roberts. Icarus coldly ordered her to eliminate him. Curson acknowledged the command. Meanwhile, Icarus reflected that his plans were gradually unraveling. Ever since Blizzard had appeared, everything had gone awry. At that moment, Blizzard was a more troublesome existence than the king himself. However, from another perspective, it meant that aside from Blizzard, there was no one capable of standing against him. A sinister smile formed on Icarus's face as he gazed out his window at the knights awaiting his command. With Blizzard away from the capital, he believed the timing could not be more perfect. Genius protagonists, overwhelming growth, and legendary battles, this is your battlefield. We're just steps away from 20,000 subscribers. Subscribe now and rise with us.